Chapter 1439 Devastation to Both Sides. Chapter 1439 Devastation to Both Sides. Bai Rong, Ulda Bai Rong, Bai Xiao, and Bai Chun virtually cried out at the same time. Bai Xiao's gaze even turned bloodshot from anger, his two eyes blood-red. However, Bai Xiao's eyes were currently going lax. How terrifying was Qin Tian's sword Dao loss. After entering the body, it destroyed all of Bai Rong's vitality very quickly. But at this time, the Nether Ghost Claw also fell toward Qin Tian. It was already too late for him to want to draw his sword. But Qin Tian did not panic in the face of danger. Left hand forming fingers as a sword, powerful sword Dao laws directly tapped onto the Nether Ghost Claw. It was just that he was currently responding in a haste and not the Nether Ghost Claw's match at all. But Qin Tian's strength was too powerful. With this drawing the bow with the left and right, his imposing momentum was still equally matched with the Nether Ghost Claw. Not being able to kill Bai Xiao, Qin Tian was secretly rather regretful. After all, Bai Xiao was the person with the greatest strength apart from Gue Yun. But being able to finish off one could at least diminish the other party's combat strength. But right at this moment, Qin Tian's alarm bells sounded. A fierce killing intent erupted without any warning. Swift as a thought, all this happened in an instant. Qin Tian had both hands preoccupied and was unable to care about other things anymore at this time. This attack appeared too craftily. The timing of the opportunity was grasped too timely. It was simply a certain kill situation. The scent of death hit him head-on. Qin Tian was already unable to save himself and could only muster up the divine essence within his body crazily, protecting his whole body. Chasing Moon. The sharp, evil extermination sword was seemingly like a meteor, stabbing straight for Qin Tian's stomach. The power of this sword was actually a magnitude stronger than Sundering Stars. From Yi Yuan mobilizing to stabbing onto Qin Tian's body, it was only a twinkle, the movement swift to the extreme. Everyone did not have the time to react to it at all. Boom! This sword move made a showy display of ability. It was as if a sharp knife that could pierce myriad objects in the world. The evil extermination sword Paes said through Qin Tian's protective divine essence without any surprises, stabbing Qin Tian's body. Poor Qin Tian's entire body was akin to being electrocuted, fresh blood spraying wildly from his mouth, his body flying out horizontally, SMAs. Plussing ruthlessly into the rock wall. Gue Yun. Yi Yuan's expression changed, and he shouted fiercely. Gue Yun understood tacitly. Deploying the Nether Ghost Claw, he smacked straight for the rock wall. Boom! The rock wall directly had a large pit smashed out. The life and death of the Qin Tian inside, it was unknown. Go! Yi Yuan bellowed, and was about to bring everyone towards the depths of the divine ruins. But right at this time, Bai Xiao suddenly went berserk, his figure speeding toward that rock wall's hole rapidly. An intruder! I'll kill you! Bai Xiao roared as he flew speedily. Yi Yuan's expression changed. Figure swaying, he attempted to intercept Bai Xiao from the side. Bai Xiao, calm down, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Bai Xiao did not have the slightest intention of stopping. Looking at Yi Yuan with both eyes bloodshot, he said sharply, I'm an intruder, get lost from me. Bai Xiao raised his hand, and it was a palm smacking over toward Yi Yuan. But right at this time, a swift and fierce sword light rushed out of the rock wall without any warning signs. But Gue Yun deployed the Nether Ghost Claw and intercepted this sword light. Boom! Bang! At virtually the same time, Bai Xiao's palm landed on Yi Yuan's body, while the Nether Ghost Claw forcefully resisted this sword light. Yi Yuan and Gue Yun simultaneously flew backward in two very different directions. Poorwork! Yi Yuan's internal organs quivered, directly spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood, while Gue Yun's body became much fainter. The Nether Ghost Claw could not sustain either Vanis. Plussing. Whose? Plus Gue Yun turned into a cloud of green smoke and flew into Yi Yuan's body, escaping into the soul suppressing Pearl. In an instant, Yi Yuan and Gu Yun were seriously injured at the same time. Bai Xiu's entire body trembled, only then, abruptly startling awake. If not for Yi Yuan, he would already be a dead soul under Qin Tian's sword now. That sword of Yi Yuan's only severely wounded Qin Tian and did not really cause irreversible injuries to him. He still had the strength to fight back. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan made them leave right away. Bai Xiu, you're crazy. What the H.E.L. are you doing? When Bai Chun saw this scene, he roared at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was a late-stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. How terrifying was the power of this palm? If not for Bai Xiu pulling back the majority of the force at the last moment, Yi Yuan might even be killed by him with one palm. Master Yi Yuan, are you all right? Bai Chen's voice was almost in tears. Yi Yuan clutched his chest and said with difficulty, "Leave. Quickly leave." And Mo Yun gritted his teeth and barked at Bai Xiu. Still in a daze for what? Bai Xiu shook, bringing along Bai Rong's corpse, and headed over towards the Divine Ruin's depths. And Mo Yun also brought along the heavily injured Yi Yuan and sprinted wildly all the way. Fortunately, they did not encounter any dangers along the way. The group of people ran wildly, no idea how long they ran either. Suddenly, everyone felt a blur. Plussing out of a cave. So many doors, where should we go? Bai Chan said with a panicky face. If not, let's turn back. Someone suggested. No way. Yi Yuan forcefully endured his churning vital energy and blood and said. On the way, Yi Yuan swallowed healing medicinal pills. His injuries were already brought under control, but his internal organs were still in upheaval. It was as if they had plus feted positions. Within a short time, he was unable to take action anymore. Yi Yuan patted Mo Yun's shoulder, signaling him to put him down. We've already entered an array formation. The original caves have already been completely displaced. These 8 doors, only one is a life door. The others are certain death. Yi Yuan said. Everyone's faces changed. 1 out of 8. The chance of death was too great. What to do? Aren't we at death's door right now? Previously, panicking and not choosing the path, we entered here bafflingly. It's all Bai Xiu's fault. If not for him, we wouldn't be in such a difficult position either. This guy simply can't distinguish right from wrong. How can Bai Rong's death be blamed on Grand Elder? From start to end, he never opened his mouth to ask us for help before. For a moment, everyone tried to get a word in, all pointing the spearhead at Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu's expression flickered incessantly, but did not refute. Instead, he was full of guilt. Thud! Bai Xiu flushed red and directly knelt down towards Yi Yuan. Grand Elder, it was all Bai Xiu being foolish, causing you and Lord Grand Elder to be heavily injured. I'll apologize for the sin with death. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth. Raising his hand, he smacked down towards the top of his head. Stop! Yi Yuan had sharp eyes and agile hands, grabbing hold of his wrist. Cough, cough, cough. Puffed. This affected his injuries. Yi Yuan spouted out a mouthful of blood again. Bai Xiu's expression changed greatly, hurriedly supporting Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan said with sullen anger, You fool. Right now, among us, you're the strongest one. If you die, what are they going to do? Bai Xiu choked up, the thought of suicide immediately dissipating. Seeing the situation, Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Qin Tian infiltrating the sky foothill world was aiming for me. Bai Rong's death was indeed caused by me. You and Bai Rong were on very close terms. I know that his death was a great blow to you. If it were me, I'll probably be even more enraged than you. This matter wasn't your fault. Chapter 14, 40 Partners in Crime. Chapter 14, 40 Partners in Crime. Bang. Qin Tian's body sprang out of the rock wall with a gloomy face. Just how long has it been? That guy's sword art improved again. If not for me wearing the heavenly feather flexible armor, my life would have met its end here. Qin Tian said and gnashed his teeth. That chasing moon move of Yi Yuan's was simply dangerous to the extreme. If not for his realm being far more powerful than Yi Yuan's, if not for him wearing the profound divine artifact, heavenly feather flexible armor, then he would be a corpse right now. Qin Tian's understanding of Yi Yuan had still remained its sundering stars. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's Sword Dao laws had already broken through to Sword Dao, second layered heaven, and created a new move. Chasing Moon, this move was too powerful. Even if Qin Tian wore the heavenly feather flexible armor, his internal organs suffered a tremendous shock too, only recovering after a long time. Recalling that scene previously, Qin Tian's scalp was still tingling until now. But this sword of Yi Yuan's was too heavy. His current injuries were rather heavy, his strength greatly reduced. I absolutely can't let Yi Yuan live on anymore. His growth speed is too fast. Just how long has it been? And he already has the strength to threaten me. Give him another few decades' time. Most likely, even I won't be a match anymore too. Qin Tian became ruthless and was going to hunt down in the direction Yi Yuan and the rest escaped in. But right at this time, a figure swayed, blocking his way. Qin Tian's expression changed. The one who blocked his path was none other than precisely Duan Fei. The current Duan Fei's breathing was chaotic, his injuries very heavy. Half of his face was virtually burned to a crisp, looking incomparably hideous. I didn't expect that there was really an intruder who sneaked in and even disguised as the life-in-palace lord. Punk, prepare to die. Previously, Qin Tian concealed his aura and even hoodwinked Duan Fei. Now, Qin Tian revealed his true colors. Duan Fei did not talk C, R, A, P with him at all, directly taking action. Qin Tian's injuries had yet to recover. At this time, he could only forcefully rouse his spirits and accept the challenge. Fortunately, Duan Fei's injuries were much heavier than his. Currently, it was already pretty good for him to be able to unleash 20% of his strength. Upon exchanging blows, Duan Fei discovered something off. This Qin Tian's strength was more powerful than he imagined. If not for cultivation realm suppression, he might even have the strength to contend with him. Although Duan Fei occupied the absolute advantage, he actually could not bring him down after a long battle. After a fierce battle, the two people's injuries worsened significantly again. Qin Tian was burning with anxiety. He would not let himself suck. You, MB here before killing Yi Yuan. Stop. Don't fight anymore. Qin Tian said solemnly. Yeah, you say don't fight and we stop? The Sky Foothill world kills intruders without mercy. You dare to sneak into the divine ruins. Could it be that you still wish to get out? Duan Fei was an extremely prideful person too. Not taking down Qin Tian after a long battle. How could he be willing to give up? I came in order to kill Yi Yuan and don't have any interest in your Sky Foothill world at all. He is our common enemy. If we both sustain injuries, do you think he'll laugh himself awake when dreaming or not? Qin Tian said. Duan Fei's face fell. As expected, he pulled back and stopped fighting. What do you mean? Duan Fei said in a solemn voice. Qin Tian smiled coldly and said, Yi Yuan is my junior apprentice brother. What do you think I mean? Duan Fei's expression changed and said, Impossible. Azure Peak had once used the Tianlu Shrine to check his blood before. He's the purest Sky Foothill people, so how can he possibly be your junior apprentice brother? Qin Tian sneered and said, The intel about his ident. 1. Tai was disclosed by me. When I heard this result, I was very surprised too. But this junior apprentice brother of mine can't be measured with common sense. There must be a precious treasure that we don't know on him. As long as we kill him, the precious treasure on him will be ours. Duan Fei's expression turned dark, and he said, On what basis should this old man believe you? Qin Tian said coolly, Actually, you already believe it. How can such a young and powerful deity realm powerhouse possibly appear in your Sky Foothill world? Grotto, profound, realm-killing heavenly Tao realm. Do you feel that it's possible? Duan Fei fell silent. What Qin Tian said was right. Regardless of looking from which angle, Yi Yuan did not seem like a Sky Foothill world's person. All right, I'll cooperate with you. But the precious treasure on him belongs to me. Duan Fei said solemnly. Qin Tian shot him a glance and said with a cold smile, "You and I are clever men. Don't play this kind of sham. If Yi Yuan really has some precious treasure on him, none of us will let it go. At that time, each of us relies on our own abilities. Right now, the urgent matter on hand is to recover strength. That brat's strength isn't ordinary. Don't look down on him because his realm is low." Duan Fei's expression became stern, and he nodded his head. "It was my miscalculation. I didn't expect that this guy even wore a profound divine artifact battle armor on him. I should have thought of it long ago." Yi Yuan's words revealed remorse and anger. Bai Chen urged, "Master, you're already very amazing. You nearly killed a half-step origin deity powerhouse. I don't even dare to think about it." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Deity realm powerhouses are people too, and people have weaknesses. Body stipulated that grotto profound martial artists can't be killed. In a true life and death fight, what's competed is never the cultivation realm. Bai Xiao, I assure you, by Rome's grudge, I'll definitely help you avenge it." Bai Xiao's entire body trembled. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Grand Elder, I was wrong. You're currently heavily injured. Don't risk your life anymore. If something were to really happen to you, Bai Xiao would really find it hard to absolve my sins, even if 100 deaths." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since you all know my ident. 1. Tai, I can't be your Grand Elder anymore." Everyone was just about to speak, but Yi Yuan stopped it with a hand gesture and said, "My goal of coming to the Sky Foothill world is for the sake of the myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stone. As long as I find myriad longevity Heavenly Soul Stones in this place, I'll leave. Now, we already don't have a way out and can only charge inside. I'll do my best to help you all seize precious treasures and let you guys have the strength to protect yourselves after going out. The rest, don't need to say anymore." Unknowingly, everyone was already accustomed to relying on Yi Yuan. Now that he said he wanted to leave, everyone actually had a reluctant feeling. These Sky Foothill people, actually had such sentiments towards an intruder. It was simply treasonous and heresy. But they all felt very natural at this time, without the slightest resistance. This intruder protected them in all aspects, even rescuing Bai Xiao without balking at heavy injuries. But what about the Duan Fei as the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's divine official? He wanted to doom everyone to death at all costs. The public sentiment for or against, it was clear at a glance. But these 8 doors in front, which should we take? Bai Chun could not resist asking. Yi Yuan slowly got up and said coolly, "Just follow me." Yi Yuan walked toward a door very casually and walked straight inside. Everyone exchanged glances and quickly followed after. This was a gloomy and dark sage, causing the inability to see one's hand in front of you. Everyone just kept on walking and walking like that. No idea how long had said either. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. A wave of terrifying temperature hit from head on. This was an enormous dome. Under the feet was endless lava. In the center of the dome, a lone island suspended above the magma. And on the island, something bloomed with multicolored brilliances. That is, Yi Yuan looked at that fruit with a dumbfounded look, his eyes full of incredulity. Chapter 1441, Breaking Through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. Chapter 1441, Breaking Through to the Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm. There was a fruit-like object suspending above the island quietly, giving off a holy aura. That is the aura of Tao. It's the aura of heavenly Tao. What is that? I feel it too. Such a powerful heavenly Tao aura. I feel like I've returned to my mother's womb. How magical. Why do I feel like heavenly Tao is right in front of me? When everyone saw that fruit, each and every one of them revealed incomparably shocked expressions. They could sense the aura of heavenly Tao, but they did not know there was the existence of Tao fruit, this sort of thing. But Yi Yuan knew. That is a Tao fruit. Sky Foothill, celestial deities, Tao fruit. I didn't expect that it was actually really found by me. Yi Yuan said rather emotionally. Tao fruit? What is that? Bai Chun said perplexedly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, swallow it, and you can become the Sky Foothill World's master, become a paramount existence. You can even walk out of this small world and enter the true major world. Everyone all sucked in a cold breath, being stunned by Yi Yuan's words. Each and every one of them revealed unbelievably scorching gazes, already somewhat unable to hold it anymore. If you all want to seek death, I won't stop you all either, Yi Yuan said in a cold voice. How could he not know the thoughts of these people? Whoever heard of this thing would probably be moved too. Grand Elder, what is it? Asked the grotto profound martial artist. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly, such a precious treasure. Do you feel that it would be obtained so easily? If you don't believe me, you can go and give it a try. If you can have a little bit of bone residue left, I'll pluck my head off for you to kick as a ball. That person's head shrunk back, the heated light in his eyes instantly fading away. Not just him. Yi Yuan's words were like a basin of cold water, extinguished. Plussing everyone's flames. Yi Yuan, myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. On that lone island is full of myriad longevity, heavenly soul stone. Dustless said rather agitatedly. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately incomparably excited. Scattered on that lone island were all milky white stones. They were precisely myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones. To him, this myriad longevity heavenly soul stone was much more valuable than the Sky Foothill Dao fruit. Grand Elder, then what should we do now? It can't be that we just look on like this, right? Yi Yuan said, in my current state, I can't make it through at all. This side is still considered safe. Better wait for me to recover strength first. Finished talking, Yi Yuan sat down cross-legged on the spot and started refining the medicinal pill's medicinal strength. Time slowly trickled by. The others became nervous and restless. The allure of the Dao fruit was seriously too great. Even with Yi Yuan's sincere advice, they could not quite hold back anymore too. Each and every one of you, stay in your place for me. If anyone dares to act rashly without careful thought, don't blame me for falling out and showing no mercy. Bai Xiu lowered his voice and warned everyone. Regarding his actions, Bai Xiu was still constantly remembering it in his heart until now. Hence, Yi Yuan's words, he treated it as an imperial decree to obey now. Furthermore, facts proved that Yi Yuan's perception of danger was absolutely not what the rest could compare to. If he said there was danger, then there was definitely danger. Suddenly, the essence energy within this dome started closing in on Yi Yuan frenziedly. Yi Yuan opened his two eyes wide fists. Plussing out quite a few bottles of medicinal pills and pouring all of it into his mouth in one go. Apart from this, the weeping spirit fruit left behind from breaking through the last time, Yi Yuan also swallowed all of it in one go. When everyone saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded with shock. Eating medicinal pills like this, wouldn't one explode and die? Too scary. Just what kind of cultivation method is Grand Elder cultivating? This is also too freakish, right? Grand Elder actually broke through just like this. This cultivation speed is simply unparalleled. Could it be that the outside world's martial artists all cultivate so quickly? Yi Yuan's injuries had just healed when suddenly, his mind became more agile as luck hit, finally grasping that trace of opportunity to break through to the heaven-glimpsed deity realm. Of course, this was also his thick ACCU, mulations erupting, water flowing when the channel was formed. After entering the Sky Foothill world, Yi Yuan had experienced several major fights and also experienced the death cultivation. He was just lacking an opportunity. The brutal fight with Qin Tian previously, Yi Yuan finally grasped that trace of opportunity and successfully broke through. But this Sky Foothill world's spiritual energy was too thin, insufficient to support him breaking through to heaven-glimpsed deity realm. Hence, he swallowed all of the divine pills that could supplement divine essence to make up for the inadequacy. The divine essence required for the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's breakthrough was not a tiny bit. Not enough. Still not enough. The divine essence contained in these divine pills was not enough for him to break through the bottleneck at all and reach initial stage heaven glimpse. Yi Yuan's divine sea was still expanded crazily, but the divine essence could not keep up. Suddenly, Yi Yuan leaped and jumped straight into the huge pit. Below was endless magma. This scene was too suddenly, everyone all did not react, and Yi Yuan jumped down already. Master! Grand Elder! Everyone turned pale with fright. Cries of exclamations sounded out everywhere, hurriedly craning their necks to look. With this look, everyone could not help being dumbfounded with shock. Yi Yuan actually sat cross-legged on an enormous stone stele. That stone stele emitted an archaic aura that had experienced the many vicissitudes of life, which was actually even stronger than the Tao fruit. Below, with Yi Yuan as the center, it formed an extremely violent spiritual energy vortex. To talk about spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in the magma was far more abundant than upstairs. Otherwise, it also would not be able to inoculate giant flamestonemen, this kind of powerful creature. Hence, Yi Yuan had a flash of inspiration and simply just absorbed the spiritual energy in the magma. But the temperature in this magma was too high, enough to burn his whole person into nothing. Hence, he took out the world-suppressing steel and absorbed spiritual energy with the world-suppressing steel as the medium. Sitting cross-legged on the world-suppressing steel, Yi Yuan could not feel the burning hot magma at all. What kind of existence is that stone steel to actually be able to withstand the magma's temperature? The Divine Ruins magma is what even Grand Completion Origin Deity powerhouses don't dare to enter. Grand Elder actually wants to absorb the spiritual energy in the magma to break through. Isn't this courting death? Yeah, the spiritual energy in the magma is incomparably violent. Absorbing into the body will burn the meridians. However, Yi Yuan did not care at all. He absorbed the spiritual energy in the magma greedily, then revolved the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's second-level cultivation method, converting it into divine essence, gathering it into the divine sea. The entire process was extremely smooth. The originally incomparably violent magma spiritual energy immediately became unbelievably well-behaved under the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's refinement. The burning power in the spiritual energy was also instantly refined away. No idea how long had passed. Said either, Yi Yuan's divine sea finally stopped expanding. The divine essence in the divine sea was already completely filled too. However, the divine essence in Yi Yuan's divine sea became more and more viscous. It was precisely because of so that the spiritual energy required for his breakthrough was several times, even several dozen times of other people. Is Grand Elder really a human? He actually really refined the spiritual energy in the magma. My G. Oh, D. He really broke through to the initial stage heaven glimpse? Why does the feeling he gives me feel like a primal savage beast? Simply inconceivable. Grand Elder really can't be judged with common sense. Chapter 1442, Do you think you'll be fine if you don T-move? 1442, Do you think you'll be fine if you don T-move? Wonder what it will look like when divine essence is compressed to the limits. The Chaos Heavenspan Canon's continuation is really worth looking forward to. Feeling the boundless divine essence undulations within his body, Yi Yuan felt like every pore in his whole body opened up. Although this path of cultivation method self-creation was arduous, it was clearly worth it. Currently, although he had just broken through to initial stage heaven glimpse, the thickness of divine essence already did not lose to peak initial stage heaven glimpse martial artists. Coupled with the powerful chaos heaven opening sword art, it practically took no effort for Yi Yuan to one-shot middle stage heaven glimpse martial artists now. Even late stage heaven glimpse powerhouses, he had the strength battle it out too. Yi Yuan leaped, bringing along the world-suppressing steel, and flew back to the platform. Master, you're really too incredible. Even breaking through was also so eclectic. Bai Chen went up to greet and exclaimed, "Yeah, Grand Elder, the cultivation method that you cultivate is actually so overbearing that you can even tame the spiritual energy in the magma too." Bai Xiu also exclaimed in surprise. If it were even if he could survive in the magma, the violent spiritual energy would also burn his meridians into a crisp. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This is also something that couldn't be helped. The Sky Foothill world's spiritual energy is too thin. Fortunately, it's inside the divine ruins. If it was in the outside world, it might cause a sieve commotion. If Yi Yuan cultivated at the outside world, most likely, the spiritual energy within a circumference of 10,000 miles would be absorbed clean by him. Such a large commotion, it was hard to ensure that it would not draw the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's attention. Suddenly, many holes appeared on this giant ring platform. Swus, H, plus swus, H, plus swus, H, plus one figure after another was transported out of the holes in various ways. Seeing this scene, Yi Yuan's expression could not help turning grim, instinctively having a foreboding premonition. Dao fruit. It's actually the Dao fruit. Ha! I obtained it without any effort at all. Really obtained without any trouble at all. When Qin Tian saw the Dao fruit suspended on the lone island, he was in a state of extremely ecstasy. He also did not expect to actually find the Dao fruit here. That was a celestial deity Dao fruit. As long as he obtained the celestial deity Dao fruit, he could reach celestial deity realm within a very short time. At that time, however vast the world, what place could he still not go? Regarding the Divine Lord realm, Qin Tian was still somewhat confident. But regarding celestial deity realm, he never thought of it before. Hard. Too hard. But now, this enormous cake was placed in front of him. How could he not be agitated? Upon laying eyes on the Dao fruit for the first time, he swore to obtain it at all costs. Suddenly, he sensed something and looked in Yi Yuan's direction, his pupils involuntarily constricting, and he drew a cold breath. Just how long had it been? Yi Yuan actually broke through to heaven glimpse deity realm. This was not some good news. When Yi Yuan was half-step heaven glimpse, he already almost killed him. Becoming a genuine heaven glimpse realm powerhouse now, his strength improved by D knows how many times. Unleash. Plussing that sword one more time, his heavenly feather flexible armor would not work anymore too. Dao fruit? What is that thing? Duan Fei said. He could tell from Qin Tian's expression that this thing was definitely extraordinary. Good stuff. Haha. With this Dao fruit, we can discuss things now. The precious treasures on Yi Yuan's body and this Dao fruit. You pick one. Qin Tian said coolly. He did not conceal it either, briefly introducing this Dao fruit's effect, making Duan Fei's countenance change visibly. Controlling heavenly Dao, becoming the sovereign of a world. Such a thing. How could he not be moved? This Dao fruit, I'm taking it. Duan Fei forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and said, as long as he swallowed the Dao fruit, he would control the Sky Foothill world. At that time, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's palace lord would also have to grovel and lick under his feet. Thinking about it made people excited. All right, then it's settled. But because of this, we'd better settle the problem first. Qin Tian said coolly. Regarding Duan Fei's decision, Qin Tian did not have much objections. He was indeed very moved by the Dao fruit. But he had a feeling that the precious treasures on Yi Yuan were probably even more incredible than the Dao fruit. The talent that Yi Yuan displayed was too terrifying. If, say, Yi Yuan did not have a heaven-defying lucky chance, that was impossible. Wu Meng Academy's resources were utterly insufficient to nurture such a freak. Moreover, how could Qin Tian possibly give away the Dao fruit on a silver platter? Finus. Plussing off Yi Yuan, Qin Tian's next target would be Duan Fei. Azure Peak, Ziyun, Hua Tianyang. The few of you attack together. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's people. Don't spare a single one. Duan Fei said solemnly. Hearing Duan Fei's orders, Azure Peak's face revealed a complicated look. Those who charged out of the giant flame stone men, they were all powerful people. Right now, the various major sacred palaces, the one that was the most intact was the White Knight's Sacred Palace. Kill! Duan Fei bellowed. A group of people encircled over towards the White Knight's Sacred Palace from both sides. This was a ring-shaped platform. Ahead was endless magma. The White Knight's Sacred Palace's people already had no way to escape. You all listen well to me. In a while, no matter what happens, all don't anyhow take action. Stay on the spot and don't move. I'll do my best to protect you all, Yi Yuan said solemnly. Everyone's expression turned austere, and they nodded one after another. They also discerned that Duan Fei and Qin Tian joining hands, and Hua Tianyang also glaring like a ravening tiger by the side. They already had no way out. Now, there was only listening to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's face fell. Raising his hand, it was a coiling dragon heaven devastating palm. However, his target was not Duan Fei they all, but the direction of the Dao fruit. Civ Azure Dragon Phantom flew straight for the Dao fruit. Yi Yuan, you dare. When Qin Tian and Duan Fei saw this scene, they virtually cried out in shock in unison. They thought that Yi Yuan was going for broke here. A hint of a cold smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. This bunch of fools really thought that the Dao fruit was so easy to obtain? Boom! When the Azure Dragon Phantom reached the lone island, it seemingly ran into a giant barrier, shaking until the entire dome started quaking violently. Qin Tian and Duan Fei both heaved a sigh in relief, rejoicing that the Dao fruit was okay. However, very soon, the expressions on their faces changed. Rays of faint yellow light floated up, filling the entire dome very quickly. Boom! A pale yellow light ball suddenly condensed and formed, bombarding right onto a heaven-glimpsed deity realm elder. Ard! That elder let out a shrill scream and was directly blown flying. After that, his entire person turned into a fireball and started burning. This scene made everyone break out in cold sweat. All stand still and don't move. This aim, and guy set off the Grand Array. Right now, all of us have fallen into the Grand Array. Duan Fei gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, this Grand Array was too formidable. A heaven glimpse realm elder only withstood for several breaths of time and turned into a cloud of flying ash. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and said with a cold smile, do you think you'll be fine if you don't move? His voice had yet to fade when another light ball suddenly condensed and formed, roaring toward another heaven glimpse realm elder once again. Chapter 1443 Well Within Reach. Chapter 1443 Well Within Reach. The result did not give the least bit of surprise. That elder was similarly burned to a crisp. Swiss. H. Plus another fireball condensed and formed. It was just that the target this time was a grotto, profound martial artist beside Yi Yuan. Seeing this scene, Qin Tian's face revealed a look of wild elation. Although this fireball was not targeting Yi Yuan, to be able to make their side suffer heavy casualties, he was happy too. Weren't you doing unnecessary stuff? Screwed your own people, right? Seeing the fireball draw near, that grotto, profound martial artist was instantly drenched in sweat. He was just about to take off and run when a voice sounded out beside his ear. Don't resist. I'll bring you to a safe place. This voice was simply like a heavenly melody, incomparably wonderful. He only felt a blur before his eyes, and a figure already pulled him along and escaped into the yellow light. This action of Yi Yuan, he seemingly stepped on a landmine, triggering more and more fire ebb. Hell, as to follow on their tails. Ha! You wouldn't die if you didn't look for trouble. Yi Yuan, let me see how you escape. Qin Tian laughed wildly as he said with excitement. But Yi Yuan paid no attention to it, bringing that person and teleporting, and actually scurried straight into that fireball. When that grotto profound martial artist saw the fireball brush past his cheek, all the hair on his body stood on its end. He only felt his crotch become wet. He was actually scared until he peed. At this time, everyone was watching Yi Yuan's action. The miraculous thing was that when he shuttled back and forth between the fire ebb, not a single fireball actually touched him. Qin Tian's smile became stiffer and stiffer, finally freezing on his face. Yi Yuan moved like the wind, changing no idea how many positions. Suddenly, that grotto profound martial artist only felt a blur before his eyes. All the fire ebb, vanished without a trace. Stay here and don't move. Otherwise, an immortal can't save you either. Yi Yuan said solemnly. Oh. That grotto profound martial artist nodded his head mechanically, only then coming to a realization. Just now, Yi Yuan brought him like dancing on the edge of a knife. That taste was really awesome. 4 steps away, add 3 steps. Inside Yi Yuan's sea of consciousness, Dustless was currently swiftly explaining to him the footwork. This grand array was incomparably profound. It was likely personally arranged by celestial deity Sky Foothill. With Yi Yuan's current realm, it was naturally impossible to crack it. But he still had Dustless, this senior with vast experiences, along with him. The moment this grand array activated, he recognized this array formation. This array formation was called the Flame Wandering Universe Grand Array of the 8 Desolates. It was a 5-star divine Tao Grand Array, and its power was boundless. But the grand array in front of him was clearly less than 1/10,000th of its peak. Otherwise, these people in front would long have died out. The instant when Yi Yuan saw the rest, he knew what was going to happen. This was probably a plot set up by celestial deity Sky Foothill, wanting to replenish the continuously weakening Tao fruit with the fresh blood of deity realm powerhouses. Hence, that was why everyone would be transported here. Very soon, Yi Yuan returned to his original position, grabbing by Chun and directly flying away. He did the same, sending all of the White Knight's Sacred Palace's people to a safe place. Qin Tian and Duan Fei's expressions were ugly to the extreme. This grand array was so powerful, but only Yi Yuan alone could come and go freely. This is not good news. Duan Fei looked toward Qin Tian and said coldly, "Still don't think of a way. We'd all have to die here. Aren't you all outsiders very powerful? Why are you so useless?" Qin Tian was livid with rage and said in a deep voice, "I told you long ago, this brat has precious treasures on him. This array formation's rank is extremely high. If its power wasn't significantly diminished, we'd have long died out." Duan Fei snorted coldly and said, "This doesn't change the fact that you're useless too." Qin Tian said angrily, "If you have any use, rush the formation for me to see." The two people were currently arguing when 2 Fireb flew over towards them. The two people's expressions changed, attacking brazenly at the same time. Boom, boom. Those 2 Fireb were actually directly annihilated. However, their faces did not have the slightest expression of joy, because this kind of attack consumed too much divine essence. They could block 1, 2, but once the grand array activated, it would not stop. How many could they block? Strength is all pretty good. After I retrieve the Tao fruit, I'll come and settle scores with you guys again. Yi Yuan looked at this scene and said with a cold laugh. Finished talking, his figure moved, and actually moved in the direction of the Tao fruit. Qin Tian's entire body trembled, his gaze full of unwillingness. Watching Yi Yuan draw closer to the Tao fruit step by step, Qin Tian could not endure it anymore, his entire body's aura skyrocketing. Yi Yuan's expression changed, looking over in Qin Tian's direction in surprise. "Yi Yuan, you forced me. Today, I'll definitely kill you. Want to obtain the Tao fruit? Dream on." Qin Tian shouted fiercely. His hand had an additional ice cube-like object. A powerful spiritual energy undulation instantly swept across the entire dome. Its 10,000-year mystic crystal, This small piece of 10,000-year mystic crystal is sufficient for him to break through to the origin deity realm. This guy actually still had such a thing in his hands. Dustless said in surprise. Boom. Qin Tian's aura released fully. An overwhelming pressure instantly enveloped the entire place. He was going to break through to the origin deity realm. I've been suppressing my realm all along in order to comprehend Sword Tao. Today, for your sake, I'm going to break through to the origin deity realm. You can be proud of this. Qin Tian laughed ominously, swallowing the 10,000-year mystic crystal in one go. Yi Yuan's expression changed. The speed of his feet accelerated, speeding over towards the Tao fruit. Qin Tian's aura was in the midst of rising crazily. Finally, he made his move and stepped right into the grand array. Who's? H. Plus a fireball shot straight for Qin Tian. Qin Tian did not even look, a sword directly flying out. Boom! That fireball was directly annihilated. With the support of the 10,000-year mystic crystal, Qin Tian did not care about the consumption of divine essence within his body at all. Actually, with Qin Tian's talent, he could have broken through to the origin deity realm long ago. These few years, he had been suppressing and not breaking through all along in order to comprehend Sword Tao in the Sword Tomb. As the saying went, thick ACCU, mutations burst forth. Him breaking through to the origin deity realm now was virtually something that happened without extra effort. Breaking through this sort of thing was all too easy for a genius like Qin Tian. Duan Fei had a visible change in countenance watching by the side. He finally knew the disparity between him and Qin Tian, this kind of trial takers. Back then, he spent a full 50,000 years' time in order to break through to the origin deity realm. But he broke through so casually. Bang! 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 Qin Tian drew his sword like the wind, obliterating all of the fire-ebb. As that the grand array condensed. Yi Yuan's footwork was walking in a roundabout manner, while Qin Tian walked straight ahead in the direction of the Tao fruit. Very soon, Qin Tian rushed in front of Yi Yuan instead. When Duan Fei saw the two people hang the Tao fruit, he finally could not hold back any longer. Damn in it. Risk it all. Duan Fei gritted his teeth, figure flying out hastily, also Russ. Plussing over toward the Tao fruit. Three figures broke through the grand array's layers of blockade, all wanting to be the first to obtain the Tao fruit. However, along with them getting closer and closer to the Tao fruit, the fire-ebb as around them also became more and more, the power increasingly horrifying. Qin Tian's powerful strength was displayed in its entirety, without a doubt at this moment. His aura was still rising non-stop and already infinitely approached origin deity realm. Qin Tian had a look of joy. The Tao fruit was already well within reach. Chapter 1444, Far Away at the End of the Horizon. Chapter 1444, Far Away at the End of the Horizon. Ha! Yi Yuan, you're finally still going to die in my hands. The Tao fruit is mine, Qin Tian's. Looking as if he was about to obtain the Tao fruit, Qin Tian became incomparably excited. However, the fire-ebb as around him became more and more, also making it difficult for him to stride forward. The 10,000-year mystic crystal's spiritual energy was indeed abnormally powerful. Qin Tian's aura was still in the midst of rising crazily. Qin Tian shouted loudly, his aura rising to the peak all at once. The pressure that belonged to origin deity powerhouses instantly spread out. Qin Tian's gaze turned sharp, the long sword in his hand akin to a snake hissing, shooting over towards the surrounding fire-ebb. S like lightning. Work. Even if he broke through to origin deity realm, these powerful fire-ebb has still injured Qin Tian's internal organs. Qin Tian forcefully suppressed the injuries and continued advancing. The fire-ebb became more and more concentrated, virtually drowning Qin Tian's entire person. But the Qin Tian, after breaking through, was too powerful. Although he advanced slowly, it was very steady. However, along with the Pas, Sage of Time, Qin Tian's injuries also became heavier and heavier. While on the other side, Duan Fei's speed clearly slowed down immensely. He already almost could not block the Fireb. That's offensive anymore. DAM in it. This grand array is too powerful. The farther in front, the more terrifying the power of the Fireb. ALLS. Duan Fei gritted his teeth and said, "Poo work." Qin Tian spewed blood along the way as he walked, finally arriving in front of the Dao fruit. The sacred aura of heavenly Dao hit him head-on, making Qin Tian virtually about to rise to heaven. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus Qin Tian drew his sword like the wind, cutting down several Fireb. S in the proximity, left hand darting towards the Dao fruit like lightning. Right in front of his hands. Qin Tian's heart was almost leaping to his throat. This was a Dao fruit. As long as he swallowed it, the day he broke through to celestial deity realm was right around the corner. In that case, he would be a region's powerhouse in the Heavenspan world too. When Wu Ming City Lord saw him, he would also have to respectfully call him Your Excellency. In the Heavenspan world, Dao fruits were too scared, too precious. Whoever saw them would inevitably be moved too. Now you're mine. Qin Tian spouted blood, but had a blissful smile on his face. Swuz. H. Plus right at this moment, Qin Tian only felt a blur before his eyes. An afterimage streaked past in front of him. The Dao fruit was gone. In this instant, Qin Tian fell straight from heaven to H-E-L-L. The Dao fruit that was clearly well within reach was actually S-A-T-C. Head by someone, near at hand a moment ago, but far away at the end of the horizon a moment later. That afterimage just now was unimaginably fast. Even Qin Tian did not catch his trajectory. In addition, he appeared too suddenly. Qin Tian could not react at all. Such fast speed. What happened just now? Don't know. My eyes have always been staring at Grand Elder. Then, he suddenly disappeared. Grand Elder S. N. A. T. C. Had the Dao fruit? Where is he? Haha, so close. I already lost all hope just now. I even thought that we're all dead for sure. Confirming that Qin Tian did not obtain the Dao fruit, the people on the White Knight's Sacred Palace's side were all wreathed in smiles. Just now, their hearts had leaped to their throats and even thought that the Dao fruit would definitely land in Qin Tian's hands. He did not expect that the situation changed drastically, and it was S-A-T-C. Head away by Grand Elder. Bang, bang, bang. The rock wall above the dome suddenly experienced an intense explosion sound. Chasing Moon. Yi Yuan's inconceivably quick sword extinguished the Fireb. That's the tail behind him. Following that, Yi Yuan revealed his figure. His hand held a fruit. It was precisely the Dao fruit. Yi Yuan, I'll kill you. The two of us cannot live under the same sky. As Qin Tian dealt with the Fireb. A-L-L-S. He roared at Yi Yuan crazily. A duck that came to his hands flew away. Qin Tian's fury at this time could be imagined. He did not know why Yi Yuan would be quick to that degree just now. He was clearly still very far from the Dao fruit, but he T-C. Head away the Dao fruit like teleporting. This S-A-T-C. Hing food from the jaws of a tiger. Everyone did not react in time. This scene happened too suddenly, too unthinkable. Until now, there were still quite a number of people in the midst of shock. Yi Yuan landed in the safe area again at this time, and said to the Qin Tian who had his hands full, "You stay engaged first. I'll find you to settle scores in a while. The scores between the two of us really have to be settled properly." Finished talking, Yi Yuan's figure S-H-I plus feeded swiftly, teleporting once more. Before long, Yi Yuan appeared beside Bai Chun, handed the Dao fruit to him, and said, "Eat it." Bai Chun had a look of utter disbelief, then shook his head like a rattle drum and said, "In no way. Such a precious thing. Master, you only got it after escaping danger by a hair's breadth. How can you give it to me?" Eating this Dao fruit meant that one could control a world. Yi Yuan actually gave it to him so casually. Bai Chen knew the perils of that scene earlier. Although he could not see Yuan's movements clearly, the intense explosions that came from above indicated that Yi Yuan definitely triggered the Grand Array. Everyone all used incredibly envious gazes to look at Bai Chen. The White Knight's sacred palaces, powerhouses were similarly like so. Eating this Dao fruit, one could control a world. These deity realm powerhouses, Bai Chun could wield absolute power over their life or death. Such a thing, who did not want? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "This thing is useless to me. I won't eat it no matter what." Bai Chen's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "How can it be useless? If you eat it, you can control the sky, foothill world." Yi Yuan said, "Things in the world, you win some and you lose some. Although the Dao fruit is good, as long as one eats it, they will utterly wipe out their talent. Cultivation difficulty becoming 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder than ordinary people. If barring no accidents, they will just stop at the celestial deity realm in this lifetime too, unless they encounter an even more incredible Dao fruit." A person running into one Dao fruit in a lifetime was already heaven-defying destiny. Encountering a second one, there was basically no possibility. Yi Yuan's ambition was very big. He thought nothing of celestial deity realm at all. Hence, this Dao fruit was a heaven-defying treasure to others, but it was worthless to him. Yi Yuan did not hide his voice. Qin Tian, who was currently in a fierce battle with the fire rep, S nearly spewed out a mouthful of blood. Just stop, these two words were used well. Celestial deity realm. Even in the heaven-span world, only one could be born among hundreds of millions of martial artists too. This guy was actually so contemptuous. Therefore, you have to think clearly too. If you consume this Dao fruit, you'll never be able to break through past the celestial deity realm in this lifetime anymore. Of course, you might not understand the significance of celestial deity realm. Celestial deity realm, even in the great world outside, can also be considered a true powerhouse. Yi Yuan said coolly. By the side, Mo Yun's breathing had long become extremely ragged. Seeing Bai Chun still in a daze, he could not resist saying, "Silly boy, what are you still waiting for? This is a civ lucky chance that His Excellency bestowed upon you. Didn't you see how much that intruder wants to get this Dao fruit?" Bai Chun abruptly startled awake, gazed looking firmly at Yi Yuan, and directly knelt down. Dong dong dong. Bai Chun gave 3 deep kowtows toward Yi Yuan. "Master's grace, I'll definitely repay it after I break through to the celestial deity realm," Bai Chun said firmly. Chapter 1445, Too Late. Chapter 1445, Too Late. Under everyone's stares, Bai Chun slowly ate the Dao fruit. They all swallowed their salivas, staring at Bai Chun eagerly, their eyes full of envy. Bai Chun's entire body trembled, the light in his eyes gradually fading. A milky white light screen enveloped him. Bai Chun was like a fetus that returned to his mother's body, curling up in the light screen and falling asleep. A boundless aura of great Dao gradually spread out. Rumble. The entire divine ruins started trembling, while this dome started collapsing, rubbles falling down one after another. Crack, crack, crack. The flame-wandering universe grand array of the 8 desolates actually started collapsing. Those fire scattered everywhere gradually disappeared. "Ha ha! Yi Yuan, I want to see who can still save you now." The pressure reducing drastically, Qin Tian let out a wild laugh. He was tormented by this grand array until he was about to go crazy. Just now, in order to TC, ate the Tao fruit. He even piled injuries on top of his injuries. While on the other side, Duan Fei was even more miserable than him. Duan Fei, from head to toe, one could use the phrase being riddled with 1,000 gapping words to describe him. There was virtually not an area that was in good condition. Yi Yuan nonchalantly gave Qin Tian a glance and said disdainfully, "Just based on your condition, you also want to kill you?" Yi Yuan's contemptuous eyes deeply stimulated Qin Tian, and he said furiously, "I'm Wu Meng Academy's #1 genius. A measly initial stage heavenly Tao dares to utter wild raving? Die!" Qin Tian shouted loudly, his figure rampaging, charging toward Yi Yuan like lightning. Except, his aura was already far weaker than his peak. Yi Yuan laughed coldly. His figure swayed and vanished from where he was. Boom, boom, boom. The two people turned into two phantoms, exchanging several rounds like lightning. Evenly matched, Qin Tian's internal organs suffered severe injuries. In addition to heavenly Tao suppression, his current strength was even worse than before breaking through. Chasing Moon this move, what it emphasized was the unification of man and sword, destroying a solid dike with an anthole, the speed swift to the extreme. Yi Yuan went at full firepower. The strength that he erupted with instantly was not the least bit worse than Qin Tian's. Under this sort of strange state, the two people's strength actually reached a strange balance. The two were people with extremely powerful combat strength. This contest that was well matched in strength shocked until the dome collapsed rapidly, debris flying everywhere. Duan Fei, go kill that brat. Otherwise, when he refines the Tao fruit, you'll die until not even dregs can be left behind. In the fierce battle, Qin Tian's bellow sounded out. Duan Fei was already incomparably tragic under the fire ebb. S attacks. His Tao foundation was already ruined. Even if his injuries healed, his strength could not advance a step further anymore as well. Qin Tian's words sounded by his ear like a clap of thunder. He abruptly startled awake, pouncing over toward Bai Chun like lightning. Although Duan Fei similarly suffered a great loss in strength, he was an origin deity powerhouse in the end. With his strength, Bai Xiu and the rest were really not a match. However, Bai Xiu did not hesitate in the slightest, directly blocking in front of Bai Chun. He already harbored the resolve of certain death and had to stop Duan Fei's attack. Mo Yun and the rest of the elders also all rushed over, attempting to stop Duan Fei's footsteps. Duan Fei gritted his teeth, ignoring the injuries on his body, and unleashed plussing all of his remaining divine essence. Grand Luo Bo Rua Palm. Duan Fei shouted fiercely. A terrifying aura rippled out, causing the faces of Bai Xiu and the rest to change drastically. With Duan Fei's current injuries, if they wanted to escape, it could be done. But behind him was Bai Chun. Protect Palace Lord to the death. Everybody attack with me. Bai Xiu gritted his teeth and said, yes. Everyone did not shrink back at all, each executing various means, meeting that terrifying palm force. Duan Fei laughed coldly and said, a bunch of blind and reckless things. Since you all are seeking death, then this divine official will send you all to the Western Paradise. Finished talking, Duan Fei urged his palm force. A terrifying energy that blotted out the skies and covered the earth fired over in by Chen's direction. Ha ha ha! That brat is about to die in front of you right away. Are you very desperate? Relax. You'll also follow him to H.E.L. right away. Qin Tian said with a big laugh. Swuz. H. Plus in the air, a hint of lightning laws suddenly flashed past. Then, Qin Tian's smile froze on his face. He lost Yi Yuan's traces. Yi Yuan disappeared from in front of him once more. Qin Tian's expression changed, and he said with great astonishment, It's heavenly thunder, swift talismans. DAM. In Thundercry. It's his heavenly thunder, swift talismans. Previously, the scene of Yi Yuan S. in A. T. C. King the Tao fruit was too sudden. Qin Tian did not react in time at all. Now, he finally knew why Yi Yuan would disappear. Chasing Moon plus Heavenly Thunder, Swift Talisman. When Yi Yuan unleashed Chasing Moon this move, he mobilized the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman at the same time. It could be said to be accelerating on top of speed. The Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman was Thundercry's proud work. Once unleashed, even ordinary origin deity powerhouses could not catch up to. Even though Yi Yuan was unable to unleash the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's full power, established on the basis of Chasing Moon, this move, coupled with the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman, his speed could virtually rival origin deity realms. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's augmentation, the power of Chasing Moon, this move was even more terrifying. Swiss. H. Plus Qin Tian shuddered, hearing the sound of a long sword pass sing through the flesh. The eyes of the originally imposing Duan Fei gradually became lax. That terrifying palm also directly dissipated without a trace. Bai Xiao and the rest, who were akin to facing a great enemy, suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies easing up. Then they saw Duan Fei fall down feebly in front of them. Duan Fei dead. The entire process was just a split second. Everybody did not react to it. By the time they reacted to it, Duan Fei was already dead. Swoosh. However, the nightmare still continued. Qin Tian shuddered again. The scent of death hit him head-on. With his strength, he actually only saw an afterimage charge over toward him. Clank. In his haste, Qin Tian instinctively swung out a slash. Qin Tian only felt a tremendous force transmit over. The originally suppressed injuries could not be suppressed any longer, a mouthful of fresh blood spewing out wildly, his body flying out backward. Not over yet. Again. Yi Yuan's cold voice was like a death-hastening talisman, sounding out by Qin Tian's ear. Qin Tian felt his scalp tingle. But this move of Yi Yuan's was too terrifying. He only managed to block it just now by relying on his instinctive reaction to danger. The next sword, he did not have any confidence to block it. Swiss. H. Plus Qin Tian only felt a blur before his eyes. Yi Yuan arrived again. Clank. It was actually blocked again by him like a blind cat bee. You? I'm pinging into a dead rat. It was just that under this immense force, the sword in Qin Tian's hand could not be held on anymore, slipping out of his hand, eventually falling into the magma. You're dead. Yi Yuan's nightmare-like words sounded out by Qin Tian's ears once again. Qin Tian's pupils constricted, using a near trembling voice to beg. I was wrong. Yi Yuan, I was really wrong. Let's reconcile. Too late. Yi Yuan's voice was icy cold without the slightest emotion, sounding out beside Qin Tian's ear for the last time. Puffed. The evil extermination sword easily pierced the heavenly feather flexible armor, the long sword penetrating right through the internal organs. Chapter 1446, Risking Their Lives. Chapter 1446, Risking Their Lives. I'm not willing. Qin Tian's eyes gradually became lax, carrying intense unwillingness. He was the most prodigious student of Wu Ming capital city in 100,000 years. If barring no accidents, he could even step into the Divine Lord realm. Until one day, a guy called Yi Yuan appeared, S-N-A-T-C, hing away all of his light. This rookie, who was only the grotto profound realm, actually covered the light of him. This half-step origin deity. Only a short while ago, Yi Yuan was merely an ant that could be easily crushed to death in Qin Tian's eyes. All the way until one day, he discovered to his surprise that this ant suddenly grew to the point where it was sufficient to threaten him. Therefore, he did not scruple to sneak into the Sky Foothill world and also had to kill him. But the final outcome concluded with his death. A heaven's chosen of his generation perished here and now. This, in a blink of an eye, killed two might origin deity powerhouses. How did this guy accomplish it? Too strong. He's just at the initial stage heaven glimpse realm to actually forcefully toy two mighty origin deity powerhouses to death. It's hard for deity realm powerhouses to jump realms. But this guy's combat power just shoots up at least 2 minor realms. Simply inconceivable. This Yuan is likely a first-rate genius in the outside world too, right? In the midst of everyone's cries of exclamations, Yi Yuan put away his sword and stood there, not the slightest bit of pity in his eyes. The Qin family had already used no idea how many means in order to put him to death. If not for him having some trump cards, he would have long died until not even dregs remained. The first time this Qin Tian laid eyes on him, he already viewed him as a dead person. Killing him, Yi Yuan did not have any psychological burden at all. Boom! A piece of enormous rock fell from the sky, directly SMAs. Plusing onto the lone island. That lone island could not bear it anymore, slowly sinking down. The myriad longevity heavenly soul stones scattered on the lone island actually slipped down, falling and dispersing into the magma. He was in a fierce battle with Qin Tian just now. With his mind completely preoccupied, he did not notice this enormous rock. Now, wanting to salvage, it was already too late. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan used the third Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman, his body turning into an afterimage, speeding down below. Yi Yuan urged the deploy within his body to the limit, and actually reached first despite moving later, catching up to the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones that were currently falling in an instant. Yi Yuan moved like lightning. In this split second, he collected 7 to 8 myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The rest, he was already powerless to do anything. His straight-line dash did not hold back at all. There was simply no way to change directions anymore. Grand Elder, when Bai Xiao and the rest saw Yi Yuan's figure plusing towards the magma with immense speed, each and every one of them turned pale with fright. It was just that Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. They did not have time to do anything at all. Bang! Yi Yuan knocked into the world-suppressing steel at an extremely high speed. The world-suppressing steel kicked up a large cloud of magma because of the tremendous impact, scattering it everywhere. Poo work. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of blood and did not recover for some time. This blow was too fierce. Even if Yi Yuan's fleshy body was strong, he suffered considerable internal injuries too. It was equivalent to him suffering a full-powered impact of his own. If it were others, they could directly crash themselves to death. You punk, is life so worthless? If you keep playing like this, you'll play yourself to death sooner or later one day. In his sea of consciousness came Dustless's roar. Regarding Yi Yuan's dangerous action, he was virtually almost going crazy. This series of actions just now only happened in a twinkle. Not only did Yi Yuan have to collect the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, he even had to deploy the world-suppressing steel. Once there was an accident and he dropped into the magma, he would thoroughly play himself to death. Oh, aren't I fine? The myriad longevity heavenly soul stone, I have to get it. Yi Yuan forced a smile and said. Yi Yuan struggled to his feet, ignored the injuries on his body, and leaped up. This place isn't suitable to stay for long leave. Yi Yuan said to the White Knight Sacred Palaces group. But what about Palace Lord? Bai Xiao said. He'll be fine. Bai Chen will be safer in this place than the outside world instead. Yi Yuan said coolly. The dome collapsed, revealing a large gap above. Yi Yuan leaped up, flying toward that gap. The faces of Bai Xiao and the rest changed, also hastily following after Yi Yuan. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus one figure after another flew out from underground. But compared to the battalion when they entered, these figures appeared rather few and scattered. It's Hua Tianyang. That D.M.N. fellow, we can't let him run. The moment Bai Xiao came out, he saw Hua Tianyang currently fleeing at full speed. When the White Knight Sacred Palaces group saw this scene, each and every one of them wanted to chase after him. Don't chase, Yi Yuan said in a clear voice. Bai Xiao and the others' actions stopped, saying with puzzlement, Grand Elder, Hua Tianyang is our mortal enemy. How can we let him go? Yi Yuan said coolly. Let him wander around at leisure for some time first. When Bai Chun leaves seclusion, he'll naturally go and take his dog life. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, Quickly leave. Everyone's hearts turned cold, speeding away like the wind. Boom! Not long after everyone left, raging magma spewed right out from underground, reaching the clouds. That terrifying temperature, everyone could distinctly feel it from 10,000 miles away. The magma was like a fountain, looking extremely spectacular. When everyone saw this scene, their faces could not help changing as he said, Grand Elder, will palace lore be fine inside? This magma was too frightening. It was not up for everyone to not be worried. But Yi Yuan said coolly, Relax. Eating the Dao fruit, Bai Chun, is heavenly Dao. This magma is very dangerous to us, but won't cause the slightest bit of harm to him. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did everyone feel slightly more at ease. They all knew that Yi Yuan would not harm Bai Chun. Since he said so, it must be true. Suddenly, Yi Yuan caught a familiar figure at his peripherals currently fleeing at a distance. His figure moved and chased after. Brother Azure Peak, are you going to leave without saying goodbye when you see an old acquaintance? Yi Yuan said coolly. This person was none other than precisely the divine envoy Azure Peak. There were two divine envoys who came together with Duan Fei this time, but the other divine envoy already perished inside the Grand Array. Azure Peak's luck was better, surviving by sheer luck. He was afraid of being seen by Yi Yuan, so that was why he planned on secretly sneaking away. He did not expect that Yi Yuan was so vigilant to actually discover him. Having his path blocked by Yi Yuan, Azure Peak's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, So, it's younger brother Yi Yuan. Azure Peak's eyes are dull and didn't see previously. Please don't take offense. How did the current Azure Peak still have any haughtiness of a divine envoy? Yi Yuan had a grand display of invincible might, cutting down two mighty origin deity powerhouses on his own, leaving behind an indelible mark in the hearts of all the Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. Actually, in Yi Yuan's current condition, whether or not he was Azure Peak's match was still very hard to say. But Azure Peak did not know that Yi Yuan only had 3 Heavenly Thunder Swift talismans in his possession and already used all of them. After all, Yi Yuan's current ACCU, Mulat, all was too strong. Hoo-hoo, brother Azure Peak, us straightforward people don't resort to insinuations. You have to think clearly. If you go back to the Sky Foothill Divine Place now to inform them, that's becoming enemies with the Sky Foothill World Sovereign. When Bai Chun refines the Dao fruit, it will be the hour where you perish, your Dao disappearing. Yi Yuan said darkly. Chapter 1447, Those who submit prospers, those who defy shall perish. H. Plus, Chapter 1447, Those who submit prospers, those who defy shall perish. H. Plus inside the soul-suppressing pearl. Yi Yuan looked at that fair and flawless face. His heart was in extreme pain. So many years had said Mu Lingshu still had that peerless appearance, like a sleeping beauty, as if one could wake up her at any time. But in these few years, Yi Yuan had once attempted countless times before and never succeeded. Yi Yuan knew that in this peerlessly beautiful S.H.E.L. there was already not a trace of life. What there was only the currently dissipating spiritual consciousness. Pooh. Suddenly, ters of gloomy cold light lit up around Mu Lingxue like lighting candles. These candle-light-like gloomy lights enclosed Mu Lingshue's surroundings very quickly, guarding her in the middle. This is soul fire, able to hide this S's aura and let her spiritual consciousness keep going without dissipating. As long as the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are still there, it can provide power for the soul-suppressing pearl unceasingly, lighting this soul fire. Hearing Dustless's words, a large rock in Yi Yuan's heart landed. These few years, Yi Yuan was actually very anxious in his heart. Senior, How long can these soul fires burn? Yi Yuan asked. Dustless let out a sigh when he heard that and said, No idea how many lifetimes of blessing this girly cultivated either, to be worth you risking your life to go and Hey, TC, these myriad longevity heavenly soul stones for her. These myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are sufficient for her spiritual consciousness to maintain and not dissipate for 200 years. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed and he said, Just 200 years. Dustless nodded and said, Isolate heavenly Tao aura isn't so easily accomplished. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh helplessly and said, This road is really arduous. This trip was 9 chances to die and 1 chance to live, and it only exchanged for 200 years' time. Just 200 years was merely a snap of a finger to deity realm powerhouses. In these 200 years, not only did Yi Yuan have to cultivate, he even had to search for myriad longevity heavenly soul stones everywhere. It was really very hard. This trip into the sky foothill world could be said to be powerful enemies all around. Regardless of whether it was Duan Fei or Qin Tian, even Hua Tian Yang, they were all very troublesome opponents to Yi Yuan. Although Yi Yuan successfully counterkilled 2 great origin deity powerhouses by relying on his wits in the end, the perils of the process were what outsiders could not imagine. But, then again, this trip into the sky foothill world, one got to really thank Thundercry's heavenly thunder swift talismans. Otherwise, whether to win or lose was seriously hard to predict. Thundercry handed the heavenly thunder swift talismans to Yi Yuan in order to let him have the ability to escape. He probably never dreamed that Yi Yuan actually relied on these 3 heavenly thunder swift talismans and killed 2 mighty origin deity powerhouses, and even TC, head back 7 pieces of myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. You've already done very well. Dustless patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and comforted. In a twinkle, half a year's time already passed, said. In this half a year, Dustless had been constantly absorbing the energy in the myriad longevity heavenly soul stones. The White Knight's sacred palaces, powerhouses never went far away the whole time. They were all waiting for Bai Chun to refine the Tao fruit. Except, they all seemed somewhat anxious at this time. Grand Elder, I wonder when Palace Lord will be able to finish refining it? What if the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's people came? Bai Xiu said rather worriedly. This will have to depend on his good fortune. But I reckon that the time should be just about there, Yi Yuan said. Only after hearing Yi Yuan's words did everyone calm down slightly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura suddenly descended. Everyone's expressions changed greatly. What a powerful aura. This is the aura of grand completion origin deity. Could it be the Sky Foothill Palace Lord coming in person? Bai Xiu's complexion became incomparably pale. The might of this aura virtually made people despair. Yi Yuan's expression changed slightly too, not expecting that they were actually exposed. What a clever and ingenious fellow made this palace lord search for so long. Come on out. A dignified voice sounded out in the SPAC outside. Go on out. Yi Yuan extended a hand and tapped. SPAC shattered. Everyone's figures appeared. In the air was an old man with deep eyes. Behind the old man were even 7 powerhouses. These 7 people were all middle stage and late stage origin deity experts, while that old man himself was a grand completion origin deity realm powerhouses. This force, when put together, was simply too terrifying. Seeing Yi Yuan and the others reveal themselves, the old man said with a profound gaze, This palace lord searched in this area for over a dozen days without results. If not for this palace lord having a flash of inspiration and using the profound SPAC Dharma Mudra, you all might really have evaded it. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent and looked toward the Dharma Mudra that was suspending in front of the old man. An extremely powerful spatial undulation revealed above it. After coming out from underground, Yi Yuan opened up a pocket SPAC in a nearby forest and let the White Knight's Sacred Palace's group of people hide inside, avoiding the Sky Foothill Divine Palace's search. He did not expect that it was still just a step short of success. A small world's S.P.A.C. was far from as stable as the heaven-span worlds. With Yi Yuan's current strength, opening up a pocket S.P.A.C. was nothing difficult. It was just that he did not expect that this Sky Foothill Divine Palace still had a divine artifact that detected spatial undulations to actually be discovered by them. Your esteemed self is the Sky Foothill Palace Lord, Yi Yuan said somberly. Since you know this Palace Lord, why haven't you truthfully given that kid's whereabouts? Otherwise, this Palace Lord will make you regret living on this earth. A burst of killing intent spread out. Everyone's faces changed, but Yi Yuan was unmoved and said coolly, Dao fruit coming into being, the Sky Foothill world has a worthy successor. You all should comply with heaven's will. Don't do the kind of things that will bring about your own destruction. The Sky Foothill Palace Lord laughed coldly and said, Heaven's will? This Palace Lord is heaven's will. The Sky Foothill Divine Palace dominated generation after generation. How can it be a brat who's still wet behind his ears' turn to come and rule? The Sky Foothill Palace Lord could be said to be a sovereign-like existence in the Sky Foothill world. Now, Bai Chun coming into existence with a roar threatened his position. How could he willingly yield his sovereign authority with both hands? The Sky Foothill Palace's expression turned grim, and he said, Looks like you're refusing a toast, only to drink a forfeit. Finish talking. The Sky Foothill Palace Lord waved a palm very casually. Cruce. H.I. Plussing over toward Yi Yuan's direction. In an instant, heaven and earth changed colors because of it. In the Sky Foothill world, grand completion origin deity powerhouses were virtually on par with heavenly Tao. The moment he attacked, it was truly powerful to the extreme. But right at this time, Yi Yuan's face revealed a mocking smile. Boom! Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. The palm that could topple mountains and overturn the seas immediately vanished into thin air. A youth stood in the air, suddenly appearing in everyone's line of sight. Palace Lord! It's Palace Lord! Ha ha! Palace Lord refined the Tao fruit. Palace Lord is mighty and unparalleled. The White Knight's sacred palace's people originally lost all hope already. But seeing that youth's back view, they were immediately wild with ecstasy. The youth was none other than precisely Bai Chun. The current Bai Chun was strikingly similar to when Yi Yuan took control of Heavenly Tao back then. Bai Chun's gaze was like lightning. Looking in the Sky Foothill Palace Lord's direction, he said in a cold voice, From this day forth, I, Bai Chun, take control of Sky Foothill. Those who submit, propers. Those who defy, Paris. H. Plus Sky Foothill Palace Lord's entire body trembled. He discovered that he was so insignificant in front of this youngster, even if he was only at the Heaven Glimpse realm. Chapter 1448 Say Goodbye. Chapter 1448 Say Goodbye, Refining the Tao Fruit. Bai Chun directly soared a major realm. Although Bai Chun's realm was still not enough to look at in front of the Sky Foothill Palace Lord. But in the Sky Foothill world, he was invincible. Amen. Bai Chun snorted coldly, akin to a thunderclap, blasting until the Sky Foothill Palace Lord moved several steps back in a row. A trace of blood flowed out of the corner of the Sky Foothill Palace Lord's mouth. He actually already suffered internal injuries. As so strong. What Palace Lord is displaying right now is merely him at the Heaven Glimpse realm. But he could injure a grand completion origin deity powerhouse with a sound. Is this the strength of a sovereign? Everyone was dumbfounded with shock by Bai Chun's means. The expressions of those few origin deity powerhouses behind the Sky Foothill Palace Lord all changed drastically when they saw this scene. This old man, Mu Jian, pays respect to Lord Sovereign. Although he had intense unwillingness, Mu Jian knew that the disparity between him and Bai Chun was too great. Not submitting, he had to die. With him kneeling, the other 7 origin deity powerhouses also followed and knelt down. Sky Foothill 7 elders pay respects to Lord Sovereign. Bai Xiu had an excited look and also brought the White Knight's sacred palace's people to follow and bow down, saying excitedly, "We pay respect to Lord Sovereign." Bai Chan said coolly, "This day forth, the Sky Foothill Divine Palace is dissolved on the spot. The White Knight's sacred palace will replace the Sky Foothill Divine Palace and rule Sky Foothill." Mu Jian's gaze turned intent, and he involuntarily cried out, "Lord Sovereign, this." Bai Chen's gaze turned intent, and he said in a cold voice, "Why? Do you have objections?" Sensing Bai Chen's killing intent, Mu Jian was alarmed inwardly and hurriedly said, "Dare not. Mu Jian dares not." Bai Chen's voice and expression relaxed slightly, and he said coolly, "This Bai won't meddle with secular affairs as the sovereign. As long as you all don't become disloyal, you'll naturally be put in an important position anew." Mu Jian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Mu Jian doesn't dare. From today onward, Mu Jian will definitely do everything in my power to assist the White Knight Sacred Palace to manage the affairs under the heavens." Bai Chun lightly grunted, slowly turned around, and looked in Yi Yuan's direction. Yi Yuan was currently sizing Bai Chun up with interest. After taking control of Heavenly Tao, his demeanor indeed became different. His horizons were already not on the same level as these people. Bai Chun flicked in long sleeves and knelt down toward Yi Yuan. "Disciple Bai Chun, thanks Master for your grace of rebirth. From this day forth, Master Yi Yuan is Sky Foothill's father. As long as Master has instructions, the entire Sky Foothill will definitely go through fire and water," Bai Chun said with a solemn look. Bai Chen's words made everyone's countenance change. Bai Chen's current ident. 1. Tai was already completely different. He was the master of a world. Wanting to kill Yi Yuan was but a matter that could be done with ease. But Bai Chun actually paid such solemn respects to Yi Yuan and even revered Yi Yuan as his superior, putting the latter at the position of his sovereign's father. As long as Yi Yuan was willing, he could summon wind and call for rain in the entire Sky Foothill world. Except they all looked down on Yi Yuan too much, and also underestimated Yi Yuan's strength too much. If it were anybody else, they would be at Bai Chen's mercy in the Sky Foothill world. But Yi Yuan would not. The Sky Foothill world's heavenly Tao was but an extremely small portion of the Heavenspan world's heavenly Tao. Yi Yuan controlled the lesser Heavenspan mountain. He could completely not be fettered by the Sky Foothill heavenly Tao. If Bai Chun really had any wicked designs, Yi Yuan could completely rely on the lesser Heavenspan mountain's power to contend with heavenly Tao. It was also to say that Yi Yuan was entirely on the same starting line as Bai Chun. In front of Yi Yuan, Bai Chun was just a heaven glimpse realm martial artist. With Yi Yuan's strength, if he really wanted to kill Bai Chun, it was akin to taking something out of his own pocket. However, Bai Chun indeed did not disappoint him. His attitude showed that Yi Yuan did not misjudge people. Yi Yuan smiled as he helped Bai Chun up and said, "It's good that you have this thought, but Master is leaving." Bai Chen's expression changed, and he said, "Master, you have to face all kinds of killing in the outside world. How can it be as leisurely and carefree as the Sky Foothill world? How about you stay behind and rule the Sky Foothill world together with me?" Yi Yuan shook his head with a smile and said, "Master only reached the Heavenspan world after experiencing hards. I plus PS. How can I give up easily? Master has things that must be done." Bai Chun thought about it and said, "Then I'll go to the Heavenspan world together with Master. With Bai Chen's current strength, I should be able to help Master." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Bai Chun, don't underestimate the heroes under the heavens. You have to bear in mind in the future, there is always someone better and a heaven beyond the heavens. The sovereign of a world is nothing in the Heavenspan world. You can control the life and death of everyone here, but going to the Heavenspan world, you are but an ordinary heaven glimpse realm martial artist. Your urgent matter on hand is to completely digest the power of the Tao fruit and become a true celestial deity powerhouse. At that time, you'll go to the heaven-span world to find me. Bai Chun refined the Tao fruit, but wanting to break through to celestial deity realm still required the ACCU, mulation of time. After all, people at the celestial deity realm were too powerful. Wanted to reach, it could not be done in a short time. According to Yi Yuan's estimations, for Bai Chun to want to cultivate to the celestial deity realm, it at least needed 200 years' time. Even if he went to the heaven-span world now, he could not be of help to Yi Yuan at all. Hearing these words, Bai Chun involuntarily revealed a disappointed look. But, all right, I'll listen to Master and absolutely won't look down on the heroes under the heavens. When I achieve celestial deity realm, I'll definitely go to the heaven-span world and brave it, Bai Chun said with a firm gaze. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Okay, Master is waiting for you in the heaven-span world. Suddenly, Yi Yuan's expression became stern, and he said somberly, Oh, right. Before you break through to the Divine Lord realm, you absolutely mustn't show anything unusual. If there are people from the outside world coming in for trials, you have to pretend not to see. Whatever that should be done should still be done. Make sure not to let the cat out of the bag, got it? Seeing Yi Yuan instruct so solemnly, Bai Chun knew the severity and said with a nod, I understand. Rest assured, in these few decades, I'll definitely tuck my tail between my legs and behave. Each small world was a treasure vault with limitless resources and also an excellent place for training disciples under them. But if this small world broke free from control, Wu Meng City Lord would likely not let the matter go. Once he personally enters the Sky Foothill world, then Bai Chun would be in danger. All right, it's getting late. Master should leave. Finished talking, Yi Yuan was planning on leaving. Wait a minute, Master! Bai Chun suddenly stopped Yi Yuan, turned to Mu Jian, and said, Does the Sky Foothill Divine Palace have myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones? Mu Jian did not dare to conceal and hurriedly said, Myriad longevity, heavenly soul stones are too hard to come by. The consumption these few years were also not small. Presently, there are only 3 pieces left. Bai Chen's brows furrowed. Mu Jian's expression changed, his heart thumping away. Clearly, Bai Chun was unhappy. Forget it, bring it all, Bai Chun said coolly. This kind of precious thing, Mu Jian naturally kept it on him, only to see him take out 3 pieces of milky white stones. It was precisely the myriad longevity heavenly soul stone. Bai Chun handed them to Yi Yuan and said helplessly, Myriad longevity heavenly soul stones are too rare. This disciple can only do so much. When I thoroughly take control of heavenly Tao, I'll definitely bring myriad longevity heavenly soul stones to go and find Master. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, directly putting it away. Other things he could not care, but myriad longevity heavenly soul stones, he needed it too much. All right, Master will accept it. Farewell. Done talking, Yi Yuan's figure moved, vanished. Plussing from where he originally was. Chapter 1449, Handing in Mission. Chapter 1449, Handing in Mission under the shade of trees. A group of students was currently chatting idly. The object of conversation naturally could not do without those most talented students. Oh, right, the Outer Court's number 1 genius, Yi Yuan, has already not returned for over 10 years. Heard that he took a trial-taking mission and went to a small world. It wouldn't be that he can't return anymore, right? Yeah, it's not impossible. Normally, going out to train, it ranges between 3 years to 5 years, and they'll pretty much be back. Exceeding 8 years, there were basically very few that returned. Yeah, it's already been over 10 years. It likely bodes ill rather than well. It's a pity, with his talent, stepping into Divine Lord realm is virtually a sure bet. Heard that senior apprentice Brother Qin Tian went to experience and temper himself too. The two of them, one after another, is a little too coincidental. Furthermore, senior apprentice Brother Qin Tian hasn't returned until now too. Should you want to die? How dare you say this kind of thing? Amen. You guys look, that is, everyone followed the gaze and looked over and could not help being surprised. Yi Yuan slowly walked in, looking very calm and collected. The direction he was heading in was precisely the mirror hall. It's Yi Yuan. He actually broke through to initial stage heaven glimpse. My G. OD. This is also two freakies. H. Plus, this kind of cultivation speed is simply too terrifying. I remember that when he went out, didn't he just break through to late stage grotto profound? It's just been over 10 years, and he crossed over half-stop heaven glimpse, directly breaking through to the heaven glimpse realm. This guy's talent is too frightening. He has entered the sect for less than 30 years and broke through from middle stage grotto profound to initial stage heaven glimpse. This kind of cultivation speed is simply too abnormal. The aura emanated by Yi Yuan made everyone extremely surprised. Although those who entered Wu Meng Academy were geniuses among geniuses, those with cultivation speed like Yi Yuan were really one of its kind. More importantly, not only did Yi Yuan's realm advance extremely fast, but his strength was also daunting to the extreme. Cruce. Plussing those in the same rank. Now that Yi Yuan broke through to the heaven glimpse deity realm, it was equivalent to entering the inner court. This way, the inner court situation would likely undergo a civ change. Go. Let's go and take a look just what mission Yi Yuan was carrying out. Wasn't it said that small world's spiritual energy is very very hard to break through realms? How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan's appearance immediately caused an uproar. Quite a number of people followed suit, following Yi Yuan to the mirror hall. Regarding the matter of divulging Yi Yuan's information, even if 10 years had passed, said Yu Jing had always taken it to heart. A genius like Yi Yuan was destined to shake the Wu Meng capital city, even in existence who was going to enter Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. But because of the Qin family's selfishness, such a prodigy perished in a small world. This was really something that made people choke with anger. How much face did Yi Yuan gain for Wu Meng capital city by defeating Jinyu? But now, he was going to die in the hands of a vile character. But because of this matter, Yu Jing got quite a bit of benefit instead. In secret, Qin Tianing gave Yu Jing considerable compensation. At this time, a figure entered the mirror hall. Yu Jing's mood was somewhat irritable and said impatiently without even looking, "Go to the jade pillars there to find the mission first. Then come find me when you're done. Senior apprentice brother, I'm here to hand in the mission." Only then did Yu Jing slightly raise his eyelids and looked at the arrival. But his expression abruptly changed, and he quickly stood up. Why Yi Yuan? You actually came back." Seeing Yi Yuan, Yu Jing was shocked until he was staring with his mouth agape. Yi Yuan did not return for 10 years. Yu Jing thought that Yi Yuan had long died under Qin Tian's hands already. But now, Yi Yuan actually returned in perfectly good condition. How could he not be shocked? Yi Yuan looked at Yu Jing, his gaze slightly cold as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Senior apprentice brother, you seem to be very surprised seeing me return." At this time, the number of people outside the Merit Hall was swarming. Yu Jing startled awake very quickly, his expression somewhat unnatural as he said, "How so?" "I was just surprised. Junior apprentice brother Yi took a 3-star mission and actually completed it, and then you broke through to Heaven Glimpse Realm." Buzz. Yu Jing just happened to find a reason to deal with Yi Yuan, but instantly ignited the outside. 3-star mission. He actually drew a 3-star mission on his first time going out to train. Got to be kidding. 3-star missions, the death rate for the simplest ones also exceed 50%. Yi Yuan actually completed the mission and came back. This guy simply can't be gauged with common sense. Freakish until he has no friends. Other people all have narrow shaves going. Not only did he not die when he went, but he also broke through his realm instead. The people surrounding and watching outside the door directly blew up. A grotto profound realm student actually went to take a 3-star mission. Disregarding this, not only did Yi Yuan complete the mission, he even broke through a major realm and came back. This Did he still want people to live? Actually, the most shocked one was not those people outside, but Yu Jing. Monstrous waves were surging in his heart right now. He knew that Qin Tian went to the sky foothill world to hunt down Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan completed the mission and returned. What about Qin Tian? In an instant, Yu Jing thought of many possibilities. Could it be? No way. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also impossible to be Qin Tian's match. He was a half-step origin deity powerhouse. Furthermore, he heard that Qin Tian already suppressed his realm for very long. As long as he was willing, he could break through to the origin deity realm at any time. Very soon, Yu Jing rejected that most frightening thought, because this notion was too absurd. Yi Yuan's gaze was deep and serene, looking at Yu Jing meaningfully, and said with a faint smile, "Like that, huh?" He had some minor gains in these 10 years, and broke through by a fluke. Senior apprentice brother Yu, this is the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit. My mission should be considered as completed, right? Yu Jing's heart thudded, secretly thinking that things were bad. Could it be that Yi Yuan really ran into Qin Tian, and he already knew that it was me who divulged the information about his mission? But if Yi Yuan really encountered Qin Tian, how did he return? Also, where in the world did Qin Tian go? A series of queries sounded out in Yu Jing's heart. But the more he thought, the more he felt that there was no answer. He totally could not guess what happened in the Sky Foothill world. Haha, of course it's completed. Junior apprentice brother, hold on. I'll clock the mission's rewards into your academy token right now. Yu Jing did not dare to meet Yi Yuan's eyes and laughed awkwardly, clocking the mission's points into Yi Yuan's academy token. Junior apprentice brother Yi Dun, you're really too incredible. Such a difficult mission, you a grotto profound martial artist, actually completed it. Yu Jing said with a laugh. Yi Yuan smiled and said, just a fluke. Yi Yuan put away the token, divided the crowd, and directly left. The moment he left, the others immediately surrounded over. Senior apprentice brother Yu, just what 3-star mission did Yi Yuan draw? Yeah, tell us. According to the Academy's rules, after a student completes the mission's information could be disclosed. Of course, apart from the coordinates. Yu Jing was pestered badly. He could only smile bitterly and say, it's the number 8 mission. What Yi Yuan drew was the number 8 mission on the 3-star Jade Pillar. All those present were dead silent. Chapter 1450 Rage. Chapter 1450 Rage. What did you say? Yi Yuan, he came back? Learning of this news from Qin Tianyu's mouth, Qin Tian almost jumped up. Qin Tianyu's expression was very ugly as well. His face was currently sullen until it was almost dripping water. He slowly nodded his head and said with a solemn look, just earlier, Yi Yuan already took the 9-melody psychic immortal fruit and went to the merit hall to hand in the mission. I came to find you straight away when I got the news. Then, what about Qin Tian? Is there news? Qin Tian asked with a FLU's teared look. He already could not care about killing Yi Yuan anymore now. Qin Tian's life or death was the question that he was most concerned about. However, Qin Tianyu shook his head and said, Qin Tian didn't return. There's no news at all. Qin Tian turned deathly pale and said absent-mindedly, Impossible. Impossible. Qin Tian must have been delayed by some business. Qin Tianyu heaved a sigh and said, You don't need to be so worried either. In my view, little Tian should have been delayed by some matters. With Yi Yuan's strength, it's simply impossible to do anything to him. Qin Tian's facial expression eased up slightly, and he forced a smile as he said, What elder brother said is right. I lost myself in concern here. Although Yi Yuan, this brat, is freakish to want to deal with Qin Tian, he's not qualified at all. Qin Tianyu's brows furrowed, but said, There's still something that I haven't told you. Yi Yuan, not only did he complete the mission, he even broke through to the Heaven Glimpse deity realm already. Qin Tianan's expression changed. His heart, that had just settled down, leaped up once more. How is this possible? When he went, he was just late-stage grotto profound. It's just been 10 years or so, and he broke through to the heaven glimpse realm. Qin Tianyu let out a sigh and said, "This matter has already spread across the entire Wu Meng Academy, so it can't be wrong." Qin Tiannan's expression flickered incessantly. Qin Tianyu slowly got up, patted Qin Tiannan's shoulder, and said, "Wait and see first. If you really can't, you can only find Yi Yuan to have a showdown." All the way until he returned to his residence, Yi Yuan did not see Xie Jingyi. This made Yi Yuan very surprised. The news of him returning definitely spread throughout the entire Wu Meng Academy like the wind. Logically speaking, little Fatty should have long arrived. Could it be that this guy went into seclusion to cultivate? Yi Yuan said with a frown. However, Yi Yuan kept feeling somewhat uneasy. Better go and take a look at him. Yi Yuan thought about it, and still intended to go to Xie Jingyi's residence to take a look. Yi Yuan was just about to step out, but you imped into Qi Fong directly. "Teacher Qi," Yi Yuan said rather surprisedly. When Qi Fong saw Yi Yuan, his eyes lit up first but became gloomy again very quickly. "You're going to find Xie Jingyi, right?" Qi Fong opened his mouth and asked. Yi Yuan's heart thumped, a foreboding premonition welling up in his heart. Something happened to little Fatty? Qi Fong heaved a sigh and said, "You follow me." Looking at the Xie Jingyi lying on the bed, his breathing very feeble, Yi Yuan's fury filled his chest with a wham. Feeling that icy cold aura on Yi Yuan, Qi Fong's expression changed slightly. Little Fatty's current condition was very terrible. There was virtually not an intact spot on his body, his face being beaten until it lost human form, his body also riddled with 1,000 gaping wounds. Clearly, he had had his fill of torment. More importantly, little Fatty's body already did not have the slightest trace of essence energy undulations. His divine sea was crippled, already thoroughly becoming a cripple. At the rate of the current situation, little Fatty would not last past a few days. Who did this? Yi Yuan's words did not carry the slightest emotion, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. But Qi Fong could tell that Yi Yuan's rage had already reached the peak. Qi Fong did not hide it either, recounting the events of a few days back. Actually, little Fatty was very smart. After Yi Yuan left, he was very low profile. The vast majority of the time, he was cultivating on his own. In this period, W.A.N. Jisong and Jiachong they all provoked many times, but little Fatty just did not fall for it. All the way until half a year ago, little Fatty broke through to the half-step heaven glimpse realm. The excited little Fatty ran straight to the inner court to find Lin Xiao. Since then, the two people's feelings made remarkable progress. 10 days ago, Lin Xiao suddenly arranged to meet with little Fatty outside the academy. Little Fatty did not suspect anything and actually really went to keep the appointment. He did not expect that Lin Xiao had actually long arranged with the Qin family's Qin Zheng, Qin Pei, as well as W. and Jisong and Jiachong. This was simply a trap. Only later did I know that Lin Xiao had actually secretly liked Qin Tian all along. It's just that nobody knew. The Qin family's people saw that there was no opportunity to take advantage of, and that's why they had the idea of finding Lin Xiao to take action. Xie Jingyi indeed fell for it. Qi Fong paused for a bit and continued explaining. When the Xie family heard that Xie Jingyi became a cripple, and also because of the Qin family's matter last time, they already don't care about him. I know that you and he have a close relations. I plus P, so I sent him to the Myriad Treasure Tower. But his injuries are too severe. The Myriad Treasure Tower's alchemists are also at a loss on what to do, and could only make him hang on with one breath. Yi Yuan listened quietly all the way, his expression calm. His emotions did not have much ripples. It was just that the cold light in his two eyes revealed itself more and more. Yi Yuan did not speak, taking out a medicinal pill and stuffing it into Xie Jingyi's mouth. Qi Fong's gaze turned intent. He discovered that he did not recognize the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Although that was just a Tier 1 divine pill, he had actually never seen before. Tier 1 healing divine pills were just those few types. Qi Fong recognized all, but he had actually never seen before the medicinal pill in Yi Yuan's hand. Qi Fong was startled inwardly, understanding it very quickly. This was the same as the essence-cultivating pill, also a new kind of medicinal pill. Furthermore, it was a high-grade tier 1 divine pill. Yi Yuan pushed down the medicinal pill with divine essence. Little Fatty's body actually strengthened a little. Qi Fong's gaze sharpened, immediately knowing this medicinal pill's prowess. "Teacher Qi, where are those few people right now?" Yi Yuan said indifferently. He knew that Qi Fong definitely knew those few people's whereabouts. Qi Fong's expression changed, and he said, "They're going to find them right now?" Yi Yuan said coldly, "It's the Qin family again. It looks like they really take me to be a soft persimmon, needing as they Wisconsin H. Plus, Teacher Qi, I'll take action myself for this matter. It has nothing to do with the Myriad Treasure Tower." Qi Fong's expression was rather ugly as he said, "I didn't mean that. It's just, you're not their match." In that group of people, there were quite a few grand completion Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouses. Especially Lin Xiao. She was even known as the #1 person below Qin Tian. Even though Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, there was still some gap from those people. But this matter, it was really inconvenient for the Myriad Treasure Tower to intervene. They had no justifiable reason to carry out a campaign at all. Yi Yuan said coolly, "You just need to tell me where they are." Qi Fong's expression changed again, and finally he said, "They are at Clearwind Inn, all there." Yi Yuan nodded his head and walked toward the outside. At this time, Qi Fong suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Did that Qin Tian go to hunt you down?" Yi Yuan's figure paused, and he opened his mouth and said, "That's right." Qi Fong was startled again and said in surprise, "You guys exchanged blows before? Then you came back. He dead." Yi Yuan lightly threw down this word and went out the door. Chapter 1451 Killing you is like killing a dog. Chapter 1451 Killing you is like killing a dog. Only after several breaths did Qi Fong suddenly quiver, coming back to his senses. Impossible. How could he possibly kill Qin Tian? Qi Fong muttered to himself, clearly still unable to accept this fact. But he knew in his heart that Yi Yuan absolutely would not shoot his mouth off. Actually, the news of Qin Tian hunting down Yi Yuan was already not a secret in Wu Meng Academy. The two of them went out to train one after another, and also did not return for 10 years. Even a fool could also guess what happened. But now, Yi Yuan returned safe and sound, but Qin Tian failed to come back. This had to set off numerous speculations. Of course, it might be that Yi Yuan used some method to shake Qin Tian off, resulting in Qin Tian still being not knowing that Yi Yuan already returned until now. But it was also possible that Qin Tian had already fallen in the small world. Actually, the majority of the people still leaned towards the former. After all, Qin Tian's strength was quite known. Even if Yi Yuan broke through to the Heaven Glimpse realm, it was also not possible to be Qin Tian's match. Qi Fong, as the Academy's teacher, he was naturally clear about Qin Tian's strength. But now, Yi Yuan actually personally admitted that Qin Tian was dead, when the world happened inside the small world. Suddenly, Qi Fong was startled, secretly thinking that things were bad. This lad is lawless and rampant. He might do something. This matter, better to notify Tower Lord. Inside a box room in Clearwind Inn, Qin Zheng and the rest were currently chatting away happily. That punk is sly and cunning. We expended so much thought, and he wasn't willing to take a step out of the academy. It's still senior apprentice sister Lin Xiao, who is impressive. The moment you make a move, that punk fell for it obediently. W.A.N. Ji Song had a delighted look. It was just that the expression of the Jia Chong by the side was rather unnatural. But he also knew that his disparity with Qin Tian was too great. There was no chance at all. Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the seat of honor, still had a cold and prideful appearance, exuding the temperament of a G.O.D.S. Mentioning Xie Jingyi, she had a look of disgust as she said, "Xie Jingyi wants to score above his league, thinking about having a baby with me. He thought he can do as he pleases. If not for Big Brother Tian telling me not to keep him at a distance, I would have long taken action against him. Qin Zheng hurriedly said ingratiatingly. Isn't that so? That N fatty is fat and round, with a name like a girl's. Forget about a proud daughter of heaven like senior apprentice sister. Even ordinary women won't take fancy on him either. Qin Pei smiled and said, Wu Ming Academy. Only big brother Tian and senior apprentice sister Lin Xiao is a match made in heaven. Mentioning Qin Tian, Lin Xiao's brows suddenly furrowed, and she said, Big brother Tian going to kill Yi Yuan this time. He's gone for 10 years. He should be back no matter what, right? Qin Zheng paid no attention to it, as he said with a smile, Senior apprentice sister Lin Xiao is fluid U.S. teared due to concern. Who is big brother Tian? This time, him personally taking action. That kid is probably a dead soul under his sword long ago. Qin Pei said, Yeah, big brother Tian probably had some fortuitous encounter in the small world. That's why he would be delayed until now. With them saying so, Lin Xiao also finally felt at ease and said, Makes sense. Thinking about it, that Yi Yuan is merely at the grotto profound realm. So how can he possibly be big brother Tian's match? What's laughable is that punk overestimated his own ability to actually dare oppose the Qin family. Truly, wouldn't have died if he didn't court death. Oh, is that so? Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out outside the box room. Bang! The door was directly broken by a powerful force, revealing a figure with a cold face. Who is it to dare? Yi Yuan. You didn't die. W.A.N. Ji-song was just about to fly off the handle when he suddenly saw clearly that the one standing doorway was precisely the nightmare-like existence, Yi Yuan. This shock was by no means insignificant. Not just him, when everyone in the box room saw Yi Yuan, their faces all became extremely fascinating. The news of Yi Yuan returning already spread within Wu Ming Academy. What was coincidental was that these few people were currently having a small gathering in the city and completely did not know about the news of Yi Yuan returning. If they knew, they definitely would not dare to swagger about in the city leisurely anymore. You guys are very disappointed that I didn't die, right? But since I didn't die, then your doomsday has arrived. Yi Yuan nonchalantly sentenced these few people to the death penalty. Lin Xiao and the rest were only surprised and did not take Yi Yuan's threat seriously at all. After all, among them, there were even 3 grand completion heaven glimpse, while Yi Yuan was only initial stage heaven glimpse. Hang on, initial stage heaven glimpse. This guy actually broke through. Lin Xiao looked at Yi Yuan and said icily, With just the likes of you? Yi Yuan, since you slipped away from big brother Tian's hands, then I'll take care of you today for him. Yi Yuan looked towards Lin Xiao, his gaze cold. This woman truly deserved death. Little Fatty was infatuated with her. She actually made use of Little Fatty's blind love and caused him to become like that. Ha ha, Yi Yuan. Heaven has a path, but you refuse to walk. Hell has no gate, yet you want to barge inside. Since you escaped by luck, you should have been a bit more low profile and hide in the academy and not come out. But now, you delivered yourself to the door, W.N. Ji-song said with a loud laugh. He's taking up the cudgels for the injustice done to his brother here. Ha! That D.N. Fatty even said repeatedly that day that his brother will help him take revenge. I didn't expect that you really came today. Qin Zheng also laughed loudly and said, Then we'll take a look at how this genius junior apprentice brother Yi will find us to take revenge then. Qin Pei said with a cold smile. Yi Yuan directly ignored their mocking and said coolly, Gui Yun. A faint phantom appeared beside Yi Yuan and said with a bow, Master. The moment Gui Yun appeared, everyone's expression changed. Grand completion 2-star. This evil spirit's cultivation speed was so quick. He actually broke through to grand completion 2-star already. The battle with Qin Tian, Gui Yun sustained heavy injuries. Through over half a year of recuperating, not only did Gui Yun's injuries recover fully, his strength even advanced a step further, breaking through to grand completion 2-star. Those 3 will be left to you first. Don't let them come and disturb me. Yi Yuan said coolly. Yes, master. Gui Yun bowed and said, shameless boasting. A merely grand completion 2-star evil spirit wants to take care of 3 inner court peak disciples? One has to admit that you're very naive. Lin Xiu said with a sneer. Gui Yun slowly walked in front and said in a cold voice, Nether Ghost Claw. A black large hand suddenly flew out of the void, grabbing toward the 3 people. The 3 people's expressions all changed when they saw the situation. They did not expect that Gui Yun's strength was actually so strong. Very soon, the 3 people fell into a tangled melee. N. Jisong looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, You let that evil spirit deal with the 3 of them. Looks like you're very confident in dealing with me? Yi Yuan's eyelids raised slightly. His voice did not carry the least bit of emotion as he said coldly, Killing you is like killing a dog. His voice had yet to fade when Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars suddenly chopped out. A complete version, Sundering Stars went straight for Jiachong. Poor work. Jiachong had yet to react to what was happening and directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. W.A.N. Jisong's gaze turned intent, his face revealing a solemn look. These few years, Jiachong already broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse 2. But under Yi Yuan's Sundering Stars, he was actually one-shot without even having time to react. Chapter 1452 WNG Song in Despair. Chapter 1452 W.A.N.G Song in Despair so strong. What happened just now? I only felt a blur before my eyes, and Jiachong exploded. That Jiachong is Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm too. Furthermore, he was even this season's runner-up. Why is the disparity from him so great? There was no news about Yi Yuan in these 10 years. I didn't expect that the moment he came back, his strength became even more terrifying. But even if his strength is very powerful, it's impossible to be W.A.N. Jisong's match too, right? After all, W.A.N. Jisong is also an inner court's genius. Furthermore, he's already late-stage Heaven Glimpse, 2 minor realms higher than Yi Yuan. The Clearwindin's business was excellent. Yi Yuan's punch blew up the door, causing such a great commotion. It naturally drew a large group of people to surround and watch. Over there, Gui Yun battled 3 mighty grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouses alone by himself, and actually did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest, making everyone click their tongues in wonder. The 4 people's great battle already turned the entire box room upside down, blowing up a corner of the Clearwind Inn. You don't think that you're my match by killing a good-for-nothing, right? Punk, you came to seek death yourself today. Just nice, we'll settle old grudges and new enmity together. W.A.N. Jisoo, Big Brother's going to avenge you today? Talking until the end, W.A.N. Jisong gnashed his teeth in hatred. W.A.N. Jisoo's death had always been pressing on his heart, making him unable to get over it. The last time he wanted to kill Yi Yuan, it was forcefully stopped by Xiao Feng. This time, Yi Yuan delivered himself to the door just as he wished. Tai True Dipper Fist, die for me. W.A.N. Jisong shouted fiercely, giving no chance to explain, directly SMAs. H.I. Plussing a fist over toward Yi Yuan. The powerful fist wind made everyone exclaim in shock. This fist intent has clearly already reached the fist Dao, 3rd layered heaven. The Tai True Dipper Fist is an Academy Supreme skill in the first place. W.N. Jisong also cultivated this move to Fist Dao, 3rd layered heaven, how to fight still. This Yi Yuan is too impulsive. This bit of strength, and he dared to come and challenge W.N. Jisong. Heaven Glimpse Realm can't compare to Grotto Profound Realm. The difficulty of jumping realms to battle is too great. The higher the realm, the greater the difficulty of jumping realms to battle. Moreover, it was even leaping across 2 minor realms. If the difficulty of jumping realms in Grotto Profound Realm was 10 points, Then the difficulty of Heaven Glimpse Realm Jumping Realms was 50 points, even 80 points. Although Ji-Song was not considered top-notch in the inner court, he was a first-rate genius too. His strength was not considered weak. For Yuan to want to leap 2 minor realms to defeat him was too difficult. However, Yi Yuan did not have any visible change in countenance regarding this punch of Ji-Song's. When his fist wind condensed and formed and rumbled over towards him, only then did Yi Yuan slowly raise the evil extermination sword. Sundering stars. A light sound of tearing through the air happened in a flash, colliding together with the Tai True Dipper Fist's fist wind. Boom! It was only to see Ji-Song's figure like a cannonball, directly flying toward the house opposite the street. Ji-Song smashed through several walls before gradually stopping his figure. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could this Yi Yuan be so strong? This move of Yi Yuan's, everyone could not fathom its actual situation at all. An ordinary and plain slash, looking like it did not have any power at all. Even the spiritual energy did not have any undulation. But the power was so formidable. For the first time, it was the appearance of the complete version, Sundering Stars in the Heavenspan world. Previously, when Yi Yuan used this move, he slew a Heaven Glimpse powerhouse while being at the Grotto Profound realm. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse. This power of this move could not be compared even more. Defeating Ji-Song in one move was nothing remarkable. In reality, his Chasing Moon move was not unleashed yet. Real or fake? Initial stage Heaven Glimpse, and he can trash late stage Heaven Glimpse. This strength is also too frightening, right? Everyone said that Yi Yuan's talent Serpa. Said Qin Tian's. Previously, I didn't believe it. Now I really believe it. This is too monstrous. That sword, I completely could not fathom at all. To actually have such formidable power. How did he do it? Yi Yuan's strength could not be estimated with his realm on the surface at all. His Chaos Heaven Span cannon, coupled with the Chaos Heaven opening sword art, just how much potential he had. Only his opponent could experience it. Now Ji-Song experienced it. Swaz. Plus suddenly, an afterimage dashed out of the wall, speeding over in the direction of Wu Meng Academy with incredible speed. This scene was too unexpected. Everyone all did not react to it. Poor. As he fled, Ji-Song vomited blood in large mouthfuls. At this time, how could he still care about the injuries on his body? He even used every last ounce of strength. The goal was Wu Meng Academy. As long as he could escape into Wu Meng Academy, Yi Yuan would not dare to kill him anymore. Too strong. How can this guy be so strong? He's just initial stage Heaven Glimpse. Back then, when Qin Tian broke through to initial stage Heaven Glimpse, he could contend with middle stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses. But it's merely just contending with. But Yi Yuan, he really, monstrous waves surged in Ji-Song's heart. He was really unable to imagine that Yi Yuan, after breaking through to Heaven Glimpse realm, was actually terrifying to this kind of degree. In his heart, there was still half a sentence that had not been said. With Yi Yuan's current strength, killing him was really like killing a dog. Ji-Song fled desperately. He stimulated the exertion of his body to the limit. At this very moment, he wished that his parents gave him an extra pair of legs, or gave him a pair of pears. He wanted to fly into the Wu Meng Academy. Fly! Suddenly, a figure dropped from the sky ahead, flying in front of him. An emotion called despair instantly filled his entire body. How could he forget that Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight? Sword maneuvering flight. It's really sword maneuvering flight. All along I heard that Yi Yuan knew sword maneuvering flight, but I have never seen it before with my own eyes. Today, it really broadened my horizons. With this, Ji-Song is screwed. Wonder if Yi Yuan will really kill him or not. Behind W, A, N, G song is the Qin family and W, A, N, G family, two great families. Now, what do you think? Qin Piyu, that little girl, Yi Yuan killed without even batting an eye. Do you think that he'll let W, A, N, G song off? Thud. W, A, N, G song directly knelt down, weeping until tears cascaded down. Lord Yi, Grandpa Yi, I was wrong. I was really wrong. This matter was all instigated by Qin Zheng and Qin Pei, and Lin Xiu is an accomplice. It really has nothing to do with me. A matter of life and death. How could W, A, N, G song still have any moral integrity? With an inordinately crying manner, he betrayed Qin Zheng and Qin Pei. Yi Yuan just sneered when he heard that and said, W, A, N, G song, I've already given you the chance. It's you who challenged my bottom line time and again. Now, you can go to H, ELL. Poor, sundering stars tore through the air and arrived. W, A, N, G song was the same as Jia Chong, directly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. On the streets, everyone all looked at this scene with immense shock. Today, Yi Yuan was probably going to poke a hole in the sky. Killing W, A, N, G song, Yi Yuan did not stay, directly riding his sword and going to Clearwind and again. Gue Yun and the three people were currently in the midst of fierce fighting and already fought from the Clearwind and onto the streets. Everyone all clamored to give a wide berth. Lin Xiu's strength was indeed very formidable, already forcing Gue Yun to use ghost energy possession, before barely managing to fight to a draw with the three people. Yi Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, figure charging out like lightning, going straight for Qin Pei. Chasing Moon. Chapter 1453 Bloodbath on the Streets. 1453 Bloodbath on the Streets. Whose? H. Plus Qin Pei was currently fully engrossed in dealing with the Nether Ghost Claw. Suddenly, his scalp tingled, and a feeling of immense danger welled up in his heart. Yi Yuan's figure turned into a stream of flowing light. Russ. H. I. Plussing toward Qin Pei with an inconceivably swift speed. This was too sudden. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast, fast until everyone could not react to it. The sense of crisis coming from the back was even stronger than the Nether Ghost Claw. Too late to turn around. Qin Pei slashed with a backhand. At the same time, he gave a backhanded palm, slapping toward the Nether Ghost Claw. Qin Pei's reaction could not be said to not be quick, but Yi Yuan was even faster. Clank! Poo-work! Poo-work! Yi Yuan and Qin Pei virtually spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time. Yi Yuan's figure flew out backward. However, Qin Pei was much more miserable than Yi Yuan. The cooperation between Gue Yun and Yi Yuan did not need words to transmit at all. The moment Yi Yuan moved, Gue Yun understood Yi Yuan's intention. He continued to focus his attack on Qin Pei. How could Qin Pei's hasty palm block the attack of the Nether Ghost Claw? Being attacked from both front and rear by the enemy, he immediately suffered heavy injuries. This scene happened too quickly and too suddenly. Lin Xiu and Qin Zheng both could not react to it. By the time they reacted, Qin Pei was already badly injured and unable to fight anymore. It was also that the majority of Qin Pei's strength was concentrated on Gue Yun, causing Yi Yuan's injuries to be not too severe. Otherwise, with Qin Pei's grand completion heaven glimpsed strength, forcefully class H. I. Plussing a blow with him, Yi Yuan would have to be seriously injured even if not dead. Without the Heavenly Thunder Swift Talisman's augmentation, Yi Yuan was still a little frail in front of grand completion heaven glimpse. However, Yi Yuan completely did not care about the injuries on his body. In the instant he hit the ground, his long sword swung, and he actually charged back once more. Chasing Moon. This move, Yi Yuan referenced Jin, used roaming chi returning to bowels back then. Jin Yu's move that borrowed power to swing out was completed in one breath, virtually unable to crack. But now, Yi Yuan's move was different from his, But this swing had the same ingenuity of achieving the same goal via different means with him. The opportunity was fleeting. Yi Yuan did not want to give Qin Pei a chance to catch his breath. Whose? H. Plus Yi Yuan turned into a stream of flowing light once more, shooting toward Qin Pei. But at this time, Qin Tian was struck flying by 2 heavy blows. His entire body had not landed yet. His internal organs were still in turmoil, completely not expecting Yi Yuan to actually arrive again at this time. The evil extermination sword pass set through Qin Pei's chest without any surprises. Qin Pei's eyes went wide. Till death, he did not believe that it was Yi Yuan who killed him. But Yi Yuan would not give him the chance. Qin Pei's eyes gradually became slack, but the pair of eyes refused to close no matter what. He died with everlasting regret. How could an initial stage heaven glimpse possibly kill him? A grand completion heaven glimpse existence. What the H.E.L. happened just now. Yi Yuan's sword art was too quick. I only saw a blurry afterimage. So strong. Yi Yuan only used 2 swords and killed a grand completion heaven glimpse rel powerhouse. Although it was under the assistance of that evil spirit, this battle achievement is sufficient to shock the whole city. This must be a dream. Must be dreaming. Qin Pei is a proud son of heaven. His strength could virtually sweep across those in the same rank. To actually be killed by an initial stage heaven glimpse. Originally, in everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan's provocation was just a farce. But no one expected that this farce actually turned into a BLOOD-Y fight on the streets. Gui Yun's strength was indeed strong, but facing 3 great peerless geniuses, he was forced to use ghost energy possession too, before barely managing to fight to a draw. Once time Pa S. said he would definitely be overwhelmed. But Yi Yuan suddenly joining the battlefield instantly reversed the battle situation. From Yi Yuan's appearance to Yi Yuan killing 3 people in a row, it was merely half a quarter of an hour. Everything happened too quick until everyone had not reacted yet, and the battle was already more than half over. With Yi Yuan finest H.I. plussing off Qin Pei, the pressure on Gui Yun's side immediately lessened. With his current strength, fighting Lin Xiu one-on-one was a sure win. With the addition of Qin Zheng, it also just reached a tie with him. But there was still Yi Yuan who could threaten them by the side. Yi Yuan's chasing moon was too fast, completely impossible to guard against. Once Yi Yuan seized the opportunity, they would be dead for sure. Yi Yuan drew back the evil extermination sword, his gaze turning toward the battlefield once more. Qin Pei collapsed onto the ground weakly, not understanding what was going on until death. As if sensing that icy cold gaze of Yi Yuan's, Lin Xiu and Qin Zheng duo both seemed to be a little flus-tiered. Gui Yun controlled the ghost claw and immediately took the upper hand. Swaz. H. Plus how could Yi Yuan possibly waste such a fine opportunity? Unleash. H.I. Plus Ing chasing moon without the slightest hesitation. He turned into an afterimage once again. The target this time was Qin Zheng. Clank. With preparation, Qin Zheng's response was much more adequate compared to Qin Pei. His long sword swung, forcefully class. H.I. Plussing with Yi Yuan by a narrow shave. Poor. The powerful strength of grand completion heaven glimpse made him injured once again. But Qin Zheng was not feeling good too. Gui Yun's side made use of this opportunity and also firmly took the upper hand. Yi Yuan did not stop in the least bit. Forcefully enduring his internal organs' injuries, he unleashed chasing moon again. Clank, clank, clank. One streak of cold light after another flash passed, making everyone palpitate with anxiety and fear. Each attack, Yi Yuan spurted fresh blood wildly. Clearly, he was risking it with his life. Yi Yuan was miserable, but Qin Zheng was even worse than him. Yi Yuan's attacks were not momentary impulses. Each time he attacked, he made Qin Zheng actually vomit blood. He narrowly avoided the Nether Ghost Claw's attacks several times, but that powerful power of laws still made him suffer heavy wounds. Qin Zheng's injuries were much more serious than Yi Yuan. How great an enmity is this? Yi Yuan is risking too much. This is simply exchanging life for life. Heard that Qin Tian nominally went out to experience and train. Actually, it was to go and hunt down Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan and the Qin family are already long irreconcilable already. Could it be that today, Yi Yuan is going to kill all of Wu Meng Academy's few great geniuses? Really wonder what kind of reaction it will be when Wu Meng Academy and the Qin family gets the news in a bit. Yi Yuan is still too reckless. The Qin family is deeply entrenched in Wu Meng capital city. Even if there's the myriad treasure tower behind Yi Yuan, it's probably no use too. Everyone watched the Yi Yuan who was playing with his life, all exclaiming with admiration. It was just that they did not know Yi Yuan risking his life like this to kill people was not for himself, but in order to give little fatty an account. The more Lin Xiu fought, the more alarmed she got. Regardless of whether it was Gue Yun or Yi Yuan, they were both too terrifying. Her strength was proclaimed to be the Academy's number 2, while Qinzheng was also in existence ranked in the top 5. But when they faced the combination of Gue Yun plus Yi Yuan, they actually did not have any strength to fight back at all. No way. At this rate, I'll be bogged down to death by them too. I have to find a way to return to the Academy. Lin Xiu thought. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan arrived once more. Gue Yun also placed the focus of the attack on Qinzheng in order to cooperate with Yi Yuan. Lin Xiu made a swift decision, swinging an empty slash, her figure retreating explosively, directly breaking away from the group battle. Chapter 1454 Go, Apologize to My Brother. Chapter 1454 Go, Apologize to My Brother. Lin Xiu's retreat directly put Qinzheng in the position of being attacked from both front and rear. Gue Yun's oppression plus Yi Yuan's terrifying speed, he would virtually die for sure. Your father will fight it out with you. Qinzheng could not be bothered to lash out at Lin Xiu. He only had time to have mutual destruction with Yi Yuan. He directly gave up the defense against the Nether Ghost Claw, concentrating his remaining power, and met with Yi Yuan in full force. The all-out attack of a grand completion heaven glimpse, the current Yi Yuan could not withstand it all. Gue Yun, Yi Yuan bellowed. Gue Yun immediately understood. The Nether Ghost Claw directly gave up, striking Qinzheng down. He extended his strike between Yi Yuan and Qinzheng, separating the two. But this was not over yet. Yi Yuan's 2 feet stepped right onto the Nether Ghost Claw's palm. Boom! Qinzheng's attack abruptly slammed onto the Nether Ghost Claw's back. A tremendous impact transmitted over. Yi Yuan directly spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. Chasing Moon. Borrowing this surge of huge force, the Nether Ghost Claw's palm escorted, directly superimposing together with Yi Yuan's chasing moon. Qinzheng's attack, the Nether Ghost Claw's transferred power, plus chasing moon speed. In this instant, Yi Yuan's speed was swift to the extreme. Everyone only felt a blur before their eyes. Yi Yuan's figure vanished from where he stood. Lin Xiu had just dashed out over 200 feet away when she suddenly sensed a powerful, sword-intent Russ. H.I. Plussing over from behind. All the Guseb. MPS on her body broke out. Too fast. Currently, Lin Xiu had her back turned to Yi Yuan, wide open. There was no time to defend at all. A distance of 200 over feet was just a matter of a snap of a finger to Yi Yuan's speed. Caught unprepared, the evil extermination sword directly pierced into Lin Xiu's abdomen. Lin Xiu screamed shrilly and forlornly. The divine essence in her divine sea seemed like a river breaching its banks, flowing away crazily. In this instant, too many unforeseen events were experienced. Outsiders could not imagine it at all. Yi Yuan's reaction was quick to the extreme, enduring the heavy injuries and forcefully completing this attack. This degree of injury was not fatal to Lin Xiu, but she already became a cripple. Lin Xiu's divine sea was utterly destroyed. At this time, she no longer had any divine essence. Poor work. Yi Yuan's injuries could not be suppressed anymore at this time, bursting forth crazily. Fresh blood instantly dyed his clothes. But the current Yi Yuan was akin to a god of war, making everyone hold in awe and veneration. From Yi Yuan appearing to killing 3 and injuring 1 was merely a quarter of an hour from start to end. If not for seeing it personally, they totally would not believe that an initial stage heaven glimpse martial artist could actually complete such a magnificent feat. Everyone all looked at this scene with incredible shock and did not even emit a cry of exclamation. They seriously could not find the words to describe the astonishment in their hearts currently. Yi Yuan, I'll kill you. You actually ruined my cultivation. On the entire street, there was only Lin Xiao's shrill scream left, as well as Gue Yun and Qin Zheng's fighting sounds. That blow earlier, Gue Yun also suffered considerable injuries. But dealing with Qin Zheng, who was already severely wounded, it was more than enough. Yi Yuan staggered in front of Lin Xiao. When Lin Xiao saw Yi Yuan, her eyes wanted to spew fire. Yi Yuan, you'll die a horrible death. I curse you, slap. A crisp slap echoed, directly slapping Lin Xiao's entire person flying. The current Lin Xiao did not have divine essence protecting the body. How could she withstand Yi Yuan's slap? Half of her pretty face immediately swelled into a pig's head. Yi Yuan's gaze was full of icy coldness, making no effort to hide his killing intent in the slightest. After this slap, Lin Xiao immediately became obedient. She finally knew she was no longer that proud daughter of heaven, but a cripple like little fatty. Lin Xiao covered her face and looked at Yi Yuan, 2 rows of clear tears flowing steadily, her eyes full of fear. In the current Lin Xiao's eyes, Yi Yuan was a demon who killed people without batting an eyelid. Except, Yi Yuan did not have the least bit of pity. Go apologize to my brother. Yi Yuan directly hauled Lin Xiao up. Bang! Over there, the nether ghost claw slapped down. Qin Zheng was deader than dead. Thus far, Wu Meng Academy's 5 great elite disciples, 4 dead, 1 crippled. And the entire battle merely lasted for a quarter of an hour. All of this happened too quickly. Quick until the Qin family and Wu Meng Academy did not react in time, and the dust already settled for the fight. Go! Yi Yuan put Gue Yun away and directly rode his sword and left. On the streets, everyone exchanged glances, their gazes filled with shock. Today's battle simply subverted their understanding. I must have been dreaming just now. Is this kind of thing really what an initial stage heaven glimpse can accomplish? Too strong. The few of them were all existences who sweep across all in the same rank. They were actually all killed by Yi Yuan in 15 minutes. Not only is Yi Yuan's combat power exceedingly powerful, but his ability to adapt to the last minute is also keen to the extreme. This kind of opponent is really too terrifying. This battle is sufficient to go down in history. If not for seeing with my own eyes, I definitely think that it's rubbish. Plus indeed too nonsensical. But Yi Yuan can be considered to have poked a hole in the sky. Regardless of whether it is the Wu Meng Academy or Qin family, they probably would not drop the matter. It might even startle City Lord, His Excellency. When Qin Tiannan heard this news, he somewhat doubted if his ears heard wrongly. Rubbish. Plus disregarding Qin Zheng and Qin Pei. That Lin Xiao is the inner court's number 2, her strength far surpa. Sing those in the same rank. How can a puny little Yi Yuan possibly cripple her divine C? That subordinate said with a guileless look. Family head, even if this subordinate has immense courage, I also wouldn't dare to simply fabricate a story. This matter is absolutely true. There were thousands of people on the scene who saw this battle. Right now, it already spread out in the entire capital city. Hearing this, the muscles on Qin Tiannan's face were twitching. His heart was dripping blood. Although Qin Zheng and Qin Pei were not as good as Qin Tian, their talents also far surpa. Said those in the same rank and were bound to be mainstays in the family clan in the future. Now, they were killed by Yi Yuan just like that. Qin Tiannan discovered to his dismay that ever since provoking Yi Yuan, The Qin family did not have one thing that went smoothly. Now, Qin Tian's life or death was uncertain. The Qin family's elite disciples practically wiped out. The blow to the Qin family was too great. Qin Tianan forcefully endured the rage in his heart and said in a solemn voice, "Where is Yi Yuan now?" That subordinate said, "Yi Yuan wasted Lin Xiao and detained her at the Myriad Treasure Tower. The cause of this incident is likely still that fatty Xie Jingyi." As the Qin family's family head, Xie Jingyi's matters, he had naturally heard about it. At that time, he thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, and that there was nothing wrong with doing so. On the contrary, although it was a small squabble with the junior disciples, Qin Tianan felt very liberated instead. He was even considering setting up a marriage with Lin Xiao after Qin Tian returned. But he never thought that this matter actually caused such severe consequences. After the subordinate left, Qin Tianan gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Looks like for this matter, I have no choice but to request Father to take action." Chapter 1455 Repent. Chapter 1455 Repent. Thud. Yi Yuan did a sweeping kick. Lin Xiao directly knelt on the ground. The one lying on the bed was precisely little fatty Xie Jingyi. "My brother said that his brother will help him get revenge. Even if I throw away this life, I'll also have to avenge this grudge for him. You ruined my brother's divine sea, rendering him a cripple. So I ruined your divine sea and made you come in front of my brother to repent. As for your life and death, it's up to my brother to decide." Yi Yuan enunciated each word. Yi Yuan's injuries were truly not light. But at this time, he already could not care about the injuries on his body. He knew that after this fight, a monstrous wave would surely be set off in Wu Meng capital city. The time left for him was not much. How did the current Lin Xiao still have any hint of the appearance of a proud daughter of heaven? It was only to see her hair in a mess, her clothing disheveled, half of her face swollen heavily. Her abdomen area still had blackish-red bloodstains flowing out. Most important, her pride was already completely destroyed by Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not have any intention of having Kampa shown towards women at all. In Yi Yuan's eyes, she was a venomous beauty. But he, Lin Xiao said fearfully. Yi Yuan's face was cold and detached, pointing his finger like lightning, tapping a few times on little Fatty's body. A miraculous scene appeared. Little Fatty actually slowly opened both eyes. Lin Xiao could not help getting a shock. Back then, how heavy those few hits were, she saw it with her eyes. According to her deduction, it was absolutely impossible for little Fatty to survive. Now, Yi Yuan just helped him to sage a few times, and little Fatty woke up. Actually, this was primarily the effect of that medicinal pill. It was just that little Fatty had a breath stuck in his chest. That was why he remained unconscious. Those few taps of Yi Yuan's helped little Fatty smoothen out his breathing. Little Fatty naturally slowly woke up. Yi Yuan helped him up and said softly, "In Fatty, your grudge. Your brother has already helped you avenge it. Apart from Lin Xiao, those 4 people have already stretched their necks out to be chopped off. This be I've already wasted her cultivation, leaving you to deal with." Xie Jingyi was still very weak at this time. His reaction was clearly somewhat sluggish. Hearing Yi Yuan's words, that ashen-gray eyes of Xie Jingyi's gradually recovered some light. That hollow eyes gradually focused on Lin Xiao's face, then became complicated. Only a short while ago, little Fatty's greatest motivation for entering Wu Meng Academy was Lin Xiao. How much work he put in these few years in order to become a man worthy of Lin Xiao. Only he himself knew. But this woman actually ruthlessly toyed with his feelings, then trampled his feelings on the ground, trampling it to no end. Lin Xiao trampled on his pride as a man until it was worthless. Now, when he woke up again, this proud daughter of heaven actually became a cowering, ugly woman, kneeling in front of him. All this made him feel like he had experienced a dream. How much did he wish that this was just a dream? Little Fatty could not speak, but he knew in his heart that it was his brother who picked up his dignity from the ground and pieced it together. When Lin Xiu saw little Fatty wake up, she scrambled over to the bedside and hugged little Fatty's calf, saying with a weeping look, "Little E, it was all Xiu-er's fault. Xiu-er was possessed by ghosts for a moment. That's why I would do this kind of muddle-headed thing. I actually have you in my heart all along. Really. Little E, let's get married tomorrow, all right?" Lin Xiu knew that her only hope to live right now was that piece of marriage contract. Xie Jingyi liked her for so many years, this kind of feeling could not possibly be wiped away all at once. Yi Yuan looked at Lin Xiu's despicable appearance and really wanted to slap her to death with one palm. But he did not wish to affect little Fatty's decision, so he forcefully endured and did not speak. In this short while little Fatty finally recovered some strength. "Make her shut up." Little Fatty used a mosquito-like voice and said these 4 words, virtually exhausting all of the strength in his body. Of course, this was said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, and he said with a cold snort, "My brother asked you to shut up? Heard it?" Lin Xiu's expression changed, and indeed did not say to make a sound anymore. Little Fatty panted for a while before mustering up some strength again and said, I knew that you would help me take revenge. Ha! I thought that. I was dead for sure." Each time little Fatty said a word, he had to pause for a bit. Clearly, his condition was poor to the extreme. Yi Yuan said with a solemn look, "With me around, even if you want to die, you can't die too. When you're well, let's take up the wine cup and have a merry chat." Little Fatty's eyes were somewhat murky. Clearly, he knew that even if he recovered, he was already a cripple too. With his divine seed being destroyed, he could no longer cultivate in this life. This kind of life, what meaning was there still? A divine seed being destroyed was a completely different situation than Yi Yuan's divine seed being damaged back then. After the divine seed was destroyed, even if your medicinal Tao was exceedingly formidable, it was also unable to recover. Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Fatty, do you believe me or not?" Little Fatty froze for a moment, then immediately nodded his head. Slightly, Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice, "Good. Then your brother will promise you here today. I'll definitely find a way to let you recover your divine seed." Little Fatty looked at Yi Yuan with some surprise, clearly somewhat doubting this sentence. Not just him, a hint of contempt flashed across the eyes of Lin Xiu by the side, feeling that this boast of Yi Yuan's was boasted too big. Divine seed already destroyed. How could it possibly be repaired? Moreover, whether or not Yi Yuan could survive past today was still unknown. He killed so many of the Qin family's people. How could the Qin family possibly take things lying down? "I believe you," little Fatty still said very seriously. He knew that Yi Yuan was consoling him, not Wisconsin H.I., plusing him to never recover after the setback from her on. Although this kind of comforting seemed rather feeble, it was very heartwarming. Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "This warehouse O.R.E. how to deal with her?" Little Fatty looked at Lin Xiu's face and said with a slight sigh, "I don't wish to see her again." Lin Xiu's entire body trembled, her face revealing a look of wild elation. With this sentence of little Fatty's, she knew that her life was preserved. Although she was a cripple now, it was better to live than die. Yi Yuan let out a slight sigh, thinking to himself that this little Fatty was still a little too kind. So many years of feelings were not so easy to let go in the end. "Get lost then," Yi Yuan said in a deep voice. Yes, I'll get lost right away." Lin Xiu crawled and scrambled, going out of the room's door. Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "Your body is still very weak now. Take a good rest." Little Fatty nodded slightly. He was indeed very tired already. Yi Yuan placed him down. He fell asleep very quickly. Lin Xiu went out of the myriad treasure tower, ignoring the injuries on her body and sprinting wildly. She wanted to leave this D.A.M. in place as soon as possible. Ahead, the Qin family's brigade already arrived. Lin Xiu laughed excitedly and said, "Ha! Yi Yuan, I see if you won't die today." Right at this time, an icy cold voice sounded out behind her. Whether I die or not won't need you to worry about. But you're dead for sure. Pooh work. Lin Xiao had yet to react to what was going on when her entire being exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Pa S. Sing away with the wind. Chapter 1456, The Qin Family's True Strength. Chapter 1456, The Qin Family's True Strength. Yi Yuan, you dare to commit murder on the streets. How do you plead? From a distance came Qin Tiannan's roar. Then he pounced over like a mad dog. An origin deity realm's powerful aura made the entire long street ripple with spiritual energy. He saw that Yi Yuan was alone and wanted to kill Yi Yuan with a momentum like a sudden peal of thunder that left no time for covering ears. This way, it would have nothing to do with the myriad treasure tower anymore. Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure rising off the ground. Qin Tianan was like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, but missed. Yi Yuan, knowing sword maneuvering flight, was already established in an undefeatable position. This Wu Meng capital city, the people capable of touching him were also just that few. Yi Yuan stood in the sky proudly and said with disdain, Qin Tianan, it's your Qin family who broke the rules of the game first. This Yi took part in the 100 Cities smelting trial. Your Qin family arranged for an origin deity realm powerhouse to lead the team. Failing the signation, it became murder. That time, this Yi tolerated it. But this time, I went out to train and temper myself. You all violated the Academy's rules again, sending Qin Tian over to hunt me down and even condoned the Qin family's disciples to seriously injure my brother, turning him into a cripple. Yi Yuan's voice was akin to a great bell. People from several streets away all heard it, immediately causing an uproar. The Qin family is also too much, using their strength to bully the weak. To actually use such despicable means to deal with a young student. Yi Yuan has made great contributions in the 100 Cities smelting trial, and even won the 4-star divine pill for City Lord, His Excellency. They all actually dealt with Yi Yuan in this way. Sigh. The Qin family covering the sky with one hand. City Lord doesn't come out to intervene either. This really makes people disappointed to the max. The Qin family had become accustomed to being overbearing these few years. There have been many people who felt displeased with them long ago. Yi Yuan's remarks immediately aroused public outrage. Quite a number of people were all gesticulating at the Qin family's behavior. However, Qin Tiannan's focus was not on this at all. His gaze was glued on Yi Yuan as he said in a solemn voice, You really saw Tiana? How is he doing now? Yi Yuan sneered and said, How? Since I came back, could it be that you still haven't realized it? Impossible. With your strength, how can you possibly kill Tianer? Qin Tianan roared. He had always been harboring hope in his heart, thinking that Qin Tian was just delayed by something. Now, personally saying it from Yi Yuan's mouth, he still did not dare to believe it, thinking that Yi Yuan was deliberately triggering him. Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Then in your view, can I kill Lin Xiao and Qin Zheng they all? The fact is, they are all dead. Hearing these words, Qin Tiannan's face turned ashen. The last trace of hope was also utterly severed by Yi Yuan. Qin Tian really died. My G.O.D. How on earth did Yi Yuan accomplish it? Hearing that Qin Tian has already suppressed his realm for very long. As long as he was willing, he could break through to the origin deity realm at any time. This Yi Yuan is really too terrifying. Although that Lin Xiao was known as the Academy's number 2, she's on a completely different level from Qin Tian's strength. This is fun now. The Qin family's 3 strongest juniors were all slaughtered clean by Yi Yuan. Qin Tian had been famous in Wu Meng capital city for several hundred years already. He was considered as the young genius with the greatest hope of breaking through to the Divine Lord realm in 100,000 years. His strength could be seen at a glance. But this peerless genius still fell in Yi Yuan's hands. An initial stage, heaven glimpse martial artist hands. This result simply made everyone unable to imagine it. But 10 years had passed, said for Yi Yuan to be able to stand here. This already indicated many problems. Qin Tian had most likely really perished. Arrogant child, to dare climb on top of my Qin family's head. Die. Right at this time, a peerlessly powerful aura rose to the sky from the crowd. A terrifying power of laws instantly locked onto Yi Yuan. This change caught Yi Yuan completely off guard. Wanting to avoid was already too late. Among the Qin family's crowd actually concealed a powerhouse who could fly. Without a doubt, this old fellow was the Qin family's old ancestor. Half-step divine Lord Realm, too powerful. Yi Yuan did not have the slightest strength to fight back in front of a half-step divine Lord Realm. Pooh work. The Qin family's ancestor had yet to arrive, and Yi Yuan's blood already spouted wildly under the pressure of the power of laws. The current Yi Yuan had injuries piled on top of injuries, completely powerful to resist anymore. But right then, another powerful aura burst forth from the Myriad Treasure Tower. Boom! Two terrifying power of laws collided in midair, stirring up a powerful air billow. The Yi Yuan in midair was directly sent flying by this air billow, SMAs. Plussing heavily onto the Myriad Treasure Tower's roof. Qin Zhaoyun, you're killing people at my Myriad Treasure Tower's entrance. Do you still have any respect for me, this Myriad Treasure Tower's Tower Lord? Han Tian stood with his hands behind his back, facing Qin Zhaoyun from afar, his aura not the slightest bit weak. Qin Zhaoyun's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, Han Tian, you dare to oppose my Qin family for the sake of this brat. Han Tian gave Yi Yuan a glance and sighed inwardly. This boy was really too capable of causing trouble. With this, it really poked a hole in Wu Meng capital city sky. Han Tian was calm on the surface, but in his heart, he was actually somewhat nervous. He had been watching the situation outside all along, but had always been conflicted in his heart. All the way until Qin Zhaoyun rampaged to kill, he did not make up his mind to. But without a doubt, the value of Yi Yuan was too great. Qifeng reported to him that Yi Yuan used an unknown medicinal pill and actually brought little Fatty back to life miraculously. What did this show? The new pill formulas in Yi Yuan's hands were probably far from just those one or two. Although he was still hesitant in his heart, Han Tian did not reveal anything on the surface and said coolly, Yi Yuan is my Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist. Have you asked me about touching him? Qin Zhaoyun's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, this boy killed Tian'er, Zheng'er, and Pei'er, and can no longer live under the same sky as my Qin family. I don't care what guest alchemist he is. If you dare to protect him today, this old man might go on a killing spree. Clearly, Qin Zhaoyun had also gone completely berserk when he heard the news of Qin Tian being killed. When Han Tian heard this, he just said coolly, with just the likes of you. His strength was more or less the same as Qin Zhaoyun's. Neither could do anything to the other. Where's the talk of going on a killing spree? Who knew that? Qin Zhaoyun just snorted coldly and said, Han Tian, you're also underestimating my Qin family's strength too much. Han Tian's expression changed. Countless soldiers flooded in on the streets, sealing off the entire street. These people were precisely the city Lord Manor's guards. A powerful aura came close from afar. The arrival wore black armor, looking extremely awe-inspiring. Tower Lord Han, the Myriad Treasure Tower, and Wu Meng capital city have always been mutually beneficial and win-win for so many years. Why is there a need to make it so unpleasant for a junior? The one speaking was precisely the city guard's commander, Zhao. This Zhao, he was likewise a half-step divine, Lord Mighty expert. With this, Han Tian immediately felt tremendous pressure. But it was not over yet. Another powerful aura rose to the sky, finally stopping beside Qin Zhaoyun, facing Han Tian from afar. Another half-step divine, Lord Mighty expert. It was just that the expression was complicated on this person's face. His gaze looked toward Yi Yuan with a look of pity. This person was none other than precisely the Academy head, Winnie Yang. Chapter 1457 Breaking Off All Relations. Chapter 1457 Breaking Off All Relations, Tower Lord Han. This time, Yi Yuan has seriously gone overboard. This old man, Sai, When Yang had let out a long sigh, not knowing how to continue. When he heard that Yi Yuan killed 5 great academy geniuses, he was speechless for a long time. Honestly speaking, such a student had too much potential. But in this world, it was never as simple as it looked on the surface. If when Yang did not come forward, it was very difficult to settle the various forces. Especially that Qin family's pressure, which was too great. 3 half-step Divine Lord powerhouses coming forward at the same time. Even Han Tian felt a steep increase in pressure too. Han Tian knew that the trouble Yi Yuan caused today was huge, but he did not think that it was stirred up so big either. For great half-step Divine Lord powerhouses facing off, this grand occasion had already not occurred for no idea how many years. Qin Zhaoyun stared at Han Tian intently with heated eyes and said coldly, "This boy viewed his fellow disciples as inconsequential. Even if he's your Myriad Treasure Tower's guest alchemist, he has already incurred public outrage. Today he must die. If your Myriad Treasure Tower dares to protect him, it will probably be hard to survive in Wu Meng capital city from now on." Zhao, who did not speak all along, also said quietly, "Yi Yuan indiscriminately killed the innocent. This is challenging the prestige of the City Lord Manor. If this commander doesn't take action, where will the City Lord Manor's prestige lie?" Han Tian's expression was incomparably ugly. He was already forced to the edge of the cliff, riding a tiger and finding it hard to dismount. Yi Yuan swallowed a medicinal pill, forcefully suppressing the injuries within his body. Slowly getting up, he raised his head to the sky and laughed hard as he said, "What a fine indiscriminately killing the innocent. A fine harming his fellow disciples. When little Fatty had his divine sea crippled by the 5 of them, no road to heaven and no gate into the earth. Where were you all? When Qin Tian violated the Academy's rules and tailed me to Senate me, were you guys? When Qin Yuanlong disregarded his edict. 1. Titering 100 cities, smelting trial, and ambushed me. A grotto profound disciple. Were you all? Ha! I overpowered all heroes in the 100 cities smelting trial, winning the 4-star divine pill for City Lord. What it exchanged for is you making concessions to avoid trouble. Ha! This kind of academy, doesn't matter whether I enter or not. Today, I, Yi Yuan, break off all relations with Wu Meng Academy." Yi Yuan stood proudly, facing 3 great half-stop Divine Lord powerhouses without the slightest fear. City Lord Manor and Wu Meng Academy coming forward at the same time was already sufficient to represent Wu Meng City Lord's attitude. Zhao Yi and Wen Yang's appearance also made Yi Yuan's final trace of fetters to Wu Meng Academy dissipate like cloud and mist too. In all fairness, Yi Yuan's contributions to Wu Meng Academy far exceeded his demands. He did not owe anything to Wu Meng Academy. On the contrary, Wu Meng Academy's way of doing things made him utterly disappointed. Turns out that the Qin family was actually so overboard to Yi Yuan. No wonder Yi Yuan was so indignant and wanted to kill his fellow disciples. Turns out that it was to take revenge for his brother. Qin Yuanlong was an origin deity realm great expert. To actually ambush a grotto profound realm junior, it's really too shameless. The matters previously, Yi Yuan endured them. This time, him rampaging and killing people is to take revenge for his brother. Yi Yuan is kind and just. Really can't understand. Yi Yuan has such terrifying talent. Why is City Lord so biased towards the Qin family? No wonder the Qin family has been acting more and more in a tyrannous manner these few years. Turns out that it's City Lord backing them up. Yi Yuan's words aroused many people's sympathy. The Qin family and City Lord Manor coercing like so, this was clearly forcing people to drastic alternatives. For Yi Yuan to be able to endure until now was already incredibly not easy. Qin Zhaoyun saw that the situation was not right and said with a cold snort, "Razor tongue that talks glibly. You're clearly counting on that you made contributions, so you consider everyone beneath your notice, harming your fellow disciples. Now, you actually dare to resort to sophistry. Han Tian, this old man is only asking you, moving aside or not. Han Tian was just about to speak when Yi Yuan said in a clear voice, "Today's matter. This Yi will shoulder it alone. Senior Han, thank you very much for these few years of care. If this Yi is lucky to get away today, I'll definitely repay generously in the future. Xie Jingyi and Miss Wanru will be entrusted to Senior Han." Han Tian opened his mouth and truly did not know what he should say. Even if he fought to the bitter end with these three people, he could not save Yi Yuan either. Three mighty half-step divine lord powerhouses were not what he alone could contend with. Qin Zhaoyun smiled coldly and said, "Lucky to get away? A measly initial stage heaven glimpse really dares to talk. Today, if you don't die, this Qin, will never meet anyone again." Yi Yuan looked at Qin Zhaoyun and said with a sneer, "Old fart, your face can't meet people long ago, but you rest assured. This Yi will make your Qin family completely disappear one day." Qin Zhaoyun laughed from extreme fury and said, "Shamelessly boasting brat. This old man wants to take a look today at how you're going to make the Qin family disappear." At this time, when Yang sighed slightly and said with a complicated expression, "Yi Yuan, your talent is a stonies. Plusing. Why is there a need to disparage yourself? Surrender without resistance. This old man will help you beg City Lord for leniency. He'll definitely give you a way out." Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a cold smile, "Does Academy Head really take this Yi to be a 3-year-old kid? Although this Yi has never met that Wu Meng City Lord. He and the Qin family are obviously acting in collusion. If I really surrender, can you protect me?" When Yang opened his mouth and was actually speechless. Actually, he also did not know what was the relations. Plus P between City Lord and the Qin family. But the various signs indeed showed that City Lord and the Qin family were closely related. Actually, him coming forward this time was also City Lord personally sending him word, making him persuade Yi Yuan back. It was just that Yi Yuan was clearly not so easy to deceive. He had long seen through the signs behind this. Talking anymore is useless. Old B, A-S-T-A-R-D, if you have the ability, come and try chasing me today. Yi Yuan smiled coldly at Qin Zhaoyun. His figure instantly vanished. Plusing from where he was. So fast. Everyone had yet to react to what was going on when Yi Yuan already turned into a small black dot. Vanish. Plus-ing into the horizons. This sword maneuvering flight speed was actually more than several times faster than before. Qin Zhaoyun's expression changed, divine essence urging frenziedly, chasing over in the direction Yi Yuan disappeared. Zhao Yi and Wen Yang's faces also revealed surprised looks. Not expect that Yi Yuan's speed was actually so fast. Yi Yuan's figure turned into a stream of flowing light, like a comet in the sky. 1,000 miles in a twinkle. Aim. In it, how can this brat's sword maneuvering flight's speed be so fast? Qin Zhaoyun said exasperatedly. Zhao Yi's expression was ugly too, and he said in a solemn voice, "No way. At this rate, we'll lose him." When Yang did not speak, he felt like his heart was dripping blood. A genius like Yi Yuan should originally be a most glorious stroke in the Academy Head's career, but did not expect that it became this kind of outcome. "Ha! Old dog, looks like you really have no face to meet people in the future. Gotta remember what you said." Yi Yuan's voice slowly transmitted over from the front. He had completely no respect for them. 3 great half-step divine lord powerhouses. Although half-step divine lord powerhouses were able to fly, it was clearly not their forte. In comparison, after Yi Yuan broke through to Heaven Glimpse realm, it was his first time deploying sword maneuvering flight at full power. Those few half-baked dabblers could not catch up at all. But right at this moment, Yi Yuan's expression changed. A horrifying aura descended from the sky. In an instant, Yi Yuan seemed to have fallen into a quagmire, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 1458 Power of the World. Chapter 1458 Power of the World. The entire sky seemed to be distorted. Yi Yuan felt that there was a vast power ahead. His entire person seemed to have gotten stuck in a cloud of cotton, unable to break free no matter what. It's the power of the world. That Wu Ming City Lord came in person. Dustless's voice sounded out in Yi Yuan's mind. Yi Yuan's heart abruptly sunk to the bottom of the valley. What he was most worried about was this Wu Ming City Lord. He did not expect that this guy really made a move. He originally thought that this Wu Ming City Lord disdained to bother with such things. It looked like he really miscalculated this time. This Wu Ming City Lord's relations. I plus P with the Qin family was even more extraordinary than he imagined. Yi Yuan knew that he could not escape anymore and simply gave up resistance. At this time, Qin Zhaoyan trio finally caught up. Seeing the situation, Qin Zhaoyan burst into laughter and said, "Brat, aren't you very good at running? Run from E to C." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "Ate a face full of dust following behind your little lord, still dare to bulls. HI plus T. Your skin is really thick enough." Qin Zhaoyan's face fell, and he said fiercely, "Brat, you're courting death." Qin Zhaoyan did not say another word, directly smacking a palm at Yi Yuan. Boom! The powerful attack force seemed to have hit onto a ball of sponge. Yi Yuan was entangled by the power of the world and could not avoid it at all, forcefully receiving this palm. Poor! Yi Yuan spewed fresh blood wildly from his mouth, his body drifting down toward the ground like a kite with a broken string. But the power of the world still wrapped around him, making him float in the air and not land. If not for the power of the world withstanding most of the power, Yi Yuan would already be a dead man right away. No. Ha, brat, weren't you very arrogant just now? Be arrogant again for me to see. Qin Zhaoyun's move succeeding, he immediately felt unusually liberated. Old dog, you remember it from me. All of this today, this young lord will return 100-fold in the future. Yi Yuan glared and said through gnashed teeth, "Aha, are you, brat, still dreaming? Even Lord Qin Shao has taken action. You still think you have a future?" Qin Zhaoyan said with a smug look. The moment Qin Zhaoyan's words came out, not just Yi Yuan, Zhao Yi and Wen Yang's expressions changed. The city lord was actually surnamed Qin. This way, everything could be explained. No wonder these few years, the Qin family summoned the wind and commanded the rain in Wu Ming capital city, suppressing the other major families, outs. I plus Ning the others. No wonder the Qin family's disciples were so COCKY, but the city lord manor turned a blind eye to it. Everything originated from the city lord's surname. Zhaoyan, you spoke too much. An icy cold voice sounded out. A mighty middle-aged man walked out of the void. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent. This middle-aged man was precisely that middle-aged man he saw during the entrance examination. Seeing Qin Shao, Qin Zhaoyun's expression involuntarily changed, and he said with a bow, "Yes, City Lord, Your Excellency." Zhaoyan knows his mistake. Qin Shao grunted his assent and said coolly, "This city lord is the Qin family's foster son and not a member of the Qin family clan. After you all hear it today, you're not allowed to mention it to others again." Feeling Qin Zhao's profound gaze, Wen Yang and Zhao Yi both got a shock and hurriedly bowed and said, "Yes, City Lord, Your Excellency." In Wu Ming capital city, Qin Shao virtually did not show face in front of people. No one knew his surname before either. This matter, probably even Qin Tianan did not know. Only Qin Zhaoyun, this kind of Qin family's top existence, knew Qin Zhao's true identity. One time, more than 100,000 years ago, Qin Shao received the Qin family's great kindness. That was how he had today's accomplishments. It was just that far too long had pious said, no one remembered it anymore. Qin Shao slowly turned around, looked at Yi Yuan, and said indifferently, "Yi Yuan, your talent is outstanding. Your future accomplishments will surely surpass this city lords in the future. It's too bad. You shouldn't have become enemies with the Qin family." Yi Yuan glared at Qin Shao and did not have the slightest fear toward a divine Lord Realm powerhouse as he spat and said, "Pooh, you can't tell right from wrong, condoning the Qin family to engage in lawlessness. You're not worthy of being the city lord. If I know it would come to this young lord should have cleaved that 4-star divine pill back then with a sword, so as to avoid feeding a dog." When Yang and Zhao, you were both shocked hearing it. There was actually someone who dared to speak this way to a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. This boy was really lawless and unbridled. Rather, Qin Zhaoyan sneered coldly in his heart. Scold, the more viciously you scold, the faster you die. However, Qin Zhao's self-restraint was much better than Yi Yuan imagined. He just said coolly, "The Qin family was kind to me. What's wrong with this city lord doing so? After coming back from 100 cities smelting trial, this city lord already hinted to you to not be enemies with the Qin family, but you were impervious to reason and advice. Not only did you remain impenitent, you actually went from bad to worse." Yi Yuan burst into laughter when he heard that and said, "Remain impenitent? Ha ha, really making your grandfather die of laughter. Who the H.E.L. are you, to dare make Grandpa Yi repent?" The three people at the back quaked in their boots listening. This Yi Yuan was really too wild. That was a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. A-G-O-D-like existence. Don't look at how the three of them were all half-step divine Lord Realm. In front of a divine Lord Realm, it was completely not enough to look at. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses opened up a small world and possessed the augmentation of the power of the world. It was completely not what divine Tao, three realms people were able to imagine. The closer one was to the divine Lord Realm, the more awe they had toward this realm. People able to reach this step, not one was not a peerless genius. However, Yi Yuan did not place Qin Shao in his eyes at all. Qin Shao swept a glance over Yi Yuan and said coolly, "This world is originally the strong reigning supreme. I control a region of the world, taking charge of a capital city. I ask you to repent. You have to repent. The outcome of not repenting is death." Finished talking, Qin Shao lightly tapped a finger out. A terrifying aura instantly condensed. Qin Zhaoyan trio all had solemn looks when they saw this. This was the strength of a divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Now is the time. Yi Yuan's gaze turned intent, his figure suddenly bursting forth. Russ. H.I. plussing out like an arrow that had left the string. Qin Zhaoyan trio had stunned looks. Qin Zhao's gaze turned intent too. Yi Yuan actually broke through his power of the world. An initial stage heaven glimpse brat actually broke through a divine Lord Realm powerhouse's power of the world. This was simply an unthinkable thing. This matter was even more Stonies. H.I. plussing than Yi Yuan killing 5 great geniuses. Yi Yuan urged divine essence to the limit, fleeing desperately. Resigning himself to death had never been his, Yi Yuan's, style. As long as there was a trace of hope, he would put in 100% effort. The so-called power of the world was merely a type of application of heavenly Tao. It seemed profound and unfathomable, but Yi Yuan had the lesser heaven-span mountain. He was shouting abuses with Qin Shao and the rest on the surface. Actually, he was secretly communicating with the lesser heaven-span mountain the entire time. He could imitate the sky foothill world's heavenly Tao. He could naturally break apart Qin Zhao's power of the world. After being thunder-stricken, the corner of Qin Zhao's mouth smiled coldly, and he said, "Somewhat interesting, but it's useless." While talking, Qin Shao took a step out, instantly moving 1,000 miles. Yi Yuan's speed was already quick to the extreme, but was instantly Serpa. Said by Qin Shao, "I very much want to see just what secrets you have on you." Qin Shao smiled as he pointed a finger. Yi Yuan felt that the entire world was Cruz. H.I. plussing toward him. Swaz. H. Plus Qin Zhao's gaze turned intent. Yi Yuan actually disappeared before his eyes. Chapter 1459 Sowing Cause Begets Effect. Sowing Karma Begets Frui. Chapter 1459 Sowing Cause Begets Effect. sowing karma, begets Frui, a vast power of the world suddenly burst out, colliding together with Qin Zhao's power of the world. Boom! A terrifying undulation rippled out, directly sending Qin Zhaoyan trio flying out. The three people were actually seriously injured, being caught off guard. Fortunately, they were far enough away. Otherwise, just this aftershock alone was sufficient to kill them. The showdown between Divine Lord Realm powerhouses was dreadfully powerful. Qin Zhao's gaze turned intent, revealing an extremely surprised look. Qin Zhao said in surprise, "It's actually you." The arrival said coolly, "Otherwise, who do you think it will be?" Qin Zhao smiled and shook his head as he said, "I didn't expect that Han Tian didn't break through first, but you broke through first. It really surprised me. No wonder you were in seclusion for so many years. It was actually to assault the Divine Lord Realm." When Qin Zhaoyan trio saw that figure facing Qin Zhao from far away, the astonishment in their gazes could not be any greater. They never dreamed that this person actually broke through to the Divine Lord Realm. In Wuming capital city, there were 4 great half-step Divine Lord powerhouses. Everyone all felt that these 4 half-step Divine Lord powerhouses were the most promising to break through to Divine Lord Realm. But no one could have expected that this person actually broke through. This person was none other than precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's chief alchemist, who had already been in close seclusion for several decades, Xiaofeng. Several decades of close seclusion made everyone virtually almost forget this person. However, when he exited seclusion again, he was actually on a completely different level from them already. Qin Zhaoyan trio looked at Xiaofeng's figure, their faces full of envy and puzzlement. Why was this person Xiaofeng and not them? Xiaofeng said coolly, "For this old man to be able to break through to the Divine Lord Realm, it was all thanks to little friend Yi Yuan. Hope that City Lord Your Excellency will give Yi Yuan a way out on the account of this old man's face." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces, inclusive of Qin Zhao, all changed. Xiaofeng breaking through to the Divine Lord Realm was actually related to Yi Yuan? No wonder the Myriad Treasure Tower SHI plus LD Yuan like that. It turned out that it was actually this reason. Back then, Xiaofeng seemed to have personally made a trip to Jewel Hill City. After coming back, he directly announced close seclusion. Could it be that Yi Yuan really had this kind of magic power to actually be able to help others break through to the Divine Lord Realm? Qin Zhaoyan trio exchanged glances, gazes all revealing a scorching look. Divine Lord Realm was seriously too tempting to the three of them. Qin Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "According to Heavenly Emperor His Excellency's rules, since you already broke through to the Divine Lord Realm, you shouldn't stay in my Wuming capital city anymore, right?" Xiaofeng's face sunk, and he said, "After this matter, this Xiao will naturally leave. But concerning Yi Yuan, this old man is protecting him for sure. Because the Myriad Treasure Tower was an outside force, they naturally did not allow an existence in the city that could threaten the City Lord. Otherwise, if the Myriad Treasure Tower placed a celestial deity powerhouse in the capital city, did the City Lord have the final say, or did this celestial deity have the final say?" Qin Zhao said with a smile on his face, "With just the likes of you, a Divine Lord Realm that just broke through, you want to be impudent in front of this City Lord?" A dangerous sense spread out from Qin Zhao's body, making Xiaofeng's expression turn austere. Although Xiaofeng broke through to Divine Lord Realm, he had just broken through after all, while Qin Zhao had already remained in Divine Lord Realm. This realm, for no idea how many years. If they really had a life-and-death struggle, Xiaofeng was clearly not a match. Xiaofeng's face fell, and he said, "As long as you let Yi Yuan go, you can state any terms." Qin Zhao said coolly, "You don't have the qualifications to discuss terms with this City Lord. Today, this Yi Yuan, you have to hand over regardless. Otherwise, your Myriad Treasure Tower can probably close up shop in Wuming capital city." Xiaofeng discerned it. This Qin Zhao had eaten a weight and steeled his heart. It was impossible to let Yi Yuan go. He took a deep breath, his mind stirred. Yi Yuan's figure was let out. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, appearing in the heaven-span world once more. In that instant earlier, Yi Yuan was taken into the small world Xiao Feng hewed open. Elder brother Xiao, you actually really broke through. Yi Yuan looked at Xiao Feng rather surprisedly. He felt his eyes blur straight away, just now, arriving at a foreign world, and completely did not know who saved him. Only now, seeing Xiao Feng, did he come to a realization. Seeing Xiao Feng let Yi Yuan out, Qin Xiao and Qin Zhaoyan were both very pleased with themselves. It looked like he had to hand Yi Yuan over due to pressure. After all, making a Ma.S. Civ Myriad Treasure Tower close up for a measly little heaven glimpse realm was not worthwhile. Xiao Feng said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Hoo-hoo, this is all thanks to you. Back then, if not for you giving a pointer or two, this old man probably still can't touch the door until now." Yi Yuan smiled and said, No, it's elder brother Zhao's thick ACCU. Mulations erupting. It was merely adding flowers to embroidery. Congratulations, elder brother Xiao. Xiao Feng's expression dimmed, and he said with a sigh, Younger brother, it's elder brother who is useless. Even if I broke through to the Divine Lord realm, I'm powerless to do anything today as well. These two people, one asking and one answering, Tanic waves stirred in the hearts of Qin Xiao and the rest. A grotto, profound deity realm brat, giving pointers to a peak grand completion origin deity realm powerhouse, and even let him break through to the Divine Lord realm? If not for hearing it with their own ears, they would definitely think that this world was crazy. Even Qin Zhaoyan also could not resist shouting in his heart at this time. You come and give pointers to me. If he could break through to Divine Lord realm, he would even be willing to let go of the enmity. Except under this kind of circumstance now, it was already not what he could make the decision. Yi Yuan did not reveal a surprised look. He said with a smile, For elder brother Xiao to be able to come, this he has already received this kindness. Xiao Feng nodded his head, turned to Qin Xiao, and said, From this day on, the Myriad Treasure Tower will withdraw from Wu Meng capital city. Younger brother Yi, this Xiao will send you a part of the way. The back will depend on your fortunes. Yi Yuan only felt a blur before his eyes, and he was wrapped in a majestic power of the world, flying out no idea how far. This scene caught Qin Xiao off guard. Xiao Feng said indifferently. Although this old man isn't your match, for you to want to shake this old man off, it's also not what can be done in a short time. Moreover, do you dare to kill this old man? Qin Xiao could not help choking when he heard that. He really did not dare. With Qin Zhao's status, killing one or two origin deity martial artists, the Myriad Treasure Tower naturally would not say much. But Xiao Feng was already a Divine Lord realm powerhouse now. To the Myriad Treasure Tower, he was no longer insignificant. Qin Xiao had always had a calm and collected look. But now, his expression was incomparably ugly. He did not think that Xiao Feng was actually so decisive, directly pulling the Myriad Treasure Tower out from Wu Meng capital city. Withdrawing out of the capital city, the Myriad Treasure Tower's losses would be too great. You actually made this kind of decision for a Heaven Glimpse Realm Junior. Are you mad? Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and said. Xiao Feng said coolly, Men have principles to adhere to and baselines. Sowing cause begets effect. Sowing karma begets fruit. In the past, Yi Yuan helped me to break through. That's how there's my action of repaying grat. 2 today. How do you know that my action today won't have a time for harvest in the future? Qin Zhao's entire body trembled, his gaze revealing aghast. What are the few of you still in a daze for? Still not chasing for me? I want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. Qin Xiao roared. Chapter 1460, Are you very pleased with yourself? Chapter 1460, Are you very pleased with yourself? In the boundless wilderness, 3 figures were currently advancing with extreme speed. These 3 people's auras were imposing. The surrounding fierce beasts clamored to give a wide berth. This Brat, his life is really tenacious. He can even manage to escape like this. Qin Zhaoyun gnashed his teeth in hatred as he said. Qin Zhaoyun trio chased all the way and finally could not support a prolonged flight. Hence, they landed on the ground to chase. He never thought that Xiao Feng actually broke through to the Divine Lord realm. Even more unexpected, Xiao Feng would actually have no qualms about letting the myriad treasure tower withdraw from Wumeng capital city in order to protect Yuan. Along the way, Qin Zhaoyun stomped his feet in anger but was helpless to do anything too. But he definitely didn't think that we can track his location through the Academy token. Xiao Feng's action is destined to be in vain. Zhao Yi said in a solemn voice. With this, Qin Zhaoyun's fury turned into joy again as he said, the three of us half-step divine lords chasing down a heaven-glimpsed realm brat. This is also too disgraceful. This brat already ceased all activities in order to not draw people's attention and don't dare to ride the sword of fly anymore. It's just that he doesn't know that this way, it is exactly what we want. Xiao Feng's magical ability was insufficient to send Yi Yuan out of Wumeng capital city's sphere of influence. At this time, Wumeng capital city already announced to the world, putting Yi Yuan at large within the entire Wumeng capital city's radius. If Yi Yuan wanted to escape, he could not fly in the air in a flagrant manner. That way, the target was too conspicuous. Wen Yang let out a sigh and said, I really didn't expect that Xiao Feng was actually a step ahead of us, breaking through to the Divine Lord realm. He didn't even reach half-step Divine Lord realm. Just what kind of method did Yi Yuan use to make him break through to become a Divine Lord? One sentence made the other two people's good mood instantly dissipate into thin air. The few of them had been stuck at this realm for an uncertain number of years already. Half a step away, but seemingly as far as from the ground to the horizon, forever unable to cross. However, Xiao Feng actually caught up from behind in Serpa. Said those in front, directly breaking through to Divine Lord realm. How could they accept this? Qin Xiao gritted his teeth and said, thinking so much for what? When we capture that boy, will we still need to be scared of not being able to pry open his mouth? Sure enough, Qin Zhaoyun's words made the two people's eyes light up. What Brother Qin said is right. The three of our foundations are much better than Xiao Feng's. As long as there's that little bit, we're absolutely able to break through to Divine Lord realm. Zhao Yi said excitedly. Qin Zhaoyun smiled and said, then still waiting for what? That boy should be not far in front now, about to enter the range of Crowlight City. Once we let him escape from Crowlight City, we have to expend some more effort to catch him. The two people voiced their scent, displaying their movement techniques and chasing after. Crowlight City was the bordermost county of Wumeng capital city. If Yi Yuan left from here, he would enter other capital cities' sphere of influence. Although the capital cities belonged to an imperial city, they each dominated a region, neither interfering with the other. Once Yi Yuan left, it would naturally cause considerable trouble. 3 days later, on the frontier of Crowlight City, a figure was currently running at great speed. Suddenly, 3 figures descended from the sky, blocking all of that figure's escape routes. Qin Zhaoyun had a smug look as he said with a laugh, truly a shame. Just that little bit more. Although it took a bit of trouble, we caught you at any rate. Why, are you very surprised? Wen Yang let out a sigh and said, Yi Yuan, the order of the ruler is hard to defy. Come back with us. But Zhao Yi's gaze was scorching as he said, Brat, hand over the method to break through to Divine Lord realm, and we'll spare you from death. Yi Yuan had no joy nor sorrow being surrounded by the 3 people in the center and did not despair like they imagined. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Zhaoyun and spat. Surprise your uncle. You dumba. Just based on your bit of trick, and you also want to capture Grandpa Yi? Qin Zhaoyun's face turned black and was just about to fly off the handle, but saw Yi Yuan fish out the Academy token and started playing with it in his hand. Yi Yuan looked at Qin Zhaoyun with a smile that was not a smile and said, Old dog, were you very pleased with yourself along the way? Did you feel that your Grandpa Yi couldn't escape your palms, just based on this toy? Qin Zhaoyun's heart thumped, suddenly feeling that the 3 of them seemed to have been duped. This is a clone? Zhao Yi's gaze turned intent, and he said gloomily. Wen Yang let out a sigh and said, "We all overestimated him too much." Yi Yuan sneered as he looked at Qin Zhaoyun and said, "Old dog, just you wait. When I, Yi Yuan, return, it will be the day your Qin family is exterminated. You tell Qin Shao, ask him to take good care of himself. Grandpa Yi will come and find him to settle scores before long." Finished talking, with a bang, Yi Yuan immediately turned into a ball of flame. Gong! The Academy token fell to the ground, giving off a crisp sound. Qin Zhaoyun gnashed his teeth until it rattled, furious until smoke billowed from all 7 orifices. The 3 of them chased for close to a month's time. They did not expect that he was actually a clone. This brat is too cunning. Zhao Yi also gnashed his teeth in hatred. Originally, he was very much looking forward to the method to break through to the Divine Lord realm. He did not expect that bustling about for a month. It was all for nothing. On another border of Wu Meng capital city, Yi Yuan, who was currently healing his wounds in a cave, abruptly snapped open his eyes, the corners of his mouth revealing a mocking smile. How many ups and downs had Yi Yuan experienced before? How could he possibly make this kind of low-level mistake? Although Wu Meng Academy had never said before, how could Yi Yuan possibly bring this kind of hidden danger to him? Right away, when Yi Yuan was sent out, he divided out the majority of his divine essence, creating a cleansing sandal flame lotus clone, bringing the Academy token and fleeing all the way, while his true self moved stealthily in another direction. Fiery already gave birth to a primordial spirit. Yi Yuan was unable to bring him to pass through the spatial storms. But the cleansing sandal flame lotus was the clone Yi Yuan refined. He brought it over. Through this close to 100 years, the cleansing sandal flame lotus already evolved to divine rank 2. It was just that compared to Yi Yuan's rate of progress, it was much slower. Along the way, Yi Yuan was cautious, not revealing his traces, finally lurking to the borders. The series of great battles a month ago, Yi Yuan's injuries were already very severe. Plus this 1 month of escaping, Yi Yuan piled on more injury on top of injury. Only recently did he find a hidden cave and went into a retreat to heal his wounds. Suddenly, Yi Yuan heaved a sigh and said, "I even thought that I was dead for sure this time. I didn't expect that at the last juncture, Elder Brother Shao actually broke through to the Divine Lord realm, saving me." At this time, Dustless's figure emerged and said, "Actually, it was you who saved yourself. It was you who helped him break through the Divine Lord realm first, that he has the ability to come and save you. Perhaps this is the circle of cause and effect." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Back then, I just felt that I got along well with him. I didn't expect to actually have this kind of unexpected harvest. Sigh. Miss Wanru is probably going to be disappointed. Also, there's little Fatty. I hope that he pulls himself together. Senior, this Wu Ming capital city already doesn't have a place for me to shelter myself. Where should I go?" Dustless said, "You can't stay on within the boundary of the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. With the strength of a Divine Lord realm, once Qin Shao knows your whereabouts, killing you is just a matter of lifting a hand. This is a troublesome place. Better get as far away as possible." Chapter 1461 Ling Feng. Chapter 1461 Ling Feng, Tai Drain City, was a bordermost county of River Eternal Imperial City. An imperial city bordering on River Eternal Imperial City was Eminent Orchid Imperial City. These 2 imperial cities belonged to different forces. River Eternal Imperial City belonged to a human race Heavenly Emperor force, while Eminent Orchid Imperial City belonged to a fiend race Heavenly Emperor force. The 2 imperial cities were mortal enemies, warring year-round, countless deaths and casualties. At this time, in a dense forest outside Tide Rain City, there was a small team of human martial artists who were currently patrolling. Although these martial artists were deity realm powerhouses, each and every one of them was well-trained, wore standardized clothes, and had good coordination between their actions, not sloppy like those ordinary martial artists. "Captain, Lord Centurion is too biased. Why are the patrol missions AS signed to our team each time always this kind of desolate place? Yeah, at this rate, how will we make military achievements? Captain, could it be that we're just going to swallow our pride and endure in silence like this? During the patrol, a group of Grotto Profound Realm soldiers was grumbling nonstop. The target they were complaining to was an initial stage Heaven Glimpse officer. All shut up for me. We're all soldiers, not free and unruly cultivators. Wherever the senior officer wants us to go, we'll go where. What do you all have so much nonsense from? The officer yelled coldly. Sure enough, the moment he flared up, the others immediately shriveled up. After a while, a soldier asked again, Captain, we're feeling sour for you. In terms of strength, in terms of qualifications, you're stronger than Lu Chongkong, that fellow. On what basis that the credit each time is taken by him? Isn't it just because he's the Centurion's brother-in-law? The officer's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, These words, they can come out of your mouth and enter my ears. Keep talking nonsense about the platoon leader's wrong, and you'll be punished by military law. That soldier spat out his tongue and did not say anything any longer. Amen? There's someone. The officer suddenly felt alarm bells go off in his heart, immediately making a hand gesture, having everyone be on guard. These people wandered the borders of life and death all year round and were very alert to danger. If there was a little movement ahead, they would be able to detect it. The cooperation between this small team's members was very tacit, immediately turning into several afterimages, encircling over toward the target. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus several figures landed on an open S, P, A, C. Seeing the situation here, they all had stunned looks. A young man who looked in his 20s was currently roasting a rabbit. A wisp of fragrance drifted by. The few people's salivae all could not resist dripping down. Seeing these few people suddenly appear, the young man did not look the least bit surprised at all, but instead smiled and said, Officers seem to be patrolling. You've worked hard. Want to try it? When the officer saw that it was a human race young man, his nervous emotion also relaxed. This young man's realm was not low. He was already initial stage Heaven Glimpse, but it was very disdainful in the officer's eyes. In his view, this young man was definitely a disciple of a large family in the inner city coming out to train and temper without knowing the immensity of heaven and earth. This guy actually took this place to be his own home's backyard garden, roasting a rabbit here to eat. He really did not know how the word death was written. Do you know what place this is? The officer did not buy it in the slightest and questioned with a cold snort. The young man tore off a piece of rabbit meat, took 2 bites, and said smilingly, I really don't know what place this place is. The officer's brows furrowed, clearly disliking the young man very much. Such a flippant fellow, served him right to die here. Boom! The officer raised his hand and dealt a palm, directly blasting the grilling rack to residue. Humph! The back of this large mountain is the territory of the fiend race. You actually dare to roast rabbit meat here and eat? Really don't know how the word death is written. If you don't want to die, immediately get lost from me right now, said the officer with a cold snort. Although this young man's realm was more or less the same as his, he did not take this young man seriously at all. These soldiers who fought at close quarters with the fiend race all year round, wandered the borders of life and death year in and year out, and were much stronger than same rank martial artists. This young man was a young master who had never seen the world before with one glance. Going on the battlefield and getting surrounded by a few Grotto Profound Realm fiends, he might be ground to death. The officer was originally displeased with the young man already. This kind of courting death action might very likely attract the enemy. He even thought that the other party would get angry. Then he would take the chance to teach the other party a lesson. Not only did the young man not get angry, but he also grinned instead and said, You said that opposite is the fiend race's territory? Ha! Great, this forest is too vast. I lost my way inside and even thought that I went the wrong direction. I didn't expect that I found it by stumbling about blindly. Oh, right. Which army are you all from? Do you still take people or not? Ha ha! With just the likes of you. You wouldn't survive past 10 breaths going on the battlefield. Still want to join us? Don't look at how your initial stage heaven glimpse. The 10 of us attacking you together can bring you down. Do you believe that? Kid, go back where you came from. A flower in a greenhouse like you isn't suited to come to this kind of place. The young man's words immediately aroused a wave of loud guffaws from the team members. The officer shot him a glance rather surprisedly and said, "What's your name? Why do you want to join the army?" The young man smiled and said, "I'm called Yi Yuan. Heard that the fiend race experts' evil doings know no limits, wreaking havoc in River Eternal Imperial City. I also want to contribute to the human race." This young man was none other than precisely the Yi Yuan who rushed to River Eternal Imperial City from far away. At this time, 3 years had already passed, said since Yi Yuan escaped from Wu Meng capital city. And River Eternal Imperial City was precisely Yi Yuan's destination. If Yi Yuan wanted to find Qin Shao to take revenge, he had to increase his strength quickly. And the best way to increase his strength was naturally to engage in battles. Hence, under Dustless's suggestion, Yi Yuan came to the intersection of a human and fiend, two great heavenly emperors' territories, which was this River Eternal Imperial City. An eminent Orchid Imperial City precisely belonged under Heavenly Emperor Jiushang command. Yi Yuan, coming to this side, was also hoping to investigate regarding Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove, as well as information about the main culprit behind sending Kanua into the Immortal Grove world back then. Arriving in this region, Yi Yuan naturally did not dare to ride his sword and fly, blatantly seeking publicity. Once he attracted the fiend race's powerhouses, he would die without even knowing how he died. Therefore, he lost his way in this dense forest. He did not expect that he just happened to run into this team patrolling. The officer patted Yi Yuan's shoulder and said, "Not bad, kid. Got guts. But gotta have strength, too. Don't look at how your realm is similar to mine. Do you believe that I can take you down with one move or not?" Yi Yuan could not be bothered to argue over it with him either, saying with a smile, "Who can tell that elder brother's strength is formidable, but got to at least give me a chance to train and experience too, no?" These words were not flattery either. He could feel that this officer's vitality was powerful, divine essence condensed. His strength likely far surpassed, said those in the same rank. The officer thought about it and felt that what Yi Yuan said was reasonable too, saying with a nod, "Fine, then you go back to the barracks with us. But I'll get the unpleasantness out of the way first. Joining the military camp requires a test. Whether or not you can pass, this will depend on you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's of course." The officer nodded and said, "I'm called Ling Feng. You can call me Captain Ling." While talking, Ling Feng's expression changed. 100 figures dashed out of the dense forest, immediately surrounding their team. Chapter 1462 completely annihilated. Chapter 1462 completely annihilated a group of soldiers dressed in black armor, surrounded Yi Yuan and the rest. Fiendish energy surged on these people's bodies. They were actually all fiend race powerhouses. Jeej, there's actually someone who lit a fire near Fiend Calling Ridge, really heedless of the consequences. Turns out it's a human race's small squad. No matter how small the mosquito, it's meat too. Annihilate them all. Ling Feng's expression became dark. He did not expect to actually be able to be, MP into the fiend race's squad in this area. Furthermore, it was 5 in one go. The other party had 5 Heaven Glimpse realm existences. Clearly, it was 5 fiend race squads. But when the other human soldiers heard, they all could not resist glaring at Yi Yuan. If not for Yi Yuan courting death and starting a fire and roasting meat, it also would not draw the fiend race squads. D.A.M. and fellow, you're still in the mood to eat barbecue. A human soldier gritted his teeth in anger. Being surrounded by the fiend race squads, Yi Yuan's first reaction was not to be scared but to hastily eat the rabbit meat. This action made the human squad members gnash their teeth in hatred even more. Ling Feng said in a solemn voice, "Don't talk nonsense anymore. The situation is not quite right. The fiend-calling ridge has a huge natural moat with a strange metamagnetic field existing there. Even if peak origin magnetic field powerhouses descended from the natural moat area, they would fall and be smashed to pieces too. Logically speaking, the fiend race squads will not appear here. There must be some conspiracy involved. Zhao Bin, your movement technique is the fastest. In a while, we'll break through toward the southwest direction. Everyone cover him to charge out. Let him go back and report. Captain, I'm not going. Shut up, this is an order. If you don't want us to die in vain, bring this intel back. Zhao Bin was just about to speak when Ling Feng yelled fiercely. At this time, a fiend race's captain sneered coldly and said, "You're very smart. We've already found the way to overcome the metamagnetic field. The battalion will charge over from this side very soon. At that time, Tide Rain City is ours. As for you all of you can forget about leaving." Ling Feng's expression flickered incessantly. This intel was a bolt out of the blue to Tide Rain City. Fiend-calling Ridge, this region did not only have large numbers of 3-star fierce beasts existing, but the back of the mountain also had a 100,000 miles long natural moat. Inside this natural moat existed a natural metamagnetic field, unless one reached the Divine Lord realm. Otherwise, there was completely no way to cross. It was Tide Rain City's natural protective defense. Hence, each time they patrolled, this side was all routine business. Everyone came over to walk one round and then went back. But now, the fiend race actually found a way to avoid those fierce beasts. This was not some good news for the human race. A hint of decisiveness flashed across in Ling Feng's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "What needs to be done? Don't need me to teach you guys, right?" "Understood." A glimmer of solemnness and melancholy flashed across the others' faces as they responded. After that, Ling Feng's gaze looked towards the Yi Yuan, who was currently gnawing on rabbit meat again, his expression slightly complicated as he said, "Kid, in a while, good luck to you. Whether or not you can survive will depend on your fortunes." At this time, Yi Yuan finally finished gnawing on the rabbit meat in his hands and belched satisfactorily, smiling and saying, "Relax, I can take good care of myself." Jeej, there's actually still an idiot on the human side. Huh. This kid probably still hasn't figured out the situation, right? Mu Feng, leave that kid to you. Finish the fight fast. Relax. Dealing with this kind of rookie, 3 moves is enough. The Fiend Race's group clearly discerned that Yi Yuan was not the same party as those human soldiers. Their vision was the same as Ling Feng, feeling that Yi Yuan was some large family clan's disciple with one glance. Although his realm was high, he could not take a single hit at all. Mu Feng slowly stepped out of the ranks, looking at Yi Yuan with an amused look as he said with a cold smile, "Kid, your flesh and blood is pretty good. Just nice it can give your grandpa Mu Feng to cultivate. Rest as assured, Grandpa Mu Feng's blow is very light and won't let you feel pain." The flesh and blood of human powerhouses was a great tonic to the Fiend Race. Many Fiend Race cultivation methods borrowed the power of flesh and blood to cultivate, precisely because so that Fiend Race powerhouses liked to carry out slaughter against human powerhouses. Careful, concealed weapon. Yi Yuan smiled strangely, the remaining bone in his hand flying out directly. Whose? H. Plus Mu Feng, who was currently being pleased with himself, did not expect Yi Yuan to attack when he said so. He instinctively wanted to avoid it, but that bone's speed was too fast. He actually could not avoid it in time. Slap! That bone struck Mu Feng's face without deviation. A greasy feeling immediately made Mu Feng burn with rage. Ha ha ha! This scene immediately incurred a bout of loud laughter. A bone naturally would not cause any damage to Mu Feng, but in front of so many people, where would he put his face? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, "Sigh, already asked you to be careful. Why were you still so careless?" Mu Feng's teeth chattered from Nas. I. Plusing, clearly already infuriated to the extreme. Good. Very good. Kid, Grandpa Mu Feng will let you know what's called a life worse than death. Mu Feng said in a cold voice. Stop playing, attack together, Eradicate them, said another captain in a cold voice. Swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus swus. H. Plus 5 fiend race squads. Several dozen people rushed over at the same time. The impetus was quite a Stony's. H. I. Plusing. Ling Feng's expression changed. The smile from before immediately disappeared without a trace as he bellowed, "Kill!" This team of around 10 people protected that soldier called Zhao Bin in the middle, desperately breaking through to the outside. But how could those fiend race soldiers give him a chance? The remaining 4 fiend race captains burst forth, all charging towards Ling Feng. The fiend race warriors were powerhouses to begin with. Ling Feng, fighting 4-on-1, immediately felt a pressure that could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Ling Feng already mustered up divine essence, prepared to meet the enemy. But right at this time, those 4 fiend race captains suddenly directly exploded before his eyes. Even the fiendish essence did not escape. Ling Feng was utterly dumbstruck with amazement. What happened? Suddenly, Ling Feng's entire body trembled, looking over in Yi Yuan's direction, discovering that the Mu Feng opposite him was already nowhere to be found too, without even leaving behind dregs. Could it be done by him? Impossible. How could an initial stage heaven glimpse possible one-shot 5 fiend race captains? Forget about Yi Yuan. Even their centurion could not possibly do this either. However, apart from these 5 people, there were still quite a number of fiend race soldiers. Ling Feng was just slightly absent-minded for a moment, then joined the camp of slaughtering those fiends. "You fiend dogs, to dare profane my human race die." At this time, Yi Yuan shouted loudly and joined the group battle too. This time, Ling Feng saw Yi Yuan attack, immediately feeling his eyes light up. You don't say, his strength was really not weak. But to say insta-killing 4 great fiend race captains in one move, that was clearly impossible. 2 might heaven glimpse powerhouses facing a bunch of grotto profound realm fiends. That was naturally a Ma's saker. Yi Yuan's movement technique was exceedingly fast. Those fiends who wanted to escape were directly slaughtered clean by him. This battle's reversal was too sudden. Everyone originally harbored the resolve of certain death. In the end, the other party was completely annihilated in a blink of an eye. Chapter 1463 Investigation. Chapter 1463 Investigation. Seeing this battle result, Ling Feng was somewhat dazed too. It was seriously too unexpected, making him have a feeling like he was dreaming. 5 great heaven glimpse powerhouses instantly all annihilated, the battle situation reversing instantly. He did not understand what happened at all. Haha, Captain, we actually didn't die. Wonder which senior made a move to actually directly insta-kill 5 fiend race captains. I was scared until my hand was shaking a little just now. Didn't expect that in a blink they were all wiped out. Really awesome. The soldiers were all incomparably excited. This feeling of surviving a disaster was really too good. They had long become indifferent to life and death already, but did not mean that they were willing to go and die. Ling Feng's face also revealed a look of joy as he said with a smile, "Zhao Bin, W. and Jilong, the few of you go and gather up the spoils of war. This place isn't suited to stay for long. Let's hurry up and leave." All right, the few people voiced their assent, going to collect the spoils of war gleefully. Ling Feng came to Yi Yuan's side and smiled as he patted his shoulder and said, "Kid, good skills. I apologize to you. It was me who looked down on you previously." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Captain Ling is really formidable. This he admires." Yi Yuan did not expect that this Ling Feng was very open and forthright, directly apologizing to him. But this Ling Feng's strength was indeed very powerful. Even fighting one-on-one with those fiend race captains, he probably would not fall into a disadvantage either. Ling Feng smiled as he waved his hand and said, "This was all trained in the battlefield. Your foundation is much better than mine. Your strength in the future will definitely be above mine." "Oh, right. Did you see clearly just now? Who was it that took action to kill those 5 fiend race captains?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, I don't know either. That Mu Feng was just about to attack me when his entire person exploded. Ling Feng's eyes revealed a disappointed look and said, Looks like it was a pious, Sing human race powerhouse who couldn't endure the sight of it, and he made a move to help us. To be able to instantly one-shot 5 fiend race captains, I'm afraid that he's at the very least an origin deity realm powerhouse. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, It should be like this. The battle previously, all the fiend race soldiers' targets were all placed on Ling Feng and the rest, resulting in no one paying attention to Yi Yuan at all. That Mu Feng did not have the slightest strength to retaliate in front of Yi Yuan and was instantly one-shot. After that, Yi Yuan released 4 sundering stars in an instant, eradicating the other 4 fiend race captains. However, Yi Yuan did not plan on displaying his strength in front of Ling Feng, because experts on the battlefield were too many. It was better to keep a low profile. The war between the 2 imperial cities, Grotto profound deity realm experts, could only be ordinary soldiers. Even initial stage Heaven Glimpse powerhouses were merely just a small captain too. The cruelty and dangers on the battlefield could be seen at a glance. Yi Yuan was strong among martial artists in the same rank. But with his current strength, once he ran into Grand Completion Heaven Glimpse, even Origin Deity Realm powerhouses, that would be dangerous. The more high profile on the battlefield, the faster one died. Captain, the battlefield is cleaned up. Our harvest in this fight isn't small. Everyone gathered up the spoils of war, each and every one of the faces very pleased. Military exploits in the army were calculated according to the fiend race tokens they obtained. Their squad exterminating 5 fiend race squads all at once this time. It was a considerable military achievement. As for storage rings, these spoils of war, it all belonged to the individual. But the army on the human race's side had strict orders not to practice the fiend race's cultivation methods and some taboo medicinal pills. Otherwise, kill without mercy. Apart from this, with these military exploits, everyone could even obtain better cultivation resources, using them to improve their strength. Ling Feng nodded his head and said, Let's hurry up and go. Just now, that fiend race captain said, There's still a battalion coming from behind. It's likely going to ambush Tide Rain City. Let's hurry back to report the news. Younger brother Yi, since you want to join the army, then go back together with us. The strength that Yi Yuan displayed obtained Ling Feng's recognition. He was also much more courteous when speaking. But Yi Yuan fell silent for a moment and did not reply immediately. Ling Feng was slightly surprised as he said, Why? Does younger brother Yi have any concerns? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Not really concerns, but I feel that we should split into 2 paths right now. The moment Ling Feng heard, he could not help becoming interested and asked, Oh? What idea do you have? Yi Yuan said, Whether what those fiend race captains said is true or not is still to be confirmed. After all, we didn't see it with our own eyes. Also, what kind of method the fiend race used across the fiend calling ridge? This intel should all be investigated clearly. If we know their methods, perhaps we can imitate them and give him a huge surprise. Therefore, I feel that we should split one force to go back and report, the other force to continue deep into the fiend calling ridge and investigate thoroughly. Yi Yuan said this and discovered that everyone all strange gazes to look at him. Look at me like that for what? Do I have flowers on my face? Yi Yuan touched his nose and said innocently. Ling Feng looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like looking at a monster and sighed with admiration as he said, Younger brother, Yi truly has the style of a great general. These things, I never considered them. You thought it out comprehensively. What you said is right, they aren't prepared right now. Us going to investigate the intel is the most suitable. Xiaobin, you return to the city right now and bring the news over here back. The others follow me to Fiend Calling Ridge. The others also looked at Yi Yuan with admiration. They discovered that they all underestimated this young man. They all regarded themselves as foot soldiers, only minding their own business, while Yi Yuan could consider problems from the height of the overall situation. This manner was not what they could compare to. Xiaobin was just about to leave, but Yi Yuan said, Captain Ling, let them all go back. Fiend Calling Ridge, just the 2 of us go. MN. We're going to investigate, not fight it out. Numbers might be easier to expose instead. If we're really discovered, it's easier for the two of us to want to escape instead, Yi Yuan explained. Ling Feng thought about it and said with a nod, what younger brother Yi said is true, but better I go alone then. Younger brother, Yi, you go back together with them. You aren't considered a member of the army yet currently. Making you go and take risks isn't too appropriate. Yi Yuan smiled and said, since this Yi ran into everyone, I need to join with some display of loyalty too. My movement technique is still all right. I won't drag Captain Ling down. Ling Feng mused for a moment and said with a nod, okay, younger brother Yi is righteous, then we'll act together. Zhao Bin, you bring the others back. But Zhao Bin and the rest were indignant and grumbled, Captain, my movement technique is Pa-S. Sable too. Let me go together with you. Captain, I'm following you too. I'll go too. Ling Feng's face fell, and he said, all shut up for me. This is an order. All get lost for me. Seeing Ling Feng really flared up, the others did not dare to shoot their mouth off anymore, all leaving awkwardly. This bunch of B-A-S-T-A-R-D-S, one day of not scolding them, and they will feel uncomfortable all over. Ling Feng scolded with a smile. Yi Yuan smiled too and said, all are a bunch of good brothers. They are worried about your safety. Ling Feng chuckled and said, why wouldn't I know? But what you said is right. This kind of thing, they'll drag us down if they went too. Let's go. Yi Yuan nodded his head and followed after him. Chapter 1464, Jumping Off a Cliff. Chapter 1464, Jumping Off a Cliff in the dense forest. Two figures were currently shuttling through at high speed. Along the way, Ling Feng also had the intention of testing Yi Yuan, deliberately speeding up his footsteps. Moving through inside this dense forest, just movement technique being fast was useless. It had an extremely high requirement for the martial artist's responsiveness. Ling Feng, they all patrolled this area all year round and were very familiar with the terrain here. Hence, his speed was also particularly fast. He urged his speed to the limits and sprinted wildly for a long way, thinking in his mind that he shook Yi Yuan off a certain distance before slowing down his footsteps. But when he turned around to look, he could not help getting startled. Yi Yuan was like a ghost and had actually been following not far behind him all along. This shock was by no means insignificant. He actually completely did not sense Yi Yuan's existence earlier. If Yi Yuan dealt him a sword from behind, he would already be a corpse at this time. Seeing Ling Feng's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, I said before, my movement technique is still all right. I won't hold you back. Ling Feng smiled, rather embarrassed, sadly, and said, younger brother Yi has fine skills. This Ling really made an error of judgment. He discovered that he really underestimated Yi Yuan. At least in this dense forest, to be able to keep up with him noiselessly, it was absolutely not what the average initial stage Heaven Glimpse could accomplish. Just based on this, Yi Yuan had the qualifications to enter the army. With Yi Yuan's skill, he would absolutely be an expert in going to investigate enemy intel. Ling Feng was very familiar with the route, bringing Yi Yuan to make a big detour, finally climbing up to the Fiend Calling Ridge's summit. The spectacular scenery before their eyes also shook Yi Yuan's heart. Ahead was a 100,000-foot wide cliff, below the precipice deep until the bottom could not be seen. This was a natural moat insurmountable by an individual's strength. Furthermore, after Yi Yuan reached the summit, he immediately felt his footsteps become much heavier. A powerful gravitational field made him, this Heaven Glimpse realm powerhouse, somewhat struggle to walk too. This natural moat was really extraordinary, as if done by G.O.D.S. The gravitational field here isn't the strongest yet. The more towards the middle of this natural chasm, the stronger the gravity. Therefore, this natural chasm cannot be crossed at all. Really don't know how those fiends came over, Ling Feng said, rather perplexedly. Yi Yuan said, we made a big detour. They're probably several dozen miles away from the place they crossed the natural moat. Now, let's be more careful and draw closer there. Ling Feng nodded his head, drawing near to the place where the fiend race crossed the natural chasm. The two people cautiously said through several dozen miles. Finally, their gazes turned intent, looking at the 100,000-foot Great Canyon in astonishment, only to see that inside that Great Canyon, a flying boat that could carry several dozen people was currently slowly flying. That flying boat actually suspended in midair and did not drop down. It was currently transporting fiend race soldiers batch by batch, flying over to the human race's side. The only shortcoming was that this flying boat was not large. It looked like it could only transport 5 to 6 squads each time. Reckon that those fiend race soldiers, Yi Yuan they all ran into was the first batch sent over. They can actually fly above this natural moat. This is too astounding. Luckily, we ran into that batch of fiend race soldiers. Otherwise, this time, Tide Rain City definitely can't be defended. Ling Feng lowered his voice and said. Yi Yuan did not speak, gaze staring at that flying boat, an appearance as if he was absorbed in thought. Ling Feng continued, no way, got to bring this news back to Tide Rain City. Otherwise, when the fiend race army is finished assembling, Tide Rain City will be attacked from both front and rear. With this flying boat, the fiend race would be able to send troops over to the fiend calling Ridge's side unceasingly. At that time, with a 2P-R-O inged pincer attack, Tide Rain City would face an even greater threat. Therefore, Ling Feng already could not wait to return to Tide Rain City and report this major intelligence to Tide Rain City. But this time, a fiend race powerhouses currently had his brows tightly knitted several miles away from Ling Feng duo. The aura on this fiend was very powerful, giving people an extremely strong sense of oppression. This was the leader of this fiend race army, Xiu Lai, a half-stop divine Lord Realm powerhouse. Those few squads people are all not back yet, Xiu Lai said in a deep voice. Replying, Your Excellency, there's no news yet. Those few squads seem to have lost contact, an origin deity realm subordinate said. Xiu Lai's brows knitted even tighter as he muttered to himself. Could it be that they encountered the human race's army? This is impossible. According to our intel, fiend calling Ridge this area, Tide Rain City's army very rarely comes over. Send people to go and inquire about the intel again and search for those few teams' whereabouts. I want to see the person if alive, the corpse if dead. Yes, Your Excellency. The subordinate answered and left. Xiu Lai paced around continuously, clearly somewhat irritable. Crossing the fiend calling Ridge's natural moat this time was a several decades-long grand plan that the fiend race planned and prepared for. There could not be the slightest accident. At that time, when celestial soldiers descended from the heavens, Tide Rain City would surely be breached. As long as Tide Rain City was breached, the fiend race army would be able to march straight in without resistance. But Xiu Lai never thought that they were actually thwarted at the very beginning this time. The few squads sent out to inquire about information actually disappeared without a sound. Not long after, the subordinate came to report once again. Your Excellency, those few squads seem to have evaporated into thin air without any traces at all. I sent several dozen teams to go out and investigate, but didn't discover their figures. But a team discovered some traces of fighting in the dense forest. Xiu Lai's expression was grim until it was almost going to drip water, and he said, to be able to dispose of 5 squads without a sound, it's probably a human race expert. Not good. They might be spying on a military situation in the vicinity. Immediately dispatch everyone who came over to conduct a carpet search in the vicinity. Also, you call on some commanders over for me. The arrival strength is likely not weak. Once any activities are discovered, immediately rush over and kill without mercy. Yes, Your Excellency. Xiu Lai gritted his teeth and said, and in it, how can it be so coincidental? Now that they're spying on the military situation right now and didn't send the news back to Tide Rain City. The fiend race's movements here were huge. Powerful auras were faintly perceptible, starting to conduct searches in the vicinity. Yi Yuan said softly, go, they probably discovered that those few squads went missing and already suspect that somebody sneaked in. Ling Feng nodded and brought Yi Yuan to quietly withdraw. Scree! Suddenly a clear eagle sound echoed out in the air. Ling Feng lifted his head to look when he heard this sound, and his expression could not help changing drastically. Not good. It's the devil blood eagle raised by the fiend race. It's the most sensitive to the human race's scent. We can't escape anymore. Ling Feng's complexion was ashen. His eyes actually lost all hope. The devil blood eagle discovered humans. They are currently escaping in the southwest direction. Suddenly someone among the fiends exclaimed. When Xiaolai heard this voice, his gaze turned dark, his figure moving explosively, speeding over in the southwest direction. Several powerful auras engulfed everything and swept over like the tide. Especially Xiaolai. Even with the gravitational field's interference, his speed was also swift to the extreme. At this time, Yi Yuan's inner heart had broken down too. Under the powerful gravitational field, Xiaolai's speed was still faster than everyone else, pressing straight for Yi Yuan duo. Yi Yuan sucked in a deep breath and said to Ling Feng, "Do you trust me?" Ling Feng froze and immediately nodded his head. "Good, jump together," Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. One exaggeration for an unstoppable army. Chapter 1465, A Genius's Thoughts. Chapter 1465, A Genius's Thoughts was H plus was H plus was H plus. Each and every one of the fiend race powerhouses moved like lightning. DOS. H. I. Plussing towards the place where Yi Yuan Dup originally stood. They saw the back view of the two people jumping off the cliff. Xiaolai's face was extremely grim and said, "Just two initial stage heaven glimpse? How'd he finish off 5 squads without a sound?" "Your Excellency, they probably still have other people. 2 measly human heaven glimpse realm martial artists. Even if their strength is powerful, it's also impossible to make 5 squads completely wiped out," a subordinate said. Xiaolai nodded his head and heaved a sigh as he said, "Looks like our side here is already exposed. It's already impossible to want to swoop down on Tide Rain City. Our 10 years of effort is ruined overnight." The others were similarly incomparably disappointed. They were originally very much looking forward to this battle. Who knew that news actually leaked at the 11th hour? This made their military exploits be wiped out in a day. What they did not know was that they were actually very close to success. It was just too bad that Yi Yuan just happened to lose his way and came to this area, and even ran into the 5 squads who were patrolling. Otherwise, with Ling Feng their strength, how could they possibly send the intel back? Notify Sandcliff side, and just say that the surprise army appearing out of nowhere on this side already lost effectiveness. "We can only join forces to attack fiercely," Xiaolai said solemnly. He shot a glance at the natural chasm that was deep until the bottom could not be seen, and said with a cold snort, "Those 2 punks got off lucky." After Yi Yuan duo jumped off the cliff, their bodies plummeted at a terrifying speed. That speed was more than 10 times faster than when they fell normally. The terrifying gravitational field even made them unable to adjust their falling down posture. Ling Feng already despaired. He felt that his body would be destroyed by this huge gravitational field before he even reached the bottom. The further down, the greater this gravitational field's force and the faster the speed. Ling Feng felt like the blood vessels in his whole body were about to burst. It was just that under this kind of circumstances, he could not even accomplish crying out. Suddenly, Ling Feng's expression changed. His falling speed was actually slowing down. The effect of the gravitational field on him was actually reducing. This shock was by no means insignificant. This natural chasm, the further down, the more terrifying the gravitational field. It was not what human strength could contend with at all. Ling Feng knew that there had once been a divine Lord Realm powerhouse who attempted to find out about this natural chasm situation. But he never came back. Ever since then, no one else dared to have ideas about this natural chasm. Ling Feng turned out and took a look at Yi Yuan, his gaze full of an incredulous look. Yi Yuan's eyes were tightly shut, his body emitting a strange force field. Ling Feng did not notice it previously. Only now did he abruptly startled awake. This strange force field was currently becoming stronger at a rapid rate. And this force field was clearly what made their falling speed slow down. Ling Feng suddenly felt like the force field around them was like a spring. The further down, the stronger the force field. Finally, the two people's figures abruptly stopped, suspending in midair. Ling Feng looked at Yi Yuan with an astonished look and said, "You, how did you do it?" Yi Yuan's mind stirred. A wooden stick appeared in his hand. It was precisely the origin magnetism spirit wood. There's a strange force field inside this natural chasm. It's a great supplement to my origin magnetism spirit wood. The further down, the stronger this force field, and the origin magnetism spirit wood is growing crazily. And now, it finally reached a state of equilibrium. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Yi Yuan's origin magnetism spirit wood was constantly brought along on him, but it had always been stuck at peak tier 9 and did not break through to divine rank. Encountering this strange gravitational field this time, it was an opportunity for the origin magnetism spirit wood. Originally, Yi Yuan was planning on finding a chance to come over and let the origin magnetism spirit would absorb the magnetic force to evolve. It was just that the plan could not keep up with the changes. He did not expect that they were actually discovered so quickly. Driven to the wall, Yi Yuan could only take the risk and try, jumping straight into this natural chasm. Sure enough, the force field here did not disappoint him. The further down, the faster the origin magnetism spirit wood's evolution. In this short while, the origin magnetism spirit would actually directly broke through 2 ranks under this terrifying force field, reaching the level of divine rank 2. Ling Feng looked at the origin magnetism spirit wood, shocked until he could not close his mouth. His back was drenched in a cold sweat. He looked at Yi Yuan with a strange look and said, "You're using the natural chasm's gravitational field to evolve the origin magnetism spirit wood?" He was not really afraid earlier. But looking back now, Ling Feng felt like his legs turned soft. What if the evolution failed? Wouldn't the two of them have to shatter to pieces? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Under that sort of situation, do we still have other choices?" The one coming over earlier was a half-step divine Lord Fiend race powerhouse. Ling Feng opened his mouth and stopped talking. Indeed, this was the best way. Most importantly, they won the gamble. However, this guy in front of him looked young, without the slightest experience. But when doing things, he was really crazy. Perhaps it was precisely because of so that he would think of joining the human race army, right? But even if you have the origin magnetism spirit wood, how did you do it? Ling Feng said in surprise. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "When I saw the Fiend Race's flying boat earlier, I was thinking about this problem. This natural chasm's gravitational field is so strong. For them to be able to overcome the natural chasm, they definitely made use of this gravitational field. So I was thinking if I created a gravitational field too, I can use this gravitational field to produce a repulsive force or not, and I'll be able to suspend in the air. Heh, try it out, it's indeed like so." Presumably, aboard the Fiend Race's flying boat, they definitely created a gravitational field too. That's how it let them be able to fly across the natural chasm. Ling Feng stared with his mouth agape from listening. This guy was simply a genius. The Fiend Race used no idea how many years before coming up with this method, but it was cracked by Yi Yuan in a second. It was simple to say, but achieving it was absolutely not an easy thing. This natural chasm's gravitational field was too strong. Wanting to neutralize this force field could not be accomplished by casually creating a flying boat with a force field. A little bit off, and it could only be the outcome of the boat being destroyed and people perish. Plussing in the end. If not for so, the Fiend Race also would not use so many years to research such a small-scale flying boat. For Yi Yuan to be able to do this was because his control over the origin magnetism spirit would have long reached the degree of superlative heights already. During the process of falling, Yi Yuan had been adjusting the origin magnetism spirit wood's gravitational field all along attempting to reach a state of equilibrium with the natural chasm's gravitational field. In between this, the origin magnetism spirit was still evolving crazily. To be able to achieve this in a short several breaths of time was simply inconceivable. Seeing Ling Feng's expression, Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Come on, it's getting late. Let's cirque you. Vent this section before going up. Don't walk right into the trap." "Oh, right, Captain Ling, this matter of the origin magnetism spirit would hope that Captain Ling keeps it secret for me." Ling Feng froze and immediately nodded his head. This origin magnetism spirit evolving to divine rank 2 was a rather powerful treasure. It could even become one of Yi Yuan's trump cards. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan was naturally unwilling to let others know. He and Yi Yuan were just casual acquaintances and were not considered to have a very deep friends. H.I+P. For Yi Yuan to willingly save his life was already not easy. After all, under this kind of circuit, stances an additional person was an additional point of risk. Chapter 1466 Jealous of the Righteous and Envious of the Strong. Chapter 1466 Jealous of the Righteous and Envious of the Strong, being a very long, impregnable pass. Tide City was built against a mountain, very grand. That city wall was just like a gate, keeping the fiend race great army out of the gates for millions of years. The fiend race was warlike. Ever since the rise of Heavenly Emperor Jiushang, this Tide City became one of the important battlegrounds of the human and fiend, two races. Eminent Orchid Imperial City had once sent out several divine Lord Realm powerhouses, attempting to take Tide City by storm. River Eternal Imperial City side was not willing to show weakness either, similarly sending out several divine Lord Realm powerhouses to deal with the enemy. That battle fought until the heavens turned dark and the earth dimmed, virtually collapsing Tide City. In the end, both sides sustained great losses. Those dozen over-divine Lord Realm powerhouses were almost completely annihilated. Ever since then, Eminent Orchid Imperial City did not dare to take Tide City by storm again, but placed the focal points of the war along other lines. In these several million years, Eminent Orchid Imperial City and River Eternal Imperial City both had victories and defeats, but neither could do anything to the other, because the other cities along the other borders were all exceedingly deep. Once the fiend race launched an attack, it was very easy to face enemies from the front and rear. Even if they could occasionally defeat the humans, they would be repelled by the human race's human wave tactic very soon too. Only this Tide City that once breached, the fiend race army would be able to push forward unopposed, going straight for River Eternal Imperial City, was the most important. Therefore, even after so many years, the fiend race had never given up on the idea of attacking Tide City. Flying across the fiend-calling ridge was an ingenious military move. It could directly cross Tide City's southern city wall, directly assaulting Tide City's northern side. In contrast to the southern city wall's countless array formations reinforcing, the northern city walls were undoubtedly much weaker. Once an army suddenly appeared from nowhere and the ambush worked, Tide City would surely be breached. Along the way, Zhao Bin directly shook off the others, urging divine essence to the limits. Russ. H.I. Plussing back to Tide City. Quickly open the city gates. Quickly open the city gates. I'm Zhao Bin under Centurion Zhong Tao's command. Quickly open the city gates. Zhao Bin shouted at the top of his voice, using all of his strength to shout at the city wall. Creak. The city gates opened. Zhao Bin used all the strength in his body to rush in. Zhao Bin, why did you come back alone? Where the rest? You're fluid, teared and panicky. What happened? A figure came up to greet, as he said, rather unhappily. Zhao Bin froze and said, Centurion, things are bad. The Fiend Race army used no idea what kind of method and are charging over from the Fiend calling Ridge's natural chasm that side. This person was precisely Zhong Tao, Ling Feng's squad centurion. Under Zhong Tao, Ling Feng's strength was the strongest, his military achievements also the most impressive. He could break through to middle stage having glimpse at any time and threaten the centurion position of Zhong Tao's. Therefore, he had always been wary of Ling Feng. Zhao Tao's brows furrowed, and he said, "What nonsense are you saying? How can the fiend race come over from that side?" Zhao Bin said anxiously, "Lord Centurion, it's absolutely true. We ran into 5 fiend race squads. Their captain said it personally." But Zhong Tao still did not believe and said, "The fiend race is cunning. What they said, you believe it too? Also, if you all really encountered 5 squads, how did you escape?" Zhao Bin could not help choking up as he said, It might have been some sing through human senior who saved us. Lord Centurion, what I said is absolutely true." Seeing that Zhong Tao did not believe him, Zhao Bin was anxious until he was rent with restlessness. He also knew that Zhong Tao was not fond of their squad. It was just that he did not expect that the moment he entered the city gates, the person he met was Zhong Tao. Zhong Tao frowned and said, "Fine, then I'll ask you. How did the fiend race come over from the natural chasm? How many people in total came over? Who is leading the team?" Zhao Bin utterly collapsed. How would he know? "Lord Centurion, Captain has already gone to investigate the intel and might be able to rush back in a while. At that time, he'll have detailed information to send back. But the military situation is urgent. This matter must be reported and request the great general to make a final decision." Zhao Bin said. But Zhong Tao was relentless and said furiously, "Zhao Bin, are you done or not? You guys went to patrol and didn't find any news and came back to talk rubbish. Plus, what if this is a rumor deliberately spread by the fiends, intentionally baiting us to set up a defense at the northern city gates, but they storm in from the southern city gates? Who'll shoulder this responsibility? Amen? You shoulder it or me?" Zhao Bin was thoroughly deflated. He was rendered speechless by Zhong Tao. Putting it bluntly, Zhong Tao did not want to bear this responsibility. After all, it was not that incidents of the fiend race sneaking into the fiend calling ridge this region never happened before. Hence, the moment Zhong Tao heard it, he felt that this was not reliable. After all, crossing the natural chasm, this sort of thing was too fantastical. Plus, Zhong Tao was biased against Ling Feng's squad to begin with. He was even less willing to report this matter under the circumstances where there was no conclusive proof. "What are you all arguing about? What happened?" Just as Zhao Bin was at a loss on what to do, an awe-inspiring voice sounded out. The moment Zhong Tao heard, he hurriedly saluted and said, "Commander W.N.G. Nothing much. This subordinate is too negligent in doing things. I was just lecturing him." Zhao Bin was just about to speak when Zhong Tao shot him a fierce look. Clearly, he was threatening him. Commander W.A.N.G. nodded his head and said, "Men, the patrol here is done. You all go to the southern city then." Recently, the fiend race had unusual activities. It seems like the army has already finished assembling, and they are prepared to launch an attack on the southern city. Finished talking, Commander W.A.N.G. was just about to turn around to leave. Zhao Bin gritted his teeth and yelled out, "Lord Commander, this soldier has an important military intel to report." "Shut up. How dare you be insolent in front of Lord Commander?" Zhong Tao did not think that this guy actually dared to disobey his orders and directly threw a kick over. How could Zhao Bin be Zhong Tao's match? He was directly kicked flying by him with a foot, spouting out a mouthful of blood with a cough. Commander W.A.N.G.'s brows furrowed, and he said, "What's going on?" Zhong Tao was just about to speak, but Zhao Bin ignored his injuries and screamed at the top of his lungs. The fiend race pious, said through fiend calling Ridge's natural mode, and has already assembled a great army, wanting to ambush Tai Drain City from the northern city. Zhong Tao's expression changed, and he said, "Lord Commander, don't listen to him talk rubbish. Plus this matter is yet to be verified." Commander W.N.G.'s expression similarly turned grim, and he said in a solemn voice, "Just what the H.E.L.L. is the situation, let him finus. H. Plus. Yi Yuan, two people made a long detour and finally slowly flew up the cliff. Along the way, Ling Feng had a feeling like he was dreaming. The heaven-span world's deity realm powerhouses were unable to fly at all. This feeling of suspending in the air was wondrous to the extreme. He had never thought that he would actually be able to fly in the air one day. Younger brother Yi, it's really all thanks to you this time that I was S. and A.T.C. Head from the jaws of death. I, old Ling, owe you a life. Ling Feng said. Ho, Captain Ling is too courteous. You all defend Tai Drain City to the death, protecting millions of humans behind you. How many lives do they owe you? It's precisely because there was your shedding of blood on the battlefield that the other people can live and work in peace. Yi Yuan smiled and said. Ling Feng's face blushed from what Yi Yuan said, somewhat embarrassed. S said, under the pressure of the fiend race, they had no choice but to resist. Not resisting was death. Younger brother Yi, what should we do now? Ling Feng unknowingly already relied on Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was able and resourceful, bold and meticulous. He actually had a sense of security beside Yi Yuan. A hint of a smile flashed across Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, our way back has probably already been cut off. Why not? We deal a thrust to the back, how's that? One would have totally been a harem flag if Ling Feng was a girl. Chapter 1467, Thrusting a Spear to the Back. Chapter 1467, Thrusting a Spear to the Back. At the main camp of the Fiend Race's army, when Great General Sandcliffe saw the message, his face was grim to the extreme. Show lie this fool, to actually fail to even handle this minor thing. For the sake of this battle today, eminent Orchid Imperial City has prepared for as long as several decades. I said that he can't take on this heavy responsibility, but His Excellency wouldn't listen. Infuriating this old man to death. Sandcliffe roared. The subordinates were all silent like cicadas in winter, not daring to say anything. Great General Sandcliffe would suddenly turn hostile and pretend not to know old friends in his rage. Great General, now that it played out like this, we can only attack by force. Fortunately, the tale over there has already been dealt with cleanly. The army will go over from Fiend, calling Ridge unceasingly. The North City's defense is much weaker than the South City. As long as we can tie down sufficient military strength, we can breach the city all the same. The one talking was Sandcliffe's most trusted army advisor. At this time, only he dared to speak. Sandcliffe snorted coldly and said, this fool. After capturing the city, your father will definitely show him some colors. Pot S orders to the army. Immediately attack the city. Yes. The moment the generals heard, they immediately accepted the order and left. At the same time, inside Tai Drain City's City Lord Manor, Commander W.A.G. and Great General Guo Changmin were currently listening to Zhao Bin's military report. Zhao Bin endured his injuries and recounted what he saw and heard in the forest once more, then kept quiet. Guo Changmin was as steady as a mountain, without joy nor sorrow. Musing for a moment after he heard the report, he asked W.A.N.G. Feng, how do you view this matter? W.A.N.G. Feng had clearly long pondered over it already and immediately said, Zhong Tao's words are also not unreasonable. The Fiend race has always been cunning. We've suffered quite a bit of loss before, too, not ruling out the possibility that they deliberately want to disperse our military strength. But I feel that it's necessary to be on guard. Hearing this, Zhao Bin also heaved a sigh in relief. Guo Changmin slowly said, this matter, wait until that Ling Feng comes back before talking. If the intel is true, Feng, your third army will temporarily organize a defense for South City and strengthen South City's defenses. W.A.N.G. Feng answered, yes. Right then, there was a subordinate who came to report again. Great General, a large group of Fiend Race army suddenly appeared outside the city and are already sieging the walls. Came so quickly. Hearing this news, The faces of everyone, including Guo Changming, all changed drastically. The Fiend Race Army's appearance was too sudden. They did not receive any news at all. Guo Changmin said in a solemn voice, "How many people are there?" That subordinate said, "A large dense swarm. Too many to count. Preliminary estimates are no lesser than 300,000 people, no matter what." Hiss! Everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air. An army on the scale of 300,000 people, this kind of battle had not happened for a long time. Looks like this time, the Fiend race came prepared. There were only 80,000 elites in Tai Drain City, but the Fiend race had at least 300,000 people. This was bound to be a dreadful battle. Pa-S down the orders. All legions are to immediately await orders to defend the enemy from the city. Yifeng, your legion will divide out half of its troops and garrison North City. Immediately send people to Kongding City and request for reinforcements. Although Guo Changmin was shocked, he did not panic. One order after another was issued out. Fiend Calling Ridge. By the cliff, Xiaolai left behind a 100-man team to receive the Fiend Race Army coming from the back. Really saw ghosts. I heard that eminent Orchid Imperial City spent a huge price in order to craft these flying boats, transferring over 100 pieces of magnetic divine stones from other imperial cities at a king's ransom. Originally thought that we can directly capture Tai Drain City with an army suddenly appearing out of nowhere. I didn't expect to get off on the wrong foot, to actually be detected by the humans. You didn't see Lord Xiaolai's expression. It was simply going to kill people. If it were me, I would also want to kill people. After Tai Drain City is captured, Lord Xiaolai can't dispense with suffering Lord Sandcliffe's criticizing and ridiculing. I can't understand until now, just who moved Feng they all encountered to actually have not a single one escape. Two Fiend Race captains were currently chatting away, very puzzled by the leaking of the intel. The originally seamless plan actually failed miserably at a simple task. How could it not make people depressed? At this time, a figure suddenly slowly walked out and said with a slight smile on his face, "Looks like you all are very interested. Why not? I'll tell you guys." Those Fiend soldiers were all suddenly startled awake, greatly astonished by a human's appearance. That centurion's brows furrowed, feeling that this person before his eyes was rather familiar. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a look of horror as he said in disbelief, "You're one of the humans who jumped off the cliff. How is this possible? How can you possibly show up here?" This 100-man team was Xiaolai's personal guard. This centurion was the one who followed by Xiaolai's side previously. Far away, he saw Yi Yuan and Ling Feng jump off the cliff. That was why he would feel that he looked familiar. But this should have been a dead person originally. How could he possibly show up here? When the others heard the centurion's words, each and every one all revealed astonished looks. It had been unheard of that someone who jumped off the natural chasm could still come back alive. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Dead men don't need to know so much." The centurion's gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold sneer, "Dead men? Just the likes of you, an initial stage heaven glimpse? Although I don't know how you came up, you're probably mistaken. This centurion, am not an ordinary centurion." The centurion's aura released, erupting with a powerful aura. He was actually a late-stage heaven glimpse powerhouse. Ordinary centurions were only middle-stage heaven glimpse, but the strength of Xiaolai's personal guards were a notch above ordinary soldiers. Ignorant human, are you cracking a joke? Us personal guards, each one can fight 1 versus 10. You actually dared to come back to deliver yourself to death. Are you trying to tell us that Mu Feng they all were killed by you? Let me tell you, us captains, anyone that randomly comes out can eradicate their squads. Humans are indeed stupid, thinking that they are terrific with a bit of strength. To actually dare come and provoke us, really making people die of laughter. Those few captains all revealed contemptuous looks, looking at Yi Yuan with disdainful expressions. These captains' strengths were not ordinary. Some are even middle-stage, heaven glimpse powerhouses. One initial stage, heaven glimpse challenging a 100-man team. Furthermore, they were even elites among elites. This was simply a joke. Yi Yuan said coolly, It's all the same to me. Sending Ling Feng away, I can finally let my hands and legs loose and kill. Yi Yuan slowly took out the evil extermination sword. His figure instantly vanished. Plussing for where he was. Puffed. A captain's head immediately exploded. Even his fiendish essence did not have time to escape. The moment he made his move, it killed a middle-stage, heaven glimpse captain. The centurion's gaze sharpened, finally realizing Yi Yuan's prowess. This brat isn't simple. Attack together, the centurion said somberly. Yi Yuan grinned and casually sent out several sundering stars. Pooh, pooh, pooh. Several fiend race soldiers' bodies directly exploded, instantly being garroted by the sword energy. Yi Yuan's one person and one sword swept through among this 100-man team akin to a no-man's zone. The more the centurion fought, the more alarmed he became. Was this really a weak human martial artist? Looking at the 100-man team's numbers rapidly reducing, the centurion's heart sunk to rock bottom. Suddenly, the centurion's gaze turned intent, his eyes revealing a look of shock. Yi Yuan broke through. Chapter 1468 Cutting Off the Path of Retria. Chapter 1468 Cutting Off the Path of Retria. Your strength is indeed not bad. It's not to the extent of making me too bored. Now, I can send you all on your way. Yi Yuan's voice sounded out faintly, sounding the funeral bell of this 100-man team, only to see Yi Yuan's figure become a blur. They actually could not sense Yi Yuan's traces. Too fast. Yi Yuan, who broke through to middle stage heaven glimpse, his strength immediately soared by a great margin. Those fiend race soldiers originally still could contend a little, but now they were completely too weak to stand up to a single blow. The centurion had a horrified look. How could he still care about his subordinates? His figure moved, speeding into the distance. Can you escape? Yi Yuan laughed coldly, his figure turning into a wisp of light smoke. That centurion did not even emit a scream and was directly annihilated. The others ran helter-skelter, but Yi Yuan would not give them the chance at all, sword drawing like the wind, wiping out this 100-man team clean very soon. Right then, a flying boat slowly approached. On the flying boat, someone just happened to see the scene of Yi Yuan Ma's sacring the 100-man team and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Human, you're courting death." The arrival's aura was very powerful. He was actually an origin deity realm fiend race powerhouses. He was likely a high-ranking military officer. Yi Yuan looked at the other party from afar. Suddenly, a hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "The ones courting death are you all." Then, under everyone on the flyboat's dumbfounded gazes, Yi Yuan suddenly took a step forward. Yi Yuan was already standing on the edge of the cliff at this time. Another step forward, and he would fall into the natural chasm. What is he doing? Does he know that he can't escape and is going to kill himself? This human isn't a fool, right? To actually want to jump off the cliff to commit suicide. Goodness me, my heart is somewhat thumping from watching. Fell down. However, the reality was not like they imagined. Yi Yuan, his step was taken very solidly, akin to flat ground. Just like this, Yi Yuan stepped on the air and came. All of the fiend race warriors had their eye. S pop out, looking at this scene in disbelief. This person could actually step on the air and fly? You have got to be kidding. Under such a terrifying gravitational field, there was actually someone capable of flying in the air. Not good. What? What does he want to do? That origin deity realm military officer suddenly startled awake. He discovered that right now did not seem to be the time to be shocked. Yi Yuan stepped on the air and came. What on earth was he going to do? Kill him. Don't let him approach the flying boat. Mustn't let him draw close to the flying boat. The origin deity realm military officer's voice revealed exhaustion from shouting at the top of his voice and fear. He used all of his strength and struck a palm towards Yi Yuan through the air. The palm of an origin deity realm. The power was naturally incomparably terrifying. Swaz. Plus Yi Yuan's figure suddenly plummeted, but directly avoided this palm. Where is he? Where did he go? Could it be? Fell to death. Ha ha! Lordly Kong is mighty. That brat still wanted to play tricks. Now see how he plays. Creak. The voice had yet to fade when an intense tremor occurred on the flying boat, and it actually tilted a little. All of the fiends staggered as if struck. What happened? Why did the flying boat slant? Damn, in it. It's that human punk. He wants to turn the flying boat over. Impossible. This flying boat was forged with dark gold heavy metal. Even an origin deity realm powerhouse can't push it. How can he, a heaven glimpse realm martial artist, possibly turn it over? Help. I don't want to die yet. On the flying boat were screams of despair everywhere. To these fiend race soldiers, right now was simply the end of the world. On the flank, a place where the group of fiend soldiers could not see, rays of golden light flooded on Yi Yuan's body. At the same time, a force field poured out in torrents. This heavy flying boat actually slanted a little again. Yi Yuan gave a huge shout, using all of his strength to push. The flying boat was directly pushed to a 90-degree angle. Tragic screams came over one after another. Each and every one of the fiend soldiers started screaming frantically. The moment the flying boat tilted, that horrifying gravitational field directly pulled those fiend soldiers, falling into the 100,000-foot-deep abyss. No matter how they screamed, it was of no avail. Even that origin deity realm officer also fell into the abyss swiftly, disappearing very quickly. Yi Yuan stood on the flying boat, looking at this scene coldly. Above this natural chasm, Yi Yuan was like a fish that entered the water, while these fiend soldiers were like a bunch of land ducks that had never been in the water. No matter how high your realm, how formidable your strength, there was only being drowned to death. Yi Yuan waited patiently for a while. Sure enough, another flying boat came over again. The two banks were extremely far apart. With the visual prowess of deity realm powerhouses, they could not see the situation on the opposite bank too. This flying boat's product was very crude. It could only be sent over one way, then launch the array formation to return, the mobility exceedingly poor. As long as it was intercepted in midair, it could only be a lamb awaiting slaughter. This kind of flying boat's usage was extremely narrow and limited. Without this kind of powerful gravitational field, it had no place to display its ability at all. Furthermore, the fiend race was anxious to throw it into the battlefield and did not have time to develop meticulously at all too. Hence, it benefited Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan waited by a tree stump for a hare to dash itself against it on this side of the Half a day's time, he flipped over a total of 5 flying boats. Among this, just the origin deity realm experts were as many as 3. Once they got on the flying boat, they were simply lambs awaiting slaughter, without the slightest strength to retaliate at all. Once the flying boat was tilted, the horrifying gravitational field would immediately pull them into the abyss. Xiaolai's face was incredibly grim, his entire person appearing restless and uneasy. What the L are they doing? Why haven't the people at the back arrived yet? In the dense forest, Xiaolai roared. Ahead was Tide Rain City's northern city gates. They had been lying in wait in the dense forest all this while awaiting an opportunity to attack the city. Except, just as they expected, Tide Rain City had indeed strengthened the northern city's defenses. At this time, a soldier rushed over at top speed, knelt in front of Xiaolai, and said, "Your Excellency, Centurion Tong Huai and his 100-man team had already gone missing." This subordinate waited for very long at the edge of the cliff, but not one flying boat came over. "What did you say?" Xiaolai's expression changed drastically as he yelled coldly. Not just Xiaolai. The faces of those generals by his side were all white as a sheet. This news was simply a bolt out of the blue to them. Without the flying boats, they were equivalent to an isolated force. Although they could circle around from inside the forest, this dense forest was not suitable for their large-scale army to advance at all. There were many powerful, fierce beasts inside the dense forest. Once they startled the beast herds and set off a beast tide, none of them could escape. Therefore, the region Ling Feng they all patrolled could occasionally run into small-scale fiend race squads. But large-scale marching could not be done at all. Those two spies are already dead. Could it be that there are still human powerhouses lying in ambush nearby? Impossible. Over a 50-mile radius has been searched through. There aren't others at all. Who the H.E.L.L. did it? Even if Tong Hui they all ran into an origin deity powerhouse, it's also impossible for not a single person to escape, right? Xiao Lai racked his brains, but he could not figure out what was going on no matter what. Chapter 1469 Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. Chapter 1469 Spirit Eye Green Soul Powder. Your Excellency, what should we do now? A subordinate could not refrain from asking. Xiao Lai's face was extremely grim, his gaze revealing a hint of viciousness as he said in a solemn voice, "We can't wait anymore. Summon the whole army, attack the city now. We only have one path now, breaching the city." The other generals' faces also revealed decisive looks as they answered. "Yes, great general," Xiao Lai said in a solemn voice. "Tell them that our way out is already cut off. There's only cutting off all means of retreat that we can survive." The fiend race had a brutal and ruthless temperament. Cutting off all means of retreat will be able to trigger their courage instead. The fiend race army that flew over the natural chasm was roughly 30,000 people, while the human army currently defending the northern city were merely several thousand people. This battle, who would win or lose, was still unknown. On the northern city walls, Zhong Tao looked at Zhao Bin with a cold face. "Didn't you say that the fiend race has infiltrated outside of the northern city? Where are they? The southern city has already been fighting fiercely for 3 days and nights. Casualties heavy. Where are they?" "Amen?" Zhong Tao lectured with a ferocious look. Zhao Bin's expression was very ugly. He was also not too sure anymore. If the fiend race army really sneaked in, they should have long launched an offensive. The southern city's battle situation was abnormally tragic. He heard that the First Army had heavy casualties and even had their military designation canceled already. Of course, the fiend race's situation was even worse. It was said that they had already lost 70,000 people. Corpses littered the field below the southern city. But why hasn't the captain returned until now? Didn't you say that Ling Feng went to spy on the enemy situation? Don't let it be that he became a deserter. Zhong Tao said in a cold voice. Zhao Bin's expression changed, and he said, "Impossible. There's no way the captain will be a deserter." Yi Feng's brows also knitted together tightly. Could it be that it was really a rumor deliberately spread by the fiend race? Right at this time, a subordinate came to report, "Commander G. The southern city is making an urgent request for help. The Fifth Army is virtually completely wiped out. The great general asks you to bring the northern city's garrison generals and head for the southern city to support." Yi Feng's pupils constricted. Drawing a deep breath, he said, "Got it. I'll bring people over at once." Finish talking, he said loudly. "All generals listen up. The army will immediately set out to assist the southern city." Hearing Ji Feng's command, a glimmer of smugness flashed across in Zhong Tao's eyes. But he looked at Zhao Bin and said with a cold smile, "Giving false information about the military situation, contradicting your superior officer. After this battle, I'll see how the few of you escape punishment by military law." The army was already fully equipped, heading to the southern city. Quite a number of soldiers already started going down the city walls. Right then, a heaven-shaking battle cry suddenly came from outside the northern city. Everyone got a huge shock and did not come back to their senses for some time. Zhong Tao looked at the fiend race army with an astonished look, his eyes full of disbelief. It was actually true. His back dripped with cold sweat. If the great general did not partake in Zhao Bin's opinion, the city would be breached in a blink of an eye now. Fiend army. It's the fiend army. Quick, defend the city. In the crowd, no idea who shouted too, finally pulling everyone back to reality. W. A. N. Ji Feng also drew a cold breath. It was actually true. The fiend race really flew over the natural mode and circled around to the northern city. So close. Just a bit more, and they would be leaving the city walls. Once their army went down the city walls, the fiend race army will be able to jump up the city walls in virtually an instant. At that time, how could these mere several thousand people stop the fiend army? Don't panic. Everyone back in position. Release the arrows. W. A. N. Ji Feng mustered up divine essence, shocking all of the soldiers abruptly awake. The commander-in-chief was as if a sea-stabilizing divine needle. With him howling, everyone's minds immediately settled down, and sure enough, started organizing a defense in a well-ordered manner. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The archers took their places. Countless sharp arrows tore through the air, shooting at the fiend army. These arrows were all specially made. The arrowheads carried a strong, explosive talisman, extremely strong lethality towards the fiend army. Engaging in fierce battles with the fiend race over a long period of time, the humans naturally developed many ways to deal with the fiend race too. Bang, bang, bang. The fiend army charging at the front immediately had a swathe collapse. However, those fiend soldiers all did not fear death and did not care about the deaths of their companions around them at all. Russ. H. I. Plussing over towards the city crazily. Seeing this scene, W. A. N. Ji Feng's brows furrowed. He sensed that these fiend soldiers' auras were somewhat unusual. It seemed like there was a feeling of looking at death calmly in the face. Although the fiend race was fierce, they were not ever victorious. They would also be struck with fear and be afraid of death too. But this fiend army in front of them was like fierce tigers breaking the dam. All of them were not fearing death. Giant crossbowmen, prepare. There's a half-step divine Lord General in their army. Xiaolai's imposing momentum was seriously too powerful. W. N. Ji Feng saw it with one glance and could not help raising the vigilance. These giant crossbows were produced by human artifact refining masters. It had extremely strong lethality towards half-step divine Lord powerhouses too. Although half-step divine Lord powerhouses were able to fly in the air, unless they had no other alternatives, they would not charge forward. Kill, kill, kill. The fiend race army's battle cries shook the skies. Russ. H. I. Plussing below the city walls very quickly. Xiaolai yelled in a cold voice. Fiend dragon throwing spear shoot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fiend race naturally had large-scale siege equipments too. They carried them with large-scale storage SPACS. It was only to see one throwing spear after another shoot out fiercely, directly nailing on the city walls. There was a small portion that flew right over the city walls, directly stabbing to death a large swarm of human soldiers. With these throwing spears, those fiend powerhouses would be able to climb up. Deity realm powerhouses could not fly, but their strengths were much stronger than mortals. As long as they were given a pivot point, they would be able to jump up the city walls very quickly. A tragic great battle immediately commenced. While at this time, Yi Yuan was currently on a hill not far away from the city, observing the situation of the entire battle. Looks like this side can't hold on until the reinforcements come at all. Yi Yuan made his own judgment very quickly. The fiend race are indeed natural warriors. Their skin is COA, RS, E, and their flesh is thick. Furthermore, their fiend souls are very powerful. They are very difficult to kill. Humans are indeed a little weak when placed in front of them, Dustless said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Luckily, I had some preparations along the way. Otherwise, I'd really be a loss on what to do at this time. Dustless also smiled and said, You punk, you're really meticulous in doing things. Even I also didn't think about things to prepare for dealing with the fiend race. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, This is called preparedness averts peril. On the way to Tai Drain City, Yi Yuan consulted Dustless about the fiend race's weaknesses. Along the way, he had indeed made quite a bit of preparation. Now, it indeed came in handy. Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grove and Heavenly Emperor Jiushang had fought for many years. He was naturally well aware of the fiend race's weaknesses. Fortunately, there were quite a few divine essence stones given by the Myriad Treasure Tower in Yi Yuan's hands. He collected quite a few good stuff along the way in various cities. Yi Yuan took out a small bottle. Inside the small bottle was full of green powder. Haha, this bottle of Spiritai green soul powder is probably enough for them to choke on. Yi Yuan smiled and opened the vial. Those emerald green fine powder went with the wind very soon, flying into the fiend race's main camp. Chapter 1470 Heavy Casualties. Chapter 1470 Heavy Casualties. The fiend dogs came up. King fellows. Fight out with them. The fiend race's numbers were too many. Even with powerful bow and arrow suppressing, the fiend race soldiers scaled up the city walls very quickly as well. Following that was fighting in close quarters. Once they could not defend this first wave, their line of defense would be utterly crushed. A human soldier hacked at a fiend captain with a slash, shouting excitedly, "Why is this fiend dog so weak? My side too. So weak, one chop, and it's done. Ha ha, so weak. Chopping so satisfyingly." On the city wall came the human soldiers' excited shouting. When G. Feng saw those fiends rush up so quickly just now, his expression changed drastically too. But he did not expect that these fiends that climbed up were so weak. G. Feng secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The southern city that sighed definitely could not be counted on. He could only rely on these people to guard the northern city now. The most important thing was that there was a fiend race army here. Then the people sent to Kongding City to request reinforcements were definitely disposed of already. They already became an isolated city now. Originally, seeing the fiend soldiers climb up to the top of city walls, Xiu Lai was overjoyed in his heart. But very soon, his smile turned stiff on his face. Because the first wave of attack was repelled very quickly. He could not understand what in the world happened. Victory was clearly in sight. In a twinkle, it ended up in smoke. This wave directly lost several thousand people. Xiu Lai's heart was dripping blood. He did not have a source of troops to replenish currently. One dead was one less. Charge again for me. Charge up in one vigorous effect. Fiend dragon throwing spears, continue firing for me. Xiu Lai roared. Another large wave of assault, the circuit. Stances were shockingly similar to just now. A large wave of people had clearly rushed up to the top of the city walls. They went up fast, but was defeated even faster. Once they went up to the top of the city walls, it should have been like a hot knife cutting through But the fiend soldiers all seemed to wane, directly deflating. Xiu Lai's eyes stared like wide saucers as he roared angrily. Charge for me. Whoever dares to take a step back, kill without mercy. Boom! Xiu Lai raised his hand, and it was a palm, decimating quite a number of fiend soldiers who were currently running back. Those fiend soldiers were at a loss on what to do and could only turn around and charge in the direction of the city walls. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. It was another round of arrow flurry on the city walls, exploding on the fiend soldiers' bodies. Your Excellency, we can't charge anymore, shouted a commander as he sprinted wildly to Xiu Lai's side. Xiu Lai's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "What in the world is going on?" That commander said with a face full of sorrow, "It's Spiritai green soul powder. Somebody spread Spiritai green soul powder at the wind gap." The moment Xiu Lai heard, his expression changed greatly, and he shouted fiercely, "Come back. I'll come back for me." Those fiend soldiers were just about to rush up. Hearing Xiu Lai's roar, they immediately turned around and ran back. This back and forth was like walking a dog, looking incomparably comical. "Ha ha! Fiend dogs, come on up. Weren't you very fierce just now? Come on up. Grandpa is waiting for you here. A bunch of craven dogs, you all come up. Weren't you very KY earlier?" On top of the city walls, the human soldiers all started shouting excitedly. repelling the fiend race's 2 waves of offensive in a row, killing 5,000 to 6,000 fiends. Each and every one of them was incomparably excited. The human side only paid a very small price. Although they won rather bafflingly, this did not hinder their extremely swelled-up mentality. Shiolai's expression was unbelievably grim as he asked that commander, "You're sure that it's the Spirit-Eye green soul powder?" That commander said, "Absolutely. Furthermore, this Spirit-Eye green soul powder's purity is very high. Just now, I only sucked in a small mouthful and almost can't muster up any fiendish essence." Shiolai drew a cold breath and said in shock, "So powerful? How can there possibly be someone who grasps the Spirit-Eye green soul powder's refining method among the humans?" Spirit-Eye green soul powder did not have any effect on humans, but against fiends, especially low-ranking fiends, it had a terrifying effect. Once this thing drifted along with the wind, it would become colorless and tasteless. Even inhaling a grain of powder would also make the fiend's fiendish essence unable to muster up and could only be at people's mercy. However, while this thing was formidable, even the fiend race, extremely few people were able to refine it too. In fact, those who knew that it existed were very few as well. He did not expect that there was actually someone who knew how to refine Spirit-Eye green soul powder. This was simply grievous news to them. "Damn, in it. Who the H-E-L-L is it opposing us in every way?" Shiolai was simply almost going crazy. This invisible opponent made him feel extremely uneasy. First was cutting off his path of retreat, then was the Spirit-Eye green soul powder. This guy still had no idea how many methods. At this point, Shiolai would rather have a good fight with the other party. But he did not know who the opponent was at all. "Your Excellency, what should we do now?" asked a subordinate who was also at a complete loss. Shiolai's expression flickered incessantly. Suddenly, he made up his mind and said in a solemn voice, "Whole army, launch an attack. Everyone, hold your breath and charge up in one vigorous effort. They only have several thousand people. As long as we can charge inside, Tide Rain City will definitely be captured. All of the Origin Deity Realm commanders charge in front for me." The subordinates' expressions changed, and they said, "Your Excellency, do you have assurance in avoiding the giant crossbows?" Shiolai said solemnly, "No assurance. But carry on waiting, and we're still dead. This hidden opponent is too terrifying. I feel that we've always been led by the nose by him. He clearly wants to delay us right now. Most likely, the reinforcements are already on the way." The subordinates were taken aback with horror and said, "No way. The people sent out of the city to request for reinforcements were all disposed of by us." Shiolai's expression was very ugly as he said, "We have no way out anymore. Not capturing the city, we'll have to die. Can't carry on wasting time. Attack." "Yes." Under Shiolai's command, all of the commanders followed him and charged straight out. Shiolai came before the army and shouted fiercely, "Everyone, follow me. You're not allowed to take a step back. Kill." Done talking, he leaped, directly flying toward the city walls. W-A-N-G Feng's expression changed, and he said sternly, "Giant crossbowman, shoot him down for me." Swaz. H. Plus a terrifying sharp arrow tore through the air and arrived, with virtually no time interval. A mighty expert like Shiolai was too late to even react, and only had time to slant his body a bit. Shiolai gave A.M.U.F. Flegron. A large hole was directly shot out in his chest. W-A-N-G Feng sighed in pity inwardly. If it could hit Shiolai's vital areas, it would be able to take his life. But this blow already heavily injured Shiolai. In this short, while a group of commanders already leaped up to the top of city walls, those fiend soldiers followed closely behind. Of course, the price paid was very heavy too. This wave of attack, the fiend race had a large group of casualties again, and already lost 1/3. The Spirit-Eye green soul powder was still continuing. A large swathe of fiend soldiers that rushed up the city walls fell down again. Xiao Lai ignored the injuries on his body, leaping up, directly flying up to the top of city walls. But at this time, a figure quietly circled around to the back of the Fiend Race army. Chapter 1471 One Man, One Army. Chapter 1471 One Man, One Army. Swaz. H. Plus Yuan turned into an afterimage, charging over from the back of the Fiend army. With this, Yi Yuan went all out, sword energy roaming unobstructed, directly downing a large strip. The fiends swarmed out in full force and were already minding their heads and disregarding their rear end. The back of the army was very hollow. The origin deity realm commanders already rushed under the city walls at this time. At the back were mostly grotto, profound realm, and heaven glimpse realm existences. Yi Yuan, one person and one sword, was akin to a tiger entering a flock of sheep, killing until the sky and earth dimmed. In front of him, there was not an opponent who could last one exchange. One sundering stars charging out directly reaped a large group of fiend soldiers. Wailing sounds echoed together. Not good. There's a human army sneak attacking at the back. Army my asterisk SS. There's only one person. One person? Still waiting for what? Attack together and kill him. Yi Yuan carved out the effect of an army by himself. His speed of charging forward was extremely fast. Very soon, he charged to the central region of the Fiend army. The opponents he encountered were also getting more and more. There were even some 1,000-man commanders whose strength already reached grand completion Heaven Glimpse. But after Yi Yuan broke through to middle stage Heaven Glimpse, his strength increased greatly. Grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouses could only cause a bit of hindrance to him. His movement technique was too fast. Those grand completion Heaven Glimpse powerhouses could not catch up with his footsteps at all. Not good. Quickly stop him. He wants to destroy the Fiend crossbows, shouted a 1,000-man commander. A group of Fiend soldiers was taken aback with horror, blocking Yi Yuan's path like tidewater. What that 1,000-man commander said was right. Yi Yuan's target was precisely the Fiend crossbows firing the Fiend dragon throwing spears. This thing caused too much harm to the human soldiers. If not for these Fiend crossbows, it would also be impossible for the Fiend soldiers to scale up the city walls so quickly. Sure enough, the swarming tactic worked. Yi Yuan's path was blocked by countless Fiend soldiers. Yi Yuan's strength was strong, but he was just one person after all. The Fiend soldiers ahead could not be killed entirely at all. Finally, Yi Yuan's speed slowed down. He was still several hundred feet away from those Fiend crossbows. But this distance of several hundred feet was like at the far end of the horizon. He killed a large swarm, and even more Fiend soldiers came up to block again. He can't push anymore. This human is so strong. Use swarming tactic to exhaust him to death. Everybody attack together. He already can't escape. Russ. H. I. Plussing and alone, no matter how strong, it's also delivering himself to death. Kill, kill, kill. Kill this human. Not only did Yi Yuan's slaughter not make these fiends afraid, but it also stimulated their devilish nature even more instead. All Russ. H. I. Plussing over like they were crazy. That human wave tactic, is it? Yi Yuan gave a cold laugh. But the movements of his hands did not slow down in the slightest, continuously reaping the lives of the Fiend soldiers. From Yi Yuan Russ. H. I. Plus-ing in a heavy encirclement until now, it was merely a short several dozen breaths. Yi Yuan already killed hundreds of people. This kind of lethality virtually rivals a small-scale troop. But even if the small-scale army could achieve this result, they would definitely be wiped out by the fiends at this time too. But Yi Yuan was perfectly unscathed currently. Chasing Moon. In the crowd, Yi Yuan's figure suddenly erupted, charging toward a grand completion 1,000-man commander with inconceivable speed. That 1,000-man commander never thought that Yi Yuan could actually still release such a stunning move under everyone's besieging. Caught unprepared, his head was directly exploded by Yi Yuan, his body falling weakly onto the ground. Those fiend soldiers were all shocked until they could not close their mouths. A powerful 1,000-man commander was actually one shot in one exchange? This human was truly a little too freakish, right? In this day's short while, Yi Yuan already sped towards the fiend crossbows like lightning. A distance of several hundred feet was merely a matter of a twinkle to Yi Yuan. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan released several sundering stars like lightning, directly hacking those fiend crossbows into pieces. Although those fiend crossbows were powerful, they were merely profound divine artifact-grade sieging weapons, having weak defensive power. With Yi Yuan's strength, destroying them were merely a matter of a wave of a hand. And at this time, the top of the city walls already entered a white-hot stage. Both parties already entered the state of hand-to-hand fighting. Those Origin Deity Realm powerhouses directly slaughtered into the human army, all incomparably powerful. But in this kind of war, Origin Deity Realms were not invincible. Such intense fighting, they would be forcefully exhausted to death by the human soldiers. Hence, they needed a continuous stream of reinforcements to join in before they could press forth irresistibly. But those Origin Deity Realm commanders suddenly discovered that the fiend army that joined in behind them did not seem to be many. Furthermore, why did the fiend dragon throwing spears stop firing? Turning back to look, their hearts immediately went cold. They were on the city walls. The situation below was clear at a glance. The back of the fiend army, a large number of fiend soldiers had fallen into a big mess. What was going on? That large swarm of fiend soldiers was probably no fewer than 5,000 to 6,000 people. The fiend race's losses already exceeded 10,000 with the repeated assaults. There were only less than 20,000 people left. 5,000 to 6,000 people being tied down all at once. Their current numbers were not much more than the human soldiers defending the northern city anymore. Under this kind of circumstance, how could they breach the city? Xiaolai being heavily injured by the giant crossbow, his strength was greatly diminished. At this time, he already clashed with Wang Yifeng. Although he could suppress Wang Yifeng, wanting to finish off the other party within a short time was very hard to accomplish. For some time, both sides actually fell into a stalemate. The humans relied on geographical advantage and finally withstood the fiend race's assault. Both sides unleashed a sanguinary tug-of-war on top of the city walls. Damn in it. Why hasn't this human's divine essence run out yet? We already have close to 1,000-man squad dead. His combat power is actually still so strong. Could it be that this guy's divine sea forever won't dry up? Those fiend soldiers were almost despairing. They were really using numbers to go and deplete Yi Yuan's divine essence. But they had already 1,000-man team dead, and Yi Yuan was still full of spirit and energy without the slightest appearance of divine essence drying up. 5,000 to 6,000-man commanders wanted to besiege Yi Yuan, but they could not catch up to Yi Yuan's movement technique at all. Yi Yuan was like a mudfish, shuttling back and forth in the army freely. Body could catch his figure at all. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan finally could not endure anymore. When those few 1,000-man commanders saw this, each and every one of them was delighted, like they were injected with stimulants, roaring loudly. One of them shouted, "He's almost done for. Keep your chins up, kill him." Those fiend soldiers were already in the battle for so long to the point they were exhausted already. Seeing the situation, each and every one of them was incredibly excited, swarming over towards Yi Yuan like tidewater, continuously killing for a day and night. Yi Yuan's divine essence was really almost already nearing the bottom. However, his goal was already achieved. Grandpa, you played enough. Not playing with you all anymore. Yi Yuan laughed loudly, figure moving, directly flying up to the sky. Sword maneuvering flight. Those fiends were utterly dumbstruck with amazement. They expended a price of close to 1,000 people before finally depleting Yi Yuan's divine essence. But he directly flew away. Kill! Right then, an ear-splitting roar rose up from the dense forest. All of the fiend soldiers' faces immediately turned ashen. The reinforcements were here.